Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Fleeks on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
You're looking at a C-H-A-M-P. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, R.I.P. Ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you won't wanna be.
You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. It is the final day of Week 1, and we have two pretty close matchups to close this one out. I'm Atlas, joined by LS. And what is your take on the two matches that we have today? Who do you think is going to take away the W?
I imagine that Dragon X would take down Sandbox, and following that up, I have no idea about Hanwha Life versus Afrika.
I have no idea about Hanwha Life, just in general.
Yeah.
Why is this team good?
Well, they had Yumi Soraka, so...
yeah, that's probably a good way of getting a victory, but I'm still perplexed about why, you know, Cube and Haru move over to this team. Cube's upgraded his gameplay since even the Kesper Cup. That is where they lost in the knockout stage to Afrika Freaks, who then blew apart the rest of their opposition on their way to the victory. And now we finally get to see a rematch of that particular one. That is going to be coming after Sandbox versus Dragon X. And my heart says that it's going to be Dragon X, but my mind is saying 2-0 to Sandbox, because I felt like Sandbox, they sinned it to win it, and they did it very, very comfortably.
They really did. And I mean, one of the questions that I guess I'm wondering is, who's going to be playing top lane today for Dragon X? Are we going to see Pokemon Trainer Red against Lance up in the top lane?
We'll see, but we got to see what the LCK is looking like at the moment as we bring up the standings for you guys. Gen.G with their 2-0 are going to join Afrika Freaks and Sandbox in their undefeated run. That being said, Gen.G, I believe, are a match ahead, and so Afrika and Sandbox can both leapfrog them to get towards the top of the standings with a 2-0 here today. Wanting to see which team is going to separate themselves, and after seeing Hanwha able to take down T1 and Dragon X floundering a little bit in their last matchup, not entirely sure where the smart money goes. I think Hanwha are likely to take a game off Afrika today, and I honestly don't know how to call the first match, because finally we are going to see Doran with his suspension lifted. So theoretically he could be in the top lane. We could have Chovy back up there. We might retain Quad.
Yeah.
But who is Quad if he's not playing Cassiopeia? There's some really interesting stuff as we get into the points of the match. And both teams stacked for their first win and looking for a consecutive one today. Sandbox playing around the top side versus Dragon X playing with mechanics. Now this is really interesting because On Fleek outdamaged his AD carry in their first match.
Yeah, On Fleek was sending to win.
Yeah,
in their initial series. And with Doran being back, which is one of the points of the match here, we're going to have to see how he does up against Summit. Remember before in Summer 2019, he was the one just below the Elite Four. I had him at the 5th best top laner.
I think Doran and Rascal were really fighting for that last spot. Yeah,
5 and 6. They just missed out, so We'll see how Doran does end up performing here against Summit.
Now, talking about sinning junglers, Pyosik versus OnFleek. This is our third point of the match, and I think it's a really, really interesting one as well, because Pyosik is that rookie, but he also has that fire in him, and these are going to be your key players to watch as well, guys. A 14 KDA for OnFleek, who, yeah, certainly had some pretty good moments, but their match was against APK. Now, APK Prince are certainly an underdog team, but the match was good from Sandbox regardless, right?
Yes.
I don't know whether changing the opponent necessarily changes how much we expect from this team, because the way they operated within that game was very good, even if APK aren't necessarily top-tier opposition.
So far, OnFleek only having shown Rek'Sai. That's all that we have to go after.
Yeah, and look, it's likely going to be banned, but let's have a look at the trash talk before this one.
약간 포텐셜이 가득한 선수들. 데프트 선수가 이제 대장이라면 왼팔에 이제 초비 선수가 있고 오른팔에 이제 심백 감독님이 있는 그런 느낌?
합 안 맞추면 망할 것 같아요. 당장에는 조금 애를 먹을 수 있지만 저나 초비 선수가 저희 팀 새로운 선수들이 클 때까지 잘 버텨주는 역할이라고 생각을 해서
일단 원딜 동생들 다 잘해요.
루트 문검수 선수가 게임을 졌을 때 식음을 전폐하는 그런 승부욕부터 안 마시고 안 자고 게임을 이길 때까지 합니다. 안타깝지만 저희가 이길 것 같습니다.
아무리 뭐 캐스파컵이라 한 준우승이라는 건 사실 큰 거라고 생각을 하고
저희 팀은 중요하다고 생각하고 있었고 정말 열심히 준비했기 때문에
온플릭 선수가 캐스파컵 때 펜타킬 했는데 오 잘하네, 오 펜타킬? 저도 해보고 싶어요.
그때는 그냥 계속 한타 이어지다 보니까 펜타킬 기회가 생기고 그걸 달성하게 되더라고요. 정글 첫 번째 펜타킬이라면서 한국에서 그런가 싶었는데 한타에서 이겼고 펜타킬 운 좋게 했다. 그냥 그 정도인 것 같아요.
저는 이제 샌드박스에서 온플릭 선수가 핵심이라고 생각해요. 이번 시즌에도 잘할 것 같아요.
혁규 형이 원래 칭찬 잘 안 하는데 온플릭 칭찬을 그렇게 하더라고요.
그 부분은 좀 마음에 들긴 하네요, 확실히.
혁규 형한테 인정받고 싶으니까 온플릭 선수 이겨야죠. 다음 표시는 너.
월라 선수가 이제 합류하고 나서는 편안합니다. 현실 서포터다라는 말을 들었는데
이모님이 보통 저녁 때쯤 퇴근하시는데 그 이후로 이모님 역할을 하는 게 아닌가. 계약에 그런 내용이 있지 않을까 그런 생각이 들 정도로
굳이 예를 들어서 가습기에 물을 채운다든가 누구나 다 할 수 있지만 안 합니다.
저는 이제 그런 걸 보면 못 참는 스타일이라서 근데 한 번씩 하다 보면 애들이 알아서 하게 되는데 우리 팀은 그런 게 없는 것 같기도 하고
항상 고릴라 플레이 이렇게 세트였었는데 마타 형과 호흡을 맞출 때도 상대를 해봤고
프릴라 vs 덴마타 하면은 그래도 저희가 좀 많이 이기지 않았나.
저도 제가 많이 이겼던 거 아닌 것 같기도 하고 과거가 뭐가 중요하겠습니까?
올해는 이제 다시 붙는 느낌이죠. 저도 이제 원딜이 바뀌었고 선수들이 서포터가 바뀌었으니까 이제 다시 원점으로 시작하는 느낌이죠.
저희 팀의 가능성은 어느 팀보다 높다고 생각이 들어서 스프링 때부터 최대한 좋은 성적 거둘 수 있을 것 같아요.
샌드박스 되게 잘하는 팀이라고 들었는데 잘 부탁합니다.
이제 세 번째 시즌인데 정말 풀업에서 맛만 보는 게 아니라 결승 무대를 밟을 수 있도록 그런 팀이 되도록 만들고 싶어요.
Very interesting hearing Pyosik use his own name in reference to OnFleek there as well. Of course, Pyosik does mean sort of like a kindred mark. It's like it's basically what that is because he was a kindred one trick in the jungle. That's the main thing that I took away, this very small little tidbit. Otherwise, Gorilla being the house mom is no surprise. He's always been a bit of a caretaker for his teams, and it looks to have been working so far for Sandbox. But as we introduce the players onto the stage, I think it's going to be really interesting to see whether OnFleek can get the good start that he got in both of their previous matches. This was always our criticism of Sandbox. It's whether or not they can play from behind. They haven't had to just yet. We'll see whether Dragon X is going to force them into that position here today. You did see it is going to be Doran towards the top side of the map. Chovy is back from his little stint up there, went on a bit of a top lane holiday, and is now back to his home in the mid lane. Let's see what the real Dragon X can bring us here in their second match in week 1.
Sandbox, we'll see what Summit is going to be able to do. Like I said, eyes on him for this match. As Chovy in the mid lane, that is a very, very big discrepancy. And we're also going to get to see what Leo and Gorilla are going to be able to do against Deft and Kyria.
Yeah, Deft and Kyria had that first match where Deft played his weird Jigs game on the bottom side. Didn't work, and then he picked up Aphelios and didn't die 2 games in a row, playing the Aphelios Alistar bottom lane. A rough lane to actually get ahead on early, because Alistar and Aphelios probably some of the worst level 1 champions in the game. But still, they were able to navigate that lane extraordinarily well. And Doran back hot off his suspension. Looking forward to seeing what he's been cooking for us. I had a look at his solo queue. Hasn't been good news for our friend LS.
I've heard about the Aatrox.
There's been a little bit of good old Troxy boy in his history, but hopefully he's got that out of his system by going 9-2 on it in solo queue. And could be an opportunity here. But the matchup in the jungle, I think, is going to be very important. If OnFleek gets into the mind of Pioshik, that's where we could have some real troubles. You saw CVMax, I believe, standing behind Pioshik there, trying to give him all of his energy as we head into this one, because if we have momentum on the young player's side, could certainly help get a victory here for DRX. But let's see how the draft goes. See whether we're going to be sinners or saints on either side of the rift as we get into the ban phase.
Take a look at what Sandbox wants to ban away first.
Will we get more Soraka top? So far it's only been QV from Humble Life that's busted it out. It was an interesting team composition, but worked out very, very well. I want more Brad as well. Give us more of these caster supports. So far, Bard is 100% win rate here in the LCK. And we were really happy by some of the drafting done yesterday. Gen G is certainly surprising us with their intelligent maneuvers on and off the Rift. I felt like the draft was good, and then the item builds were good. Everything just seemed to be good for Gen G yesterday. Maybe one of these teams has taken some notes.
Sandbox banning away the Ornn, and you mentioned Soraka, and given the fact that she's a neutralizer in top lane, that used to be the way that some players used to have to approach the matchups against Summit and Keen, in particular, by playing Karma, by playing Tahm Kench, stuff like that up in top lane. And given that Soraka fulfills the same exact role, it's not too surprising, or wouldn't be too surprising, to see her come out. But Dragon X actually going to ban Set.
Yeah, I was thinking Set or Rek'Sai to be the bans. Coming in last there is Aphelios. I feel like this is almost a pick away, honestly, from Deft, because he played so incredibly well on the champion. And so Alodios is going to be picked up, as you like to call him, to do a lot of stuff for Sandbox in theory. Now, a couple of picks available for Dragon X. Still some priority is up here as Elise, something that Dragon X can pick up for themselves if they would like to grab her. So far, 14 out of 20 games. She has been banned. But we're going to lock away some support action first.
I think she's lost every other game, by the way.
Elise?
Yeah, I believe she's 100% loss rate in the LCK.
Ooh, I can double check that one for you.
Check that one real quick.
Let me hop in. Yep, 0 and 5.
Yeah, oh, there we go.
Not doing so well.
As Rek'Sai and Nautilus both picked up. Now, this gives Sandbox the opportunity to realize that both of those champions have one mode, which is to go into the opponents. They're both short range. And given Doran's champion pool that he's shown in the past, you could probably assume, like we mentioned just before this, that Aatrox would potentially come up. Now, and Olaf is locked in. Not the biggest fan of it. Zoe picked up with an Aurelia being banned away. Maybe we just see Chovy respond with Syndra.
Yeah, could be an option here for Dragon X. Unless they're planning on some weird shenanigans with a Nautilus in the mid lane or something like that, and then playing some cloak and daggers with their draft. 6 seconds to go though here, as it's going to be Misfortune and Nautilus on the bottom side. So just shoring everything up here for Dragon X, leaving their solo laners theoretically till the last couple of picks. Zoe currently with a 4-1 win rate and is the most played mid laner so far in the LCK. We've had a lot of different mids though. So Dove, also one of our more accomplished Zoes. Think of Zoe players in the LCK, you think B2D, and you think Dove as well. So see what Chovy can make of a very much a comfort pick here for the mid laner on Sandbox.
I would say Chovy is the OG Zoe.
Yeah, I think
going all the way back. He was the first one that really started playing her, and he was a monster on her. So Dove taking it. We'll see how Chovy can respond to it. So far, LeBlanc banned away, which I think speaks volumes to maybe how comfortable Dove is on the champion. Normally, you would want to invite the LeBlanc in if you're proficient enough on Zoe.
Yeah, it can be an awkward matchup, but a theoretical win.
Yeah.
We've seen it be won by extraordinarily good LeBlanc players. They can get around the matchup, but you're right. The bubble can be difficult when Distortion moves you in a line. There's going to be the Rumble Band Blast. Okay, that would be an interesting one.
This is a old Zoe counterpick. I mentioned Malzahar, I believe, earlier on inside of the week as a champion that seems to be forgotten. Because when everyone sucks, Malzahar having
Victor
sucked for a while.
Yeah, Malzahar, Victor, and Orianna are the meta checkers.
Yep.
For the mid lane.
Azir as well.
Yep,
Azir comes in there. But Victor will be coming in here. Now, he's very good against the Olaf as well because of the movement speed that he ends up getting. It's pretty hard for Olaf to actually reliably stick on him. And Aatrox now being picked up for Summit. He's one of the premier Aatrox players.
And currently sitting on a 23 KDA across his first couple of games. It certainly was all about the top lane, as now we've got one of these favorite bottom lanes across the world in the Braum. Alongside
CV Max just move the mouse over. What?
Oh, here we go. This is where that dark technology is coming in. This is a top lane Victor, mid lane Nautilus, and Yuumi Misfortune for the bottom side. 5 seconds to go, and it's going to be Kennen. So never mind. We're going to move all the way back from that. Cancel it out. But we do have a teamfight comp here for Dragon X.
I hate everything else, okay?
It was getting exciting until it definitely wasn't. Oh dear.
Soraka would have done so much for Dragon X's team composition here, able to do so many things to Zoe especially with the silence, and ruins Aatrox and Olaf inside of teamfights as well.
Yeah, they could have just picked a mage support and then sent that Nautilus into a solo lane, but maybe not wanting to sacrifice laning power.
You could have the Soraka go top, she annihilates Aatrox.
Oh, that's true as well,
in the 1v1. Completely neutralizes him, which is the thing that I was mentioning, but instead we have this bizarre desire to pick Kennen and have him end up going into the top lane. So, you know what, we had really good drafts to end the night last night. We're probably going to get good drafts in the second series here, but
yeah, that's true. We like to warm up here in the LCK. we start slow, but then we peak late.
Yes.
You know, that's how it works. As Doran's debut here in the LCK will be on the Kennen. Excited to see what he can do, as Pioshik has taken away the Rek'Sai from OnFleek. OnFleek going to be showing us his Olaf for the first time here in spring 2020. And Chovy's back on an old favorite as well. I mean, I remember there was times where Chovy did show us some pretty amazing stuff on the Victor when he was well and truly in the meta. Was one of the pioneers when Victor came back into the meta as well. Let's see whether he can do it in this game against Dove's Zoe. As we start off
Atlas,
in sepia
you know
mode.
This is your fault.
Is it?
Yeah, it's your fault.
Why is that?
Yesterday, Valdez here, no pause to start the game. You come, first thing, 9 seconds in, pause. What's going on here?
You know, I just want to spend more time with you.
Okay. Well,
Is that
you
wrong?
had to do is say so.
There you go. It's also it's a Sunkei day today as well on the Korean caster desk. So theoretically, it should mean that we should be breezing through everything.
Oh, is that how that works?
Yeah. He's the super speed mode man.
Okay. He's the speed runner?
Yep. Certainly did not happen this time around though, as Still checking in to see what has actually gone wrong. And we'll double check. Yeah, it looks like Leo's side might be some audio issues based on the adjustment of the microphone. But we'll see. Just make sure that everything is okay. You can't Elodios if you've got some issues going on, you know, because there's a lot to keep in your brain with how many different guns you've got and all that sort of stuff.
Gladios is a really great champion.
Maybe he's complaining because his E button doesn't work.
Ooh, that'd be really bad.
That would be a bit silly, wouldn't it?
That would be really, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't need that one.
Yeah, well.
See, Deft, he's not amused.
Deft is always...
And look at Kerry, he's so cute. Just like, guys, I want to play the game. And Deft is like, I'm about to fall asleep. Please, someone unpause this.
Well,
looks like we're almost ready to get back in. But we'll have to double check to see exactly what has happened. Bit of a smile on Doran's face. This is good.
Yeah.
In high spirits. He's a man that does take losses very hard. Hopefully the tutelage of CV Max over the break has helped level him up as far as the emotional turmoil is concerned. I think we all remember back to, you know, Doran coming back from a lost game with certainly very red eyes. So
yes.
Seeing whether he can hold himself together. Does have a split or two under his belt. Well, a split. Just one. During summer for Griffin, but hopefully here his debut for Dragon X is going to be what we want, because I want to let a cat out of the bag.
Yeah, what
LS?
What do you want to let me hear it.
I think that this Dragon X squad probably better with quad in it.
Not talking to you anymore.
No?
No, I'm kidding.
I just think the quad was really good.
On
Albeit
the
the Cassiopeia.
On the Cassiopeia, he was fine. He did have that one blunder that was very peculiar, where just whenever cameras pan to certain lanes and I see laners in extremely awkward spots, I just try to wonder, how did you arrive there?
Yeah. What choices have you made that have led you to this point?
Possibly led you to believe that was a good pocket to stand in. And
I don't know.
you know, I mean, but we'll have to see how Doran ends up doing. It's been a while since we saw him play, over a month.
Yeah.
So we'll see what things he has going on here. Comet, gonna be the rune of choice for Chovy on this Victor here.
Interesting. We've seen a lot of phase rush, things like that for the Victor, but
Also,
deciding to go with a little bit more damage in the laning phase.
Electrocute on the Aatrox so that he can combo better for kills onto the Kennen.
Yeah, I like it.
Not running the Conqueror.
That's an aggro man's choice.
That is an aggro, yeah, that really is.
I like it. Fits in with Sandbox's Sinner lifestyle that they certainly have going for themselves.
Yes.
They do like it. As more Pacific Rim options here as far as the Aatrox skin
Is that the
choices.
Pentakill Olaf?
Yeah, I think so.
That is? Okay.
I actually really like it. Or is it Project Olaf?
No? That looks
What is
human.
it?
I think that looks human. Let's take a look
That
at
can't be
some
the-
of
What?
the runes right here. Aatrox running CDR per level, as well as adaptive with magic resistance. Everything honestly pretty standard so far. Hopefully we get to see more runes from other players, as Sandbox is looking to invade. Doesn't look like Kennen is that interested in trying to poke or do anything, as he's waiting in the brush for Summit to come back. And obviously you have to anticipate that this is something that will end up happening. So Summit's going to start the lane missing a little bit of HP, not the end of the world.
Whoa, somehow that Q landed. That was very strange.
Doran missed a CS though, so I hope that we pan away. I'm not in...
Yeah, don't want to be looking at that one.
Yeah.
Pioshik now has the opportunity to go towards some vertical jungling if he would like to. Right now on his Wolf camp. But could just be on Fleek running... Oh no, he is going to go straight to his blue. So he's going vertically. See whether the Rek'Sai is able to actually scoot into the enemy jungle. It's going to mean that Deft and Carrier will need to take some control of this lane.
Oh yeah, that's very nice
level
RNG.
2. That's what the best Zoes do. They pick up a redemption at level 2. That's
now, Dove can just cheat a recall right now. He can shove in this wave, recall instantly, go back and get a Dark Seal, and then come back, and Victor 40% mana, missing HP, and then the lane would be coming into you. Because Olaf doesn't need you for anything right now. Olaf's just going to continue to clear his jungle. Aatrox doesn't need you for anything. Instead, no recall. Dove burning through his corrupting potions to stay in lane for no reason. Had he recalled, gotten the Dark Seal, gotten a control ward as well, he can come back to lane, have it on his side, lock Victor into the lane, or steal away Chovy's teleport.
Oh, flashes in from Doran. Not exactly what you want to be doing here, as Pyosik doesn't want to go underneath that turret. Flash down from Summit though, flash for flash on the top side. If Pyosik makes his way back in, there is a chance for that kill. Possibly wrapping around, but it looks like it is just going to be Rift Scuttle going over to this Rek'Sai. Good to see Pyosik being aggressive here in the early game. Not quite able to get that kill as bottom side of the map. Bit of biffo as OnFleek makes his way down. Lane not in a great spot for a gank.
As it stands right now, though, OnFleek is up 3 camps as he's about to consume the Golem camp. And so Rek'Sai will be the first one to get the recall off. Both Gromp and Wraiths coming up.
Yep, should be able to eat those up pretty comfortably, but was a 3-buff start here for OnFleek. Exactly what you want as the Olaf player. You're not controlling your camps, then you're not winning, really.
The really unfortunate thing right now is that the lane is pushing away from DragonX, and so Pyosik coming down for I don't know what reason, only to clear out a ward. There's no gank opportunity there, and so he's actually slowed down his own jungle clear to do that path, down to clear out the ward, and so now Olaf is going to be starting his clears around the same exact time. You can even see the pings go out on the map. Everyone knows where Pyosik is. There was no reason to show himself there whatsoever. And so now everyone on Sandbox, they're playing with map hacks. They know that the 2 pings went down onto Gromp and Wolves. They know when he's going to path into his Wraith camp. This Rek'Sai is not going to achieve anything. And now with Olaf pathing down on his clamp here, once Rek'Sai ends up at Golems, Olaf would have the ability to do Raptor camp into solo Dragon. But instead, OnFleek actually wants to come invade.
Yeah, looking for that turret. Gravity Field is good here. Dove gets Death Raid. He's got himself a Proto Bell. Now OnFleek is hunting for this Rek'Sai. Pyosik knows that he's in the area, especially now that he's lost that tunnel. And OnFleek now looking for it. Tunnel out. Pyosik wants to hold on to this camp, but OnFleek's just going to bully him out of the way. Ward here in this brush. Doran should be able to stop that recall. Does so. Now Summit's going to have to waste a little bit more time. Teleports up for both of these top laners.
OnFleek actually let some of the golems live. I think he mistakenly assumed that mini Krug, the medium Krug, was the other one that prevents the respawn.
Ah, yeah, maybe.
And so I think that's the only reason that he ended up letting it live. Otherwise, an Undertow would have cleared it out, gave out on some free XP and some small amounts of gold. Now, Pyosik is going to be the first one to get to the right-hand side Scuttle Crab. Gorilla not going to be able to reset to there in time.
Actually feels a little bit like we've had a tempo reset, allowing Pyosik to successfully get around this jungle a little better. Buffs soon to be respawning now as Doran thinking about heading back to base. Is going to do so. Decent advantage here for the cannon, but of course that's why you pick it in this matchup. Trying to abuse that range advantage, heading towards his Hextech Gunblade as item number 1, but not quite at the Bilgewater Cutlass. One thing that DragonX have been good at is covering the map with wards where they need them. You can see they move their vision towards the bottom side of the map, now thinking about playing around where that dragon is. So here at 7 minutes in, see whether that dragon is going to be a focus, because teleport's still available for the cannon. Slicing Maelstrom is up too. Can be a powerful tool if we are going to get into any of these skirmishes. OnFleek towards the bottom side, going to cause some issues, but vision just going to be cleared. DragonX with full information of what's going on.
Pyosik coming over now to leash the blue for Victor, who has upgraded his Hex core. As Zoe picked up a heal, so double heal actually on Zoe. Quite impressive.
Going to be pretty healthy here on Dove's side. We're fighting once again. Make It Rain coming down. Gorilla in a bit of trouble, and there's the bullet time. Carrier, he's getting it turned around on though, has to flash to get out of the way of this duo. Depth without any mana, on Fleek moving down. Just a little bit overly aggressive. It's heal traded for the flash of Carrier.
The thing about this is On Fleek is in close proximity, and so now Sandbox, they could just freeze bot wave. And that's what they're doing. You see the ping on the minions. Depth cancels his recall. He's like, no, this cannot happen. And now he's gonna move forward. It might cost him one of his summoners, or he's gonna waste even more time. It's amazing how this example of a freeze is commonly understood inside of laning phase, but apparently 10 minutes from now,
No, that doesn't exist.
All the logic that surrounds it just goes right out the window.
That's not what you want. Well, Shelly is gonna get taken here comfortably by Pyoshik. It was top side that they were actually considering as Chaos Storm. It's come into the mid lane, Chovy. I like it. This was the classic Doinby style, where you just throw down your ultimate as often as you possibly can for lane pressure. First Hex Core upgrade has come in so far for Chovy. And we'll be looking at that next one as soon as possible. Looks like he is going to be going for the Luden's Echo build path. Lost Chapter to be coming in next, from what I can glean. And we'll be just upgrading the Hex Score as often as you possibly can.
And all of this is looking really good right now, as we're having an extremely stable early game, first 10 minutes. And when this is happening, you really kind of don't feel that good if you are Sandbox. And mostly because the champions on the side of Dragon X, I would say, do outscale that of the ones on Sandbox. And a lot of that, in part, has to do with, well, you have an Olaf.
Yep.
And he's not going to do that much this time around. Doesn't have a Yuumi attached to him. And a Soraka juicing him up constantly. As Summit.
Doran's going to break the chains. But a good combo there from Summit, demonstrating the power of that electrocute quite well. See whether Doran can just stand back and auto some minions to utilize this Vampiric Scepter to help him out. I like the little balloons from this Zoe skin, by the way. I'm a big fan.
You like that?
Yeah, I like that.
Okay. A little bit of a carnival. Oh, baby, here we go.
Yeah, we got to dive. That's the flash. Sorry, no, it's
what?
Not. That's just a hook. Now we're going to throw in Shelly as well. Good knock up, and in goes Doran. The bullet time is going to rain down, and Pyoshik is also going to pick up one of these kills, but in comes Summit now. Doran has flashed already. Needs to try and get the hell out of here, and the turret is going to find him. It's now Dove standing on top of the Chaos Storm. So far, still a win here for Dragon X as they got all of those plates, as well as an extra kill. That could have been better here for Dragon X with a better disengage.
It still ends up being advantageous for them. One of the things that you do have to consider, though, is the top minion wave, I believe, was taken by Summit prior to the teleport, so that has to be factored in as well.
Yeah, they'll lose all of that.
Yep. So, we'll take a look at that one more time. I don't think Doran had to die there in the replay.
Okay, Bubble gonna land here onto Chovy. A bit of damage. But Death Ray does come back, and Chovy survives for the moment on about 300 health. Looking like he will just go back to base now.
He doesn't have teleport available, so this is a really unfortunate recall timing. Keria misses the hook, and this is what was so surprising is Sandbox knew about this. You can see Summit on the minimap teleporting in the middle of the lane, and then watch this follow-up here. Doran did already flash and then wait for it.
Yeah,
the turret.
It was the lightning rush.
Yeah, it was the lightning rush that aggroes. So actually, he can't. I don't think he can live there.
Yeah, I think it was actually really smart of Summit to make sure that he just kept his body on top of the little rat. These two had no options there.
Call him Cannon a rat.
Yeah, it's just a little ratty boy.
All right, no big deal.
Yeah,
that's fine. You know
There's
what?
nothing wrong with the rat, by the way.
Okay.
Rat's a nice animal.
All right.
Have you seen pet rats? They're adorable.
I've actually never personally seen a pet rat. I've seen mice.
Yeah, mice that's more common.
Yeah.
Pet rats are like even cuter.
Okay.
Yeah, big fan.
They do say beauty is subjective. So.
The eyes of the beholder, my friend. All right, Doran Got a couple of friends up here. It's a decent knock-up from the first part of the
I'm
queue.
gonna call these friends.
Yeah, well, we're going to go give him a big hug
Oh no!
and make his screen a bit grayscale.
I've seen this movie before.
Yeah, it's not one you want. But it's not looking like a dive is on the cards here. Doran's still pretty healthy. And a cute little knock-up that Summit probably didn't want to take a turret shot there. Pyoshik now going to take away a Raptor camp. And you can see, completely evened out the camps on this Rek'Sai. Both Rek'Sai and the Olaf pretty good at killing jungle camps. But so far, Pyoshik is about one ahead. Now considering this Mountain Drake.
And the Mountain Dragon's actually really big again because not a lot of champions on the side of Sandbox end up building that much pen. I think it's a little late for On Fleek to start into the Black Cleaver. Obviously, Summit going to be building Black Cleaver. It's had a nice little tweet segment talking about Trinity Force versus Black Cleaver.
Yeah.
On Twitter.
And you're a fan of Trinity Force Aatrox as well? Is
I'm
that something you were talking about last
I
night?
am a fan of Trinity Force Aatrox. Talking about that on broadcast with Valdez.
Not a very common one.
Not common at all.
No.
And that's fine.
Deft getting angry at this dragon. He really wants to kill it. There are a few members of Sandbox in the area. Pyoshik going to come back down, and thanks for the leash from Deft. On Fleek, possibly looking for a fight here as the gravity field does come in. On Fleek can, of course, Ragnarok, but the dragon is going to be taken, make it rain just to get them out of the way. Into Narnia goes the ultimate from Gorilla, but still opportunities now. Moonlight Vigil coming down, good exhaust onto Chovy. That Chaos Storm not doing nearly as much damage, but now Gorilla's going to be taken. Carrier goes golden. Sandbox can't find anything off the back end of that team fight. Oh, unless Dove can get in, but no, he can't. Dragon X make it out. I believe that was a stop. No, it wasn't. It's just Doran and Summit fighting one another.
1,500 gold lead right now for Dragon X here, as Summit is being basically grappled with in top lane. He's not able to do the things that one would expect him to, and this is what Doran was actually really good at last summer, and it's why a lot of people, especially CV Max, basically touted him as being better than Sword. He was able to actually contend with the Elite Four, go up against them, and go even in a lot of cases.
And also his playstyle is definitely more about winning the lane and playing aggressively, whereas Sword was about facilitating and getting to those cerebral team fights that Griffin were known for. That isn't Doran's playstyle. Doran is more like a Summit player who does want to go aggressive in that lane and try and win out in split pushes and in side lanes and really play those carries. Still yet to see too much here, but that first gank on bottom side did certainly work.
Victor's walk animation, there's something about it. I don't like it.
You don't?
No.
You don't like the old man walk? It's a bit like a Swain walk.
Yeah, it really, I don't know, it just bothers me.
Right. Well, we'll try and keep him off screen as much as possible.
All right, thank you, Atlas. Honestly.
I'll try.
All right.
Hasn't even picked a skin here on Jovi's side.
I like the Bumblebee Victor.
Yeah?
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
like
I know
the
that
Pharaoh, look at the yellowy.
That one's a bit of a savant skin.
It
I'm a fan
definitely
of
is.
that one.
You are? Okay, you struck me as a bit of a savant.
Yeah, because that was one of the OG skins. I think it was the cheaper one that came out originally.
Yes.
And that's the one that I used too. Not Creative Victor. Everyone uses Creative Victor.
Yeah, that one just, it looks like a really not well-fed dark side or something. As we're taking a look at this replay, Chovy manages to get behind Kyria Pyoshik with the knockup. Kyria ends up going golden, and then Dev and no one else can really follow up and find the damage. Not worth losing their life over.
It's pretty nice seeing Chovy back in the mid lane, I tell you that much. I think he played that last skirmish about as well as you possibly can to avoid death. Sidestepping the Glacial Fissure was certainly up there, as Carrier now finds himself a couple of friends. Undertow lands, Depth Charge comes out, but Carrier is going to survive. Flash now on cooldown. Deft is making it rain just quietly. Deft is sitting on 2-0-1 now and has himself a decent CS advantage and is the only player in the game with a bounty. Just one of those Deft things that happens. Just feels like he gets himself further and further ahead. If you leave him alone, he will just win the game. So Sandbox haven't done their due diligence to get rid of what can be a hard carry for this Dragon X squad. Good sidestep there from Doran, and does break the chains as well. Gives Summit a stun for his time. But lane swap is now in effect, and this top outer turret is where Dragon X are putting their time. Oh, good bubble lands there. Dove trying to come on in. Chovy lands the Chaos Storm, but is still going to fall. That's what happens. This is mid-game. This is Zoe time. And already, Dove demonstrating what you can do at this point. And Shirley is going to come out and see whether she can get some work done here in the mid lane. And Kerry is going for an engage. Def does turn up. Bullet time now available. Shirley is going to be taken down. It doesn't get rid of that turret, but does leave it on its last legs.
Summit down here now in bot lane, trying to just raise this last turret. As he's going to take a trade onto Doron. Takes the turret shot, World Ender.
Okay, he's going aggressive. Slicing Maelstrom does come in. No more minions are in here. The flash has to be used to Summit. Goes for it once again, but now no dashes, no flashes, and no kills under that turret either. And Doran holds onto his flash in amongst all of it.
Summit messing up a little bit mechanically. Not something you'd expect out of him. He actually had the Pansy Feet to be at the very edge of that Maelstrom, but eventually went back in, having to blow his flash. Doran able to retain his. Definitely a very big victory for Dragon X, especially with the Infernal Dragon coming up in just 5 seconds. You can see Doran's going to be the first one to get the reset off, and now is Summit going to want to actually expend his teleport here. Not that it's really the end of the world. I mean, this is the only major neutral that is up and is going to be up for the foreseeable future. As
this is actually very scary because both Sandbox and Dragon X have pretty fantastic poke coming out of things like the Zoe, the Victor, the Misfortune, even the Cannon in the laning phase at least, or at least if he's in a side lane trying to go up against Summit. So Infernal Soul is going to be fought over by both of these teams a lot. This is very important. First one going to go over to Dragon X. They get their first 5%. Doesn't mean too much. So we have a look at this once
even
again.
Worse,
Sorry,
Atlas.
4, yeah.
like Jin,
Yeah.
you know.
Not the kind of 4 that Jin would really want, though. Let's be honest, as Ragnarok was popped, and that was a very dead Chovy.
And we're back in, you know, a little bit of a lull state currently, as we're gonna have ping pong.
And
Another redemption picked up. Dove is honestly just
he's the best Zoe. That's how you determine
is that it?
the best Zoe. Yeah.
okay.
As Deft has been, he's been looting pantries. He's got a whole bunch of plates. Put him in his back pocket. Got a couple of kills here as well. As Doran's going to once again find Summit. Blast.
Oh,
interrupted.
tell him to sit down.
And there's the World Ender, but this time the Slicing Maelstrom's in a good position. Great healing coming through from the Aatrox, but that is going to be one of the Qs dodged. Second one dodged, third one dodged, and the stun should be coming through soon. Infernal Chains were in a great position. Forced the flash out there from Doran, but otherwise played excellently from the Cannon.
You can see Summit wanting to get really aggressive, and Dove here even able to go tit-for-tat against Chovy's Victor, bringing him to very low HP value. Now, here's the big question mark. Oblivion Orb picked up on Doran second, despite the enemy team already has magic resistance, and they're incentivized to build more due to the Victor that is already on the team, as well as the Cannon. So even if it ends up going into Morellonomicon, there's even less healing than Aatrox normally has, as Conqueror is missing.
Now, I don't think Morellonomicon is the right choice here. I don't mind Oblivion Orb, just alongside the Sorcerer's Shoes. Because,
gives you the 33 pen.
Because Doran, his job is getting into a backline and murdering Leo. And he can do it pretty consistently, because there's not a lot of hard CC that can interrupt something like the Slicing Maelstrom. You need to be able to displace the Cannon to get him away from Leo, and I think that, honestly, Slicing Maelstrom would just kill him. Kill Leo in almost one rotation.
If he can get onto Aphelios through everyone else, that'll be really good. So, because Aphelios, yes, you're absolutely right. He is going to be the least likely to have the magic resistance, as he just completed a second core item. We'll see what he ends up going into as his third item. But in every other situation, you'll have wanted the Void Staff to work through everyone else. Or even Leandri's.
Or Azanya's. I think
Azanya's,
Doran probably wants to build that as quickly as he can, or at least get himself a stopwatch. Doesn't have it just yet. We'll see whether the Kennon's going to go back and prove us wrong or right about his build path. But, it's his first game here in the LCK, and he wants to make us proud. So I believe in you, Doran. You can do it. Puts down his control ward. He's going to go back to base. And Deft possibly jumped on him. Moonlight Vigil does come down. Bullet time. Flash immediately out. Deft is going to survive, but now doesn't have ult or his biggest cooldown.
Now, at this point, Dragon X, they're still only ahead about 1,500 after they pick up some of these side lanes. And take over.
Are you all right? What happened?
Did you see the cannon?
Yeah, he got out of the way. Oh, the cannon. Yeah, no, I did see that, but I've trained myself to ignore getting tilted by cannons. We've been let down too much.
Well, we got about a minute until the Infernal comes up, so no action until then. Are there any new movies coming out, Atlas?
Nothing that I've really been
It's really been very bland.
It's been quite dry.
It sucks for like the last 8 months or something, right? Since Joker.
Yep.
Actually, Joker was the last good one, and then before that, there wasn't really anything.
Yep.
You know,
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was another fantastic one. That was a little bit earlier than that.
The Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah, we don't talk about that.
That I actually left the theater upset.
Yeah.
I really thought they were going to go in an entirely different direction, and they didn't.
And they kept our hopes up for
Yes.
a really long time as well. That's a blasting wand, and I'm disappointed in Doran as carrier.
Oh!
A bit disappointed in him as well, but does have the aftershock, and the Gargoyle Stone Plate keeps him alive for a very long time. The flash to get out of the way was trying to bait on Fleek. It looks like he's going to survive. Bubble onto Pyosik means that he can't continue any follow-up. As Summit stays towards the top side, Doran is just clearing things out in the mid. Drake up again in 7 seconds time, and that's where Dragon X want to be. Want to try and contest for that potential Dragon Soul coming in next after this one does come down. Sandbox are in position. Cannon, no flash available, but Slicing Maelstrom is there. We're looking for a bubble. Dove doesn't find it. Teleport to come in. Doran in an awkward position right now as he shoots Summit with his sword. Drake now, it's going to be a 50-50. Locked down by the Rek'Sai, and there's the bullet time as well. Deft gets the full channel off, and Gorilla has to get the hell out of there, but in comes Summit. Finds the better position, and Chovy's going to go down. Carrier falls at the same time as now Deft in so much trouble. Pyosik does lock down the Aatrox, but the damage has been done. Leo able to survive on the edge of the Slicing Maelstrom, and Pyosik wonders where the heck all of his buddies just went.
So that was one of the most opportunistic team fights that Sandbox could have just hoped for, honestly. As
Pyosik?
Yeah, he might flash. Oh, he finds the tunnel.
He does. Gets through that wall. That was very cheeky, but the Baron is now getting taken here. No vision available, but also no people available.
Yeah.
So this should just be taken. 26 minutes into the game, Sandbox found their opening, and that wasn't just a little bit of a punch. That was a knockout. As Carrier comes on over, and he's going to see the inevitable. Thought about it, and I think that was an early smite coming through from Onfleek as well, but you're not going to be able to do anything with just a depth charge and no flash or a blast cone.
We'll take a look.
Have a look at it again.
At this, as Dragon X clearly wants to get the Infernal Dragon. They end up getting it, but then Nautilus ends up getting locked up. Aphelios doing massive damage. Kennen can't enter the fray, and Summit on Aatrox just destroying everyone as the cooldowns were expended on Dragon X. And this is what I meant by opportunistic, is Kennen isn't able to get in there, and then everyone else is so disjointed.
Yeah, and also Kennen without flash is way less dangerous than any other kind of Kennen. So Doran does have it available now and does finish the Forbidden Book as well. It's not what you want to see. Still, not all over for Dragon X, only a 2,000 gold advantage, but with this Baron buff, Sandbox are very, very scary. They have massive range from their AD carry, and they have a Zoe, the siege monster herself. Now Doran trying to defend against Sandbox's split-pushing Aatrox. Pyosik coming on down here. They do get the knock-up. Slicing Maelstrom comes in as well, but that's a very golden Aatrox, keeping himself alive for quite some time. Worldender will get a lot of healing, and he's utilizing it so well. Now in comes Onfleek, and Summit will survive for the moment. No one on Dragon X is going to fall, and they do keep the turret alive.
So, Summit gonna be able to, yeah, Summit gonna be able to live there. They have a minute and a half to still stave off. And if they can do it, they'll get one more chance to get to that Infernal Soul. And that's the real danger right now for Sandbox, is that Dragon X is threatening that Infernal Soul.
Deft has Flash, Doran has Flash. As long as Dragon X can hold on to those 2 cooldowns before the next Dragon fight, there is certainly a chance for Dragon X to find their dream team fight. But it is a tall order because Sandbox are not going to give up the pressure to the team that is known to play fast and loose League of Legends. As Leo, this combo, Crescendum and Calibrum together is just really nutty with these chakrams going everywhere from gigantic range. I think that one is quite rude, that combination. Now we've got defense on multiple fronts, but this inner turret is easily going to be taken, and that gold lead continues to stretch. Getting closer and closer to 6,000, and we're basically cresting it right now. Minion wave going to be dealt with. Drake in 1 minute and 10 seconds time. This will be the team fight that decides the game.
Rabadon's death cap, not sure actually how far away Zoe is from it. She did just come off a fountain. Also has the ability to sell the corrupting potion for a couple hundred. So when you factor in Zoe's gold per minute, just have to wonder how close she is. It would be really big if there was somehow a way for her to have this before the Infernal Drake. And if there isn't, it's really important that she just purchase a Sorc Elixir to get as much AP as possible, but it doesn't look like Dove is actually interested in going back, so maybe we see a ping off on that wave. That could be Dove saying, I just need this for death cap.
Doesn't have teleports or anything like that, so we'll have to try and get back as quickly as possible as Doran. Oh, if that Infernal Chain had have gone off, that would have meant Flash, and that would have meant the next team fight.
3 items for both AD carries, double stopwatch on the side for both of these teams.
Ooh, Bubble is going to land here. Good tunnel, gets Pyosik out of the way as Carrier trying to buy some space. Has the Gargoyle Stone Plate. Now they're looking for a team fight.
Summit's dead.
In so much trouble, down to his GA. Will be respawning, but in goes Doran now. He finds Gorilla, he finds Summit, but otherwise, he doesn't find anything. He needs to be on Leo, but he was nowhere in sight. And the Aphelios is going to get the revenge onto him as Carrier. Not sure what that was as Pyosik tunnels in, tunnels out, and Dragon X feels like they've lost the team fight before it's even started.
Yeah, there was absolutely no reason for Doran to do that. And he just threw away the Infernal Dragon by rushing way too hard. And so now it doesn't mean that Dragon X is going to lose this by any means. This starts off with a bubble landing onto Pyosik. He ends up getting out of it, going back through his tunnel really quickly. Summit gets brought down, and then watch Doran. He just... Leroy Jenkins right into the front line. And you can understand what he's trying to achieve, but it's very, very needless to do it in such an aggressive manner, especially from the angle that all of his teammates would have to approach from.
And they're also fighting in the perfect place for a Zoe as well. I mean, Dove had an absolute field day because there was no way that he was missing any of his bubbles. He had so many walls to throw them through. It's just, you got to play around your composition, and Dragon X straight up did not do that in the last fight. Still, like you say, it's not over. It's not like they're fighting for who gets the Dragon Soul. It's only Dragon X that can get it from the next Drake as well. But as this game goes on, it feels like Sandbox will be able to strangle Dragon X out of more resources. And she'll be able to make it more and more difficult for this squad. And we're still at a time of the game where Zoe is extraordinarily strong. On-fleek remains relevant. And Leo's going to get stronger and stronger already with an item advantage over Deft. Even has that CS lead as well, just with how anemic Dragon X have been. The map has certainly closed in on them over the last few minutes. Didn't even have to use the stopwatch on Leo's side. Stopwatch going to be very, very important. And Doran really wants to build towards his Zhonya so that he can at least go into stasis for the next team fight as well. QSS is done for Deft though, so that could be great news for Dragon X fans in the next team fight. Not all over yet, but the Baron has been started. Leo's got the crescendo. He does so much damage for this. There is no way Piochik is even getting in here. Gorilla makes sure of that with a Glacial Fissure. And that is an uncontested Baron just with how much map control Sandbox had for themselves.
Doran didn't even have anywhere that he could try to flank teleport to, even if DragonX wanted to try to take a team fight. And so it just looks like a slow and steady death. And I want to point out that even though Victor isn't a problem necessarily inside of this game, we're also seeing why he hasn't been picked for a very long time. He has Ludens, he has Hexcore, he's had them for a very long time.
Yeah.
Victor is really, really expensive for what he offers, and it takes him an extremely long time to get online for what he offers. And so, even in this game, he's sitting on the Blasting Wand, he's sitting on the Amp Tome.
Void stuff
it
when
should
he
be
gets back.
Void Stat. There it is.
Yeah.
Chovy is a bit of a savant.
Yeah.
So.
At least he's got the right build, but it's also the wrong champ. So, a little bit rough. However, good to see it. And we have Zhonya's completed here for Doran as well. Some item completions coming in now for DragonX, but we're going to have even more on the side of Sandbox. That death cap that we were talking about is done for 3 items on Dove. We've got just luxury items to complete now for Leo. He's basically sorted. Now Deft with a big overshield. Trying to defend this inhibitor turret. Make It Rain is going to guarantee that siege minion, but there will be more waves coming forward. We have multiple fronts that Sandbox is pushing in on.
And so if DragonX would be able to, again, survive through this push, through this siege, and make it to the Infernal Dragon, they would still have a Hail Mary left inside of this game. They're definitely going to lose the bottom inhibitor. That's at the very least. Next wave, almost there in mid. Doran might just panic and pull the trigger soon. Never mind, he's going to Lightning Rush away.
Yeah, and losing 2 inhibitors, that's not as easy to deal with as Deft is going to get pulled back, does have flash available, uses the QSS and just dies. Cannot even press his D button whatsoever in that team fight. Piochik has to tunnel his way out. The Nautilus just dead as Doran doesn't even go golden in the fight. DragonX looks like they've collapsed as their Nexus turrets are doing the same. Sandbox continue on their tear in the LCK during game 1 against DragonX. They'll need to do it again, but damn is momentum on their side as it's only an Nexus between them and continuing their undefeated streak. Okay, that's a Void Rush. That's Leo just shooting the Rek'Sai in the head. Chovy's going to follow suit. He'll go down. The ace comes in just before the Nexus falls, and Sandbox pick up the win.
They end up picking up the win, and it all started with that one team fight where Doran just couldn't enter in. Everyone ended up getting killed.
Yep.
And so it was a really big opportunity that Sandbox capitalized on, and then it happened yet again. So if there were a way to give the MVP to someone on the enemy team, it would.
I don't even know which member of the enemy team you'd give it to be perfectly honest.
Doran. I would. But nonetheless, I'm gonna. I actually think it's Summit for MVP, even though Dove had so many bubbles. He got a lot of key pickoffs and he dealt enormous amounts of damage, but a lot of the major turning points around neutral objectives that pole vaulted them back into the game was on the back of his Aatrox.
Yeah, and also being able to start fights and win out in that flanking war is why they were able to win that one team fight that honestly won Sandbox the game. So I can understand that. I gave my vote over to Dove just because he played such consistent mid-game Zoe, which is exactly what you need from that champion. He was landing the bubbles where he needed to. Keria seemed like a bubble magnet. No one could escape from this guy Zoe, and a Zoe that's played that well makes you remember just how busted the champion really is.
Seeing a replay here at the very end. Def QSS's but didn't flash.
Yeah.
And so a little bit unexpected of someone of Def's caliber to see that kind of mistake. Doran using his Slicing Maelstrom after the Zhonya's. And honestly, just had a very off game. So this brings me to the question, do we see Quad come into the mid lane, Chovy subbed out, Doran subbed out, and Trainer Red make his way up to the top?
Well, Chovy versus Summit could certainly be a fun one, as Piochik just trying to D-pad that KDA wants to get as many deaths in that column as possible as we have a look at the pro view from Summit.
끌려온다.
Max
Notice.
range, and he was as surprised as we were.
잡았다.
Notice the mouse proximity. That's one of the things that you can look for when Summit is doing everything that he's doing. You want to try to click as close to your champion as possible to have more control over the champion's avatar, make him turn, make the avatar be where you want it to.
And I love this. This is the perfect example of a Zoe composition. It hits 25 minutes into the game, and then you just win.
Zoe bubbles are pretty nice.
Yeah, especially around that time where you're able to catch people walking around through the jungle, things like that. It's a composition that needed to win around then as well before the Olaf became irrelevant. That being said, they're staring down this Rek'Sai composition, and Rek'Sai does a similar thing to Olaf. Doesn't necessarily dominate or anything like that. So we are going to be going to a short break. When we get back, game number 2 between Sandbox and DragonX. See whether DragonX can pull up their bootstraps and bring us to a game number 3. We'll find out after the break.
템플 30초 남았어. 오케이. 탑을 하면 돌래? 끌려온다. 잠깐만. 끌려온대. 템플 볼게. 톡방 막 잡았다. 구원. 쟤는 보고 있다. 나이스. 안 좋아. 빅토르 볼래? 야, 나 죽었냐? 죽었어. 아, 나 외탱이야. 얘들아, 탱. 걸려줘. 끝내줘, 제발. 끝내자. 빅토르만 안 빅토르 된다. 레이저 빠졌다. 넥타이 맞아. 여기로 와. 빅토르. 아야, 나이스. 나 타투. 얘들아, 좋다. 나이스, 좋았다.
레전드 오브 룬테라의 세계에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 이것은 실력 지상주의 매지컬 세계. 자, 이제 그럼 한판 붙어볼까? 레전드 오브 룬테라.
안녕하세요.
Welcome to 2020 LCK Spring Split Analyst Desk.
하겠습니다. 반갑습니다.
We are back after Sandbox take on DRX.
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
And today our analysts are Vittori and Lyra. First matchup today, Sandbox and DRX. So let's talk about the draft first. Sandbox, they go with their typical style, strong mid and bot lane and very consistent top lane. But DRX, well, they tried something new. They wanted to give Pyosik an easier task, making him to go for aggressive plays in level 1 and 2. So in the team fight, in the late game, MF Victor Kennen, their AoE damage for Sandbox, well, it was not easy for them to engage in a range. So it was really hard for them to pull off a great performance in the late game team fight. However, Sandbox managed to execute better team fights. Especially that flank from Aatrox is the point where DRX started to fall down. But last time, DRX, Keria and Pyosik got the POG playing their comfort picks. Do you see any difference? Well, seeing Pyosik on Rek'Sai, we are expecting the game to go around Pyosik. However, they went to Victor Kennen with a bit of a defensive pick. So maybe they weren't giving too much mission on Pyosik this time around. So we had a lot of important team fight near the dragon. We want to focus on affiliates right here. So in order to prepare the team fight, he burned all the machines, Crescentum and Calibrium, to change or switch into Infernum and Granatum. However, he queued to clear out the minion wave. So in the later team fight, his Q skill for the Gravitum was on cool, so he failed to engage right after they had to engage. At this point, when Chovy dodged the ult from Braum, Lyra was actually surprised by his reaction. However, Aphelios was able to root him. However, his skill was on a cooldown, so DRX was on a lucky point. So using skill before team fight is also very critical. However, there is this team fight where Sandbox had a turn of event. We want to focus on the top laners over here. Kennen, his flash was about to come up, however Aatrox successfully zoned Kennen away. So Doran had to go around the jungle environment, so the rest of the DRX players were actually already got collapsed on the Sandbox players. Kennen has to be one step earlier than Aatrox, however, Summit was the one being a little bit earlier than the enemy top laner. So the POG of this game is Summit on Aatrox. Summit really did dominated every team fight this game. With the cool pose, proving that he is the player of this game. So during the laning phase, he didn't really outclass the opponent. However, in every highlights, in every important moment, he was always earlier than the enemy top laner, always better in team fight, contributing a lot. Well, as an opponent, it's really hard to face Summit because you have to make a better choice whether to group up for a team fight or whether you focus on the side lanes. 11 people voted for Summit for this game. One out of the English cast vote was going to Dove.
자, 샌드박스와 DRX가 다음 경기 어떻게
Let's
펼칠지
move on to game number
만나보시죠.
2, Sandbach versus DRX.
Welcome back, guys. I was the one lonely dove vote. And I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. All right. Into game number 2. Congratulations to Summit. He did play very well, but still thought that Dove was
do you hear
pretty
production?
strong. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Our producer just giggling along. At the same time, Doran going to be staying in, not going to be getting any subs there. Quad not going to be making his way onto this roster. They're sticking with their top laner of choice. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to mute production because they're still giggling, and it's not helping me out. Into ban and pick for game number 2. We'll see what Dragon X are going to do on the blue side. I think Aphelios is going to be a pick to watch out for. We'll see whether the priority on the Rek'Sai is going to continue. I also think that the Nautilus priority that they had in game number 1 was odd. I don't think you necessarily need to prioritize that one so highly. So something like an Ornn could have come through instead, possibly even put into the bottom lane.
Yeah, and so we'll see what changes up this time around, as Olaf has been banned away.
Yep, Akali, the necessary ban to come in here. As we see almost all the time. See what else they're going to take away on Sandbox's side. And Set is going to leave the Rift. Final ban for Dragon X. No more Olafs. Looks like it's entirely an on-fleek ban phase. They could just ban Rek'Sai here. Theoretically. 1 second to go. Renekton off the board. Wonder what this means for what Doran's going to be prioritizing towards the top side.
Well, Renekton getting banned away and Set having already been removed. Now, again, I'm really curious why Dragon X didn't try to go with the Soraka last game.
Yeah.
Because neutralizing and just being supportive is probably all that Doran needs to do, but as you mentioned last game, it's not what he has tended to want to do, though, stylistically, as a player.
Aphelios is probably going to be locked in here from Dragon X. We know that Deft is very, very good on that. What the heck? Why?
I'm about to walk out. You know,
Yikes. That's,
I think Summit is even confused as to what is going on. But maybe they want to see if Sandbox will walk into some sort of a I have no idea, actually.
I don't know.
You know what's so perplexing to me is that somehow in the pick ban discussion, we have concluded that champions like Elise and Lucian are somehow more problematic than champions like Aphelios and Misfortune, and I just can't.
I find it
I
very
actually just
confusing.
really can't. So
this is pretty powerful for Sandbox, basically getting the 2 next highest priority champions for their particular team. Rek'Sai just seems like she's on a different level when piloted by OnFleek. The Lee Sin to be locked in here by Pyoshik. It was banned in game number 1. Somehow we've got Doran playing.
Wait, maybe it was first pick Rek'Sai.
Then what did OnFleek just pick?
I don't know. We're getting some panels. Okay,
no, it was Nautilus.
It was Nautilus.
It's just that production was as confused as we are about that pickup.
As Misfortune ends up getting picked up along with the Lee Sin, and honestly, I think this B1 through
Zoe.
B3 is really, really weak out of Dragon X.
Yeah.
I really, really hate it. I think it's so vulnerable. You have 2 champions that are very one-dimensional in their style and their approach. Zoe coming in here. Maybe we see a Syndra ban this time around. I was honestly very surprised to see Chovy pick up the victor last time, and this is mostly because Chovy hasn't liked champions of that archetype in the past. He's actually said that in interviews.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting to see him pull out the Victor into the Zoe when other champions do exist. We'll see, maybe, if he pulls something out like Cassiopeia this time around and just tries to be a little bit more aggressive. I can imagine he would want more control over the game than having such a long ramp time.
I wouldn't mind it. Or the Ryze. I think Ryze would be another choice that Chovy could make here, although not exactly the greatest of matchups into the Zoe. Syndra is, like you say, going to be taken off the board, and if Braum isn't banned here, it will be picked by a Sandbox, as Aurelia is what's taken off the board.
Ah, man.
Just
We're
waiting
gonna, you ready for the Braum or Tom?
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's happening.
The Braum Tom.
Yeah.
That's what, that's it. Braum Totalus. Braum Tomalus. Braum Tomalus. There you go.
Well, I mean, Aatrox is another option if Sandbox just want to prioritize it.
No, you know what this means.
What does this mean?
Counterpick support. So,
here we go. But they could already basically counterpick support, unless we were sending Nautilus to the mid lane.
What I mean is they can wait. I'm whispering right now because, you know, I don't want to get too excited.
Yeah,
I don't want to get anyone too excited yet.
Looks like we are going to have a solo lane Nautilus somewhere.
Why
Maybe.
Kennen, man?
Well,
Stop!
We're still locking in the Kenny. That's a Heimerdinger.
Heimer actually counters Zoe really hard. Really, really hard. You place the turret if she bubbles you, and then the turret absorbs everything. And outside of that, when Zoe uses her R, she's locked into animation, so Heimer gets a free stun. So it is going to be... What a bizarre approach.
It's like they were playing the mind games, but they weren't
Just
even very
pick
good
Morgana.
mind games.
Just,
you know?
just lock in Morgana. Please, Gorilla. Just say Morgana is the pick here. The Black Shield against so many of Dragon X's champions is just so good. He's hovering Alistar. Just Unwell Life and Afrika can't come quick enough. I'll tell you that much.
Well, Sandbox might be making this one a quicker game. It feels like their draft is exactly what they wanted. DRX did nothing to stop them from moving towards exactly the compositions that they've been winning on consistently in this first week. Possibly their final game. Remember, if Sandbox win this, Afrika can only tie for first place against Sandbox right now. It'll be a very dominant start to the season for this team, and Dragon X is by no means a squad that can be easily overlooked. So after their win against APK Prince, we were wondering whether they could do it against tougher composition. And after Game 1 and the draft of Game 2, it's feeling like a massive uphill battle for this Dragon X squad. A possibility that they can do it, but the composition just feels exactly the same, but with a Nautilus in the mid lane instead of a Victor.
The Nautilus is going to allow Chovy even less control in terms of his ability to influence things on his own accord. So this to me feels like they're putting a lot of the eggs in the Def basket, and they're going to try to do things through that way. Now, obviously Nautilus, he has the wave players, very durable, able to resist the Zoe, and he can do things. He can transition into the mid stage of the game and be a nuisance. And with the Thresh and the Nautilus, they do have a lot of obnoxious CC and lockdown, but just not the kind of approach I would expect out of Dragon X, and honestly, it leaves me very surprised, but we'll see what they do with it.
Yeah. Still, here we are, onto the Rift for game number 2. Chovy with his Aftershock Nautilus. Definitely how you play as far as mid lane Naut is concerned. Basically every Nautilus is going to be taking that one. Corrupting Potion. We'll see whether he goes towards the Dash Cannon as first item. As now Gorilla is going to spot every member of Dragon X moving on
really
forward.
nice split skin, by the way.
Yeah, super cool. I haven't actually seen that one before.
Yeah, I've never seen that. And if you're a Blitzcrank player yourself, you're listening to this, make sure to pick that one up in the shop.
Yep, you can head over there. You can buy it with Riot points.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And another really cool thing to do, is that the Prestige Misfortune?
Oh, that is. I think Deft may have upgraded his skin choice. Unless he was using that in the last game. I don't quite remember.
I do believe that is the Prestige MF. That's how you let everyone know. Okay, that you mean business.
Yep, and Deft is a player that likes to tell people that he means business. Gathering Storm to demonstrate that he still means business.
Everything is pretty standard. across the board. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Still the Electrocute up there on the Aatrox.
Did Dove take the Spellbook last time as well? I don't think so.
Well, the Spellbook is pretty standard in lanes where you can't outright win or do anything.
Okay.
It'll help you scale into later stages, but also having something like the Electrocute against tanks or something is not going to be the most ideal. Having more utility available to you, because like we said, there's a lot of CC and lockdown on the side of Dragon X, and so all that you would need to do is be able to provide more utility through having more access to summoner spells like Ghost or Cleanse or anything of that nature in the later stages of the game is going to be really big. We shall see.
Let's see whether Kyoshi can get more done in this early game. It's not going to be that invade start and 3-buff that On Fleek demonstrated in game number 1. Might be that Kyoshik has a better time this time around, going for a full clear top side into most likely full clear bottom side as well. So not going to be ganking anyone too soon. See whether the junglers meet around this bottom side Scuttle Crab. Well, just watching some laning happen here on the bottom side. It's a good double up there from Depth, but landing onto a tank, not exactly what you want. As Chovy bearing the brunt of what is an annoying lane for anyone, but especially if you are helplessly melee.
So far, everything, though, is pretty standard. Kennen has the opportunity to just recall here, and doesn't. Just places a call, or just places a ward down instead of recalling.
Wants to try and pressure Summit off some of these waves, potentially, as On Fleek possibly going to get scouted here, but not going to. Tremor Sense, in fact, giving away the position of the Lee Sin. As you can see, Carrier just sweeping out some wards here towards the bottom side. As Pyoshik's going to be, okay.
Proto Belt.
Yeah, taking a bit of damage here. Proto Belt was picked up from the minion wave.
And you can see that Chovy, he wants to recall. So if Dove would just shove this with Proto Belt and get the leg up on it, relative to the incoming minion wave that you just see just left the Nexus, that would be really good, but now he's low on the trigger, and yet again, we saw this from Dove in game number 1. He's channeling recall, but obviously that isn't real. He's waiting for the... That can't be real.
Yeah, no, it's not real.
Okay.
Not real. Doran, he knows that On Fleek is in the area, but he has Lightning Rush. He will be safe. See how this lane is going to go. Getting a do-over on the Kennen might show us exactly why this was prioritized so high. Of course, recently in the LCS, I believe you watched this. Huni playing some Kennen, bringing it back.
Yep, I did see that game.
Yep. Enjoyed it? Liked it? It was a fun one for you?
No. You know what I really did enjoy it was the CLG game, actually.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh.
Not because I'm affiliated with them, but I got to see Soraka.
Yeah,
so
that's why we're Hummer Live fans over here as well.
CLG didn't actually win that game, Soraka did.
Yeah.
But that's that's really cool.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure to see her. And also, she's not nerfed in 10-3, which means another 2 weeks.
Just gonna see more and more Soraka.
I am extremely excited for that.
We'll see just how gutted she gets after that as well. That double up, not what you want.
What I'm really dreading, yeah, is seeing what is actually going to end up happening to her.
See how much she's going to get put in the bin. Maybe she'll get like her W buff by like a lot, and the rest of her kit just destroyed, so we just push her into the bottom lane even further.
Well, what's currently on the PBE is her Q damage to minions is reduced by a great deal.
Okay.
But that isn't what is making her obnoxious or strong. So we'll have to see what else Riot ends up coming up with. There's also some other changes that I saw people tweet at me that were really interesting to some champions. So I'm actually really looking forward to 10-4 as much as this gank.
Ooh, yeah, nice flash out from Dove, but still successful gank from Kyoshik. Chovy staying up in CS. This is Chovy's superpower, is always being able to stay competitive in CS in melee versus range matchups. Just always seems to be able to do it. Showmaker, another example of a player that does do that, just somehow. That's a flash dredge line miss, and On Fleek just tunnels out of the way. That's called a whoopsie. But the bubble is not going to be successful. Dove picks up a flash. Good stun there from the passive from Chovy, but otherwise we're just going to be slinking away, tail between our legs. It's not how you want to utilize your flash in the mid lane there, Chovy.
Now Cannon's going to end up recalling.
Conflict's been pretty quiet so far this game, currently ahead by about a camp.
This was the same exact way that game number 1 played out. Doran going to take a very big trade.
Yeah, Summit looking for it, and
On Fleet got him.
Oh
no!
No, gonna miss the Prey Seeker. Doesn't have level 6. Flash has to be used to get Doran out of the way.
The Prey Seeker was so greedy and needless. He can easily just get on in there with Flash and Tunnel.
Yeah.
Uses the Burrow, gets right in, Flash knock up with Chilling Smite. Prey Seeker wouldn't be necessary.
But this way they get a flash without having to expend on Fleek's flash, which could be a positive here, as Paddlestar is not going to find the sweet spot onto Chovy. And he's going to be A-OK.
Summit can just recall right now, although there is a Scuttle Crab up. Maybe he's going to go over and pick that up himself, as Onfleek is going to just get his red buff and then I assume his Raptor Camp. So a very slow game going on.
Yeah. Oh, there's a hook from Gorilla. As we're just going to chase after them. Carrier was expecting a juke. Gorilla says nope. Not a bad juke in this game. If he wasn't expecting a juke, he was just straight up throwing the hook into the wrong direction. But now that the lane's underneath the turret, everything's just easy here for the Sandbox. They should be losing their blue buff. Kyoshik going to come in, help tank that one up, so good steal. And will deny Zoe a blue. That's great news. Gorilla comes on over, puts down that ward, spots Deft moving back to the lane. Not going to spot Carrier though, who's moving up towards the mid lane to help clear things out. Now going to be heading towards Shelly to see whether there's vision in that area as well. Alright, Moonlight Vigil just avoided by Deft. Good footwork from the Misfortune. That's why you buy the early brown bags, ladies and gentlemen.
Well,
will help you avoid some of these skill shots.
Goal score is dead even currently.
And it's interesting because you talk about, you know, games being even and things like that. I don't think we're necessarily experiencing any one of these compositions necessarily coming out ahead just yet. Both of them very strong in the mid game if they can play the game the way they want to.
Yes.
So Sandbox very fast and loose. Dragon X more about getting those team fights, advantageous flank locations for the cannon and things like that. And Chovy being able to play frontline is going to be the difference for this composition. Dragon X probably favored if we get to a late game scenario. But otherwise, both of them happy with fights around the mid game.
Well, the other thing about this is that at this current point in time, no Dragon has been taken, no Rift Herald either, which means that we are in store for a very long game if Souls would end up being something that comes on the menu. Now, however, every soul is going to be pretty valuable, with the exception of if Dragon X would get the Mountain Soul, that'd be less valuable. Yep. Because the way that Sandbox conducts their team fights is mostly on the back foot of a Zoe Sleepy Trouble Bubble, or is it Sleepy Bubble Trouble?
You say Sleepy Bubble Trouble, but that's wrong, and it's Sleepy
Trouble Bubble. That's what I said first, Alex.
Yeah, you did. You got
yeah,
it right.
I did. I got it right.
Yeah, you nailed it.
Okay, thank you.
I feel like you're growing.
Ooh. I actually stopped growing.
Oh, really?
A couple of years ago, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Dang it, I'm still growing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I stopped growing vertically. I just grow horizontally now. Kyoshik diving onto this Cloud Drake. We're hoping that a Mountain does come up as the next one if we want to get these spicy Drake options for our Dragon Soul. On Fleet, throwing in a Prey Seeker, but only to see where these players are. I'm not going to go for anything. Hook is going to get a hook out of Leo. That is exactly what you want. Trading a hook on a Thresh for a hook on an Aphelios is a good news story. I don't even know whether it was going to hit there from Carrier, but Leo is scared enough to give it the respect that it deserves.
Well, goal score continues to be relatively even. Dragon X picking up that initial Cloud Dragon. It actually is somewhat meaningful. Nautilus doesn't tend to get a whole bunch of CDR, and neither does Kennen with the way that they itemize. So for those two champions in particular, it is quite big.
Yeah.
That's very nice, as Ocean Dragon's going to be the next one. So it will be either the fabled Mountain or Infernal Soul that's going to come up this game. And Infernal creates a lot of action for both teams.
I feel like Sandbox would be very happy with an Infernal Soul spawning this game. Mountain Soul would help Dragon X quite a lot, actually, given the fact that they do have Thresh and the Nautilus in this game. They do have Frontline this time around. So we'll be able to utilize that with their burly bodies. They're going to try and play front to back. A different composition, certainly a more comfortable composition for Dragon X as far as ease of access. But Sandbox have exactly what they want in every single way, so it's still frightening if you're a Dragon X fan. 1,000 gold is going to be the lead here as Deft in trouble. Leo looking for him, has the Calibrum. Gets the ward down. Q is dodged, but now we're just chilling in an alcove, and the heal has to be utilized there from Deft to get out of the way. That's a win, but Leo still doesn't have his flash available just yet. Might be considered more susceptible to any ganks. Deft holding onto that flash button certainly is a good news story for Dragon X. Looks like Chovy's going to be building straight into his Onion this game.
Yeah, he has the Amplifying Tome. He's been sitting on it for a while, though. We'll see if he actually ends up going straight into it. As misses another hook.
But we land the Q. Kyoshik, he's one on the board, nailing it.
Okay, everyone's
going to go wide, yep. Another hook going to
Except
go wide,
Gorilla.
but Deft is going to get picked up. Oh no! Carrier goes golden. Deft can't really get into a good position here. Has the bullet time, hasn't used it. Doran just going to get rid of Leo. That's exactly what his job is. As Kyoshik takes down the Rek'Sai on the top side. Now we've got a bullet time. More acting to try and get rid of Doran, and that sidestep from Deft was just beautiful. Summit gonna go down at the hands of the AD carry from Dragon X, and that's the team fight that Dragon X fans have been looking for. Bubble going to land, Flash to get out of the way of the hook from Chovy. Multiple hooks coming through from Dragon X. That one gonna be avoided, but Dove watches the team fight fall apart around him.
Yeah, and that was a very key actual team fight this game, as Summit, he stood in the middle of the bullet time, I think overestimating his damage on the cannon there. Take a look out at all transpires. Chovy misses his hook to the north, Kyria misses his hook to the south, and then Gorilla lands the hook right in the right place as Leo.
I mean, that was blind.
Yeah. Now, the thing about this is Leo actually takes the kill away from Summit, who had the World Ender. And so that was a little bit surprising. He could have saved his ultimate for a much better usage than just to take away the Thresh that the Aatrox would have been able to kill anyway.
Yeah.
And then Summit standing inside of the bullet time. Dove right at the very end ends up flashing away as we come back into live on
Good
Fleet.
flash from Doran, but followed by Summit and put into the ground. Greencasters losing their minds in the background. But just coming out of a replay into that, certainly going to be surprising anyone, is now Dove in a bit of trouble. There's the depth charge. Good double knockup. The kickback was super weird. You're exactly right, as Kyoshik safeguards to get out of the way of OnFleek. Great hook from Carrier, as Dove is going to survive, but the Rek'Sai not so lucky. And this is going to be an example of one of those games where Sandbox has to fight from behind.
And they're usually really bad at this.
Yes.
Usually when Sandbox is behind, they fall completely apart, and I think that a lot of it has to do with the tendency to where they conduct themselves as if they're even or ahead, even when they're behind.
And last game they were behind in the earlier stages of the game, but never truly, you know, never massively, and OnFleek was still in a good position. Now OnFleek is 0-2, which is a very different outcome. So we have a look at what happened there. Doran flashing at the right time, but Summit has his flash to get over and pick up that kill.
And then right here, Dove using that paddle star. Gorilla here as well. Double knockup. Very weird interaction. And then watch Chovy again. These hooks. I mean, he's doing his best Tarzan impression when it comes to skill shots. So, a little unfortunate right there.
Still, landing that hook through the minion wave to start off that fight was certainly a great way to get his team even further ahead. Close to 2.2 thousand, so it's not massive just yet. As Doran's going for Spellbind a second. I like it. It's not a Morellonometer. Beautiful. Sandbox going to be taking this Ocean Drake. And we'll have a look at what Rift. It's an Infernal Rift once again. Great news for Sandbox. As Shirley just puts her face into the outer turret mid. No turret plates or anything like that, so it didn't need to be present for that turret being chunked. Leo and Gorilla just stand vigil outside their own outer turret. Got a little bit of roaming, and this is the time where Zoe starts to really earn her keep.
Yeah, this is where she has Luden's Echo. We're starting to enter into the mid game. And Lee Sin still a bit ways away from completing that Black Cleaver.
Outer turret top lane going to be taken. Still just that outer in the mid lane before the entire outer ring is done. Doran up here, this is just feeling like a much different game from DragonX. They're feeling tighter. It feels like this squad has sat down with CV Max and he's given them the secret stuff, told them what they need to do. Dove pushes in the bottom lane outer, but not going to be able to get too much more, as this is a very different gold graph to what we were seeing in game one. It was very stagnant. DragonX just laning a little bit better, I think. Able to get a few more of those minions, but this time it's that one team fight. Able to get DragonX into a great position.
Yeah. And also at this stage, Infernal coming up in 3.5 minutes. That's obviously going to be a very key pickup for either party, really. As Sandbox, they can definitely utilize it a lot better than DragonX can. Mostly because of the Thresh and the Nautilus don't get that much boost from the stats that it gives, but obviously Aphelios, Zoe, Rek'Sai, and Aatrox all...
I think for Zoe it's extremely important because it can be the difference between a one-shot or not. And you just add that extra ratio into your kit if you get the Infernal Soul. It's real scary stuff. Because now Shirley pokes her head up and says, whoa, I got a whole bunch of friends here, and they are immediately going to take her down. Dove should be able to get rid of this turret, as there are more and more sparkles being applied to it. DragonX, they're not going to be too worried about it. They will move towards this mid lane and catch Sandbox unawares. Looks like this tower should be just taken. As Purchik, he's going to finish off Shirley, takes it. Now it'll be Chovy bringing up the rear there, but going to avoid every hook. That one's not avoided. As in goes the Nort. Massive damage as the bullet time flies overhead, and Summit, no GA this time, my friend. You are just dead, and this is what happens. Sandbox take the same fights, but they have way less gold than they have in every other game so far in the LCK.
So Summit ends up dying here, and it really just looks like this game is running away from Sandbox.
And this is what they do. They continue to try and force fights. As now slicing Maelstrom.
What?
And Gorilla bit off way more than he could chew right there. Pyoshik going to come down, slams the ground, and gets himself a robot with it. As Chovy going to take a lantern to safety and an inner turret as icing on the cake. After that easy pickoff onto Gorilla, double charges for Shirley as well. She is earning her keep on this Rift, as this map has become so wide, and not in a way that this Zoe player wants it to.
Okay, I really have no idea what that Blitzcrank play just was up in top lane. We're going to take another look first at how this all transpires. Why is Summit and friends posturing like this in mid lane? There's no team fight that you should be looking for at this point in defending the mid-tier 1 turret.
This is what we were talking about. This is what Sandbox can't do. They can't play the slow and steady, let's try and stall this game out type style. You saw Doran intentionally walked into that hook because of course he wants to get hooked.
I have no idea what that just was. If R2-D2 was looking for some death with dignity, that is exactly what that Blitzcrank play just looked like.
He wants to get into Valhalla, needs to die on the battlefield, you know? Not going to do it, you know, once this game is over.
He ran up to Zoe,
like that.
Please end me.
Yeah. I don't know.
Oh, man. Well,
got to try and figure it out. Got to try and answer the questions there. But this is what Sandbox do all the time. And it is just still playing on the front foot, despite the fact that they certainly should not be. We've got Black Cleaver completed. We've got Infinity Edge done from Deft. He's got his 2 items that make him very dangerous at this stage of the game. Currently has a level advantage as well. On Fleek's behind a level. Dove's the only one that's ahead so far in this game, as Doran and Summit are even. Now Dragon X can fight around this Infernal Drake that's spawning in 6 seconds. That's a great hook as Chovy throws his own into Narnia, but the knockup party is there. Bullet time not enough to save the Nautilus, and the Paddle Stars are now here. That's exactly when Sandbox needed to win a fight. Doran just not getting in position for any sort of flank at this stage. They will have to give this one up. First Infernal goes to Sandbox, exactly what they want.
Yeah. This is all looking a little bit better now for Sandbox as they managed to get that pick and then also convert it into the Infernal. So it's not over yet.
Yeah.
That's that upgraded hook right there from Gorilla.
And honestly, Gorilla has been really on point with his hooks this game.
Yeah.
Out of all the hookers,
he's even landing hooks that he shouldn't land.
Sorry, that's
yeah. You just
all right.
Not
well,
talk about that, okay?
All right.
We do have actually all of the hook champions
Whoa.
in this game, as Carrier has to flash.
Again.
To get out of the way of
Hook
Gorilla's
City.
amazing hook accuracy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got double the hooks on Dragon X's side, but it's Gorilla that's the most impressive. It's pretty sad, isn't it? But Chovy is at least going to keep himself alive with his dredge line. Moving on over, Pyoshik in position. Does land himself a Q, but it's another bubble is going to come in. Enough distance created there so that the Paddle Star couldn't be layered on top. We've got the Zhonya's done now for Chovy, so that last moment that we saw, his little pick off there around the Dragon, is not going to happen once again, most likely, as that one was collected. Spellbinder in for Doran as well. And Deft, you know, slowly but surely is getting himself towards 3 items before Leo has even got himself 2. So great news. Deft had a good early game last time as well, but just wasn't able to convert it into anything.
Yeah, I mean, so far, it's not out of it for Dragon X by any means. They're still up several thousand gold, and in terms of team compositions, again, it is pretty even. Because the Zoe doesn't just have a ton of targets that she can one-shot, but also there's the ones that are shielded. So, obviously, Gorilla has been doing a great job to keep them in this. And aside from that one failed Turing test in top lane, he has been doing phenomenal work. Zoe going for the...
Yeah, gonna find that hook onto Chovy. Immediately goes golden underneath the turret. This might be the dive, though, as Doran has flash available. He can get onto that turret with his ult. Another hook lands from Carrier. He's going so deep as the bullet time splits up this fight. It's a 1-for-1. Make it a 1-for-2 so far, as Doran in the backline is exactly where he needs to be. The flash off from Chovy. He nails that one. This is going to be the ace, and Dragon X got exactly what they wanted.
So that was the weirdest turn of events that I could have just ever anticipated happening. I really am looking forward to seeing the replay there.
It's called Int It to Win It, my friend.
Yeah.
It's subject Carrier right now. That was stunning. Got so far with that hook, but it gave Doran the ability to get in while he was causing a kerfuffle. Really great stuff. As Carrier has respawned, Doran does have teleport in 10 seconds.
The real tragedy here would be if Blitzcrank somehow steals the Baron with a hook. Here
would it be a tragedy, or would it be what Gorilla deserves? Yeah, we've got a teleport coming from Summit.
Are they gonna...
Is this the counter throw? As there's the hook onto Chovy. Brings him on over. He has no flash available as the Infernal Chain comes in. Pyoshik trying to kick Gorilla away as we're continuing on this Baron. Pyoshik dives into the pit. Early smite, but still, it's going to be okay. And now Dragon X try to get out of there. Somehow Chovy survived that. No idea how. And they get everyone out with Barons.
So a bit of mechanical errors on the side of Sandbox right there, allowing Chovy to get out. Take a look at this replay. As Gorilla, he hooks in Chovy. Chovy goes golden immediately. And then take a look at this. Chovy loses all of his HP. Carrier goes for the death sentence, lands it onto Zoe, takes it into the entire enemy team. And then Summit goes into depth in Chovy and Pyoshik, and you have to wonder, what is he doing? So, had they just played defensively, played backwards, and kited into the World Ender, would have gotten a reset.
Well, that would have actually just been a free kill onto a Thresh and nothing else, right?
Well, yeah. Doran would have followed suit immediately after.
Yep.
And the whole team fight just would have been conducted way differently, but Summit, sort of what we were talking about, They play the same way as if they're ahead of the opponents, and so Vadrox has more items there and level leads. Maybe
then he can do
conducts
what he did in
himself
game 1. Exactly right.
a little different, but just absolutely needless greed when Sandbox were slowly stabilizing the game state.
I swear, if Sandbox learn how to play controlled League of Legends from behind to try and play around potential item timings and power spikes for their composition, play triage rather than aggressive, they will be one of the best teams in the LCK. However, they have consistently not been able to do that. As now they're looking to try and defend, as there's another hook that comes down from Chovy. Summit goes golden, as in goes Pyoshik into the backline, Doran into the backline, but can't get anything done. Summit survives with all of the healing from the World Ender, and now the Moonlight Vigil comes in. Chovy trying to play frontline. He will be the sacrificial lamb as the hook goes wide. Everyone is dead.
Why are they?
In goes On Fleek. The kickback. Pyoshik locks it down in the 1v1 at the end there. The Rek'Sai a little bit overly aggressive, and it's exactly what we were talking about, but still a great fight for Sandbox.
It's a huge turnaround for Sandbox. Also, Infernal Dragon was up, Atlas.
Yeah, we could have just gone back to that, couldn't we?
They could have backed up, gotten that. They didn't need to push as hard as they were. And again, both teams here actually just being very greedy. And now Sandbox, they bring the game to Drake Point. That's what we're going to call that one.
Like it.
No
I
more
like
match point. Drake Point
Yeah.
is now going to be on the table. Infernal is up. There's no mid minion wave. And they are pushing this inhibitor. And for what? Kennen, he does stuff.
And he went for the intentional get hooked, I think, and just didn't do anything. That's Calibrum Crescendum, by the way, guys. It's a pretty cool combination of guns for the old Eladios. That's real cute from Pyoshik, though.
Kennen. We can get them all. Listen, I got MF. That was a beautiful 1,000 gold shutdown.
That could be a turning point here for Sandbox. That could have spelled the 2-0 despite the 6,000 gold lead. You've got Baron up in 2.5 minutes, and Infernal Soul being threatened by a Sandbox squad that use it so well.
Other thing about this is that the item completions have come in.
Yep.
So Rabadon's Death Cap now completed for Zoe. Has a blasting one as well. See what she ends up going as her next item.
Doran has Void Staff completed, though, and we do have the Gargoyle Stoneplate done for Chovy. There are item completions on both sides of this matchup. And Pyoshik, he's got the 3 items that Elisin really wants at this stage of the game as well. Just quietly, 4-0 and 4 this game. And he has been found, especially after that last Void Rush that he managed to outplay. That was really nicely done.
And the thing about Chovy getting his stone play is it doesn't really change how Nautilus is going to conduct himself inside of a team fight all that much.
He should probably be able to at least frontline for longer.
Yes.
With this item, but you're right.
Outside of that, though, I mean, Sandbox are still going to conduct their team fights in roughly the same exact manner. It's just going to come down to, does MF die or not? Now, fortunately, Kennen, this time around, he has the Void Staff, so it will help against some of the targets on Sandbox. Doesn't have that Morellonomicon this time around. Is Doran getting a little bit antsy?
Yep.
Baron.
CV Max actually had a conversation with Doran after the last game and said, what the heck was that?
Yeah, he shows him a photo. Yeah, he showed him a photo of the book. Yeah.
Not allowed to see that. Maybe it's the version with my annotations on it.
Also, in this game, take a look at one of the real unsung advantages that Sandbox, or well, that DragonX has over Sandbox. Two levels inside of 80 carry. 2 levels inside of the jungle.
Yeah.
And so these are really big stats. You're talking about several hundred
and you're
HP,
talking about, yeah, and
as
also
well as
the
skill
last
points.
rank in ultimates and things like that as well, especially on Def's side. That is going to be a much more scary bullet time coming out from this Misfortune in comparison to Leo, who's only just managed to ding over to level 15. Dragon X, the Baron just spawning, and now Sandbox waiting in the wings. But this is the time where Zoe can shine. Non-committal engage options here for this Sandbox squad. In hooks, in bubbles, even with this Gravitum that Leo has up for himself, the Moonlight Vigil can be a pick tool if done right.
And so here, okay, Dove looking for a bubble trouble, doesn't end up finding it. A minute now until the Infernal. So this whole battle right now is Gorilla and Dove trying to do hook.
Oh, Leo!
There it is!
In trouble, comboed out, bullet time going to secure it. That is one mistake you cannot make on Sandbox as Bioshik gets a kick onto Dove, but it wasn't quite in position. Now Deft is going to clean up.
All right, well,
what was a big problem. On Fleet going to go down. That's the double for the Misfortune. Into the GA, but that is not the Guardian Angel that can do anything for you this time, Summit. Double kill for Doran, and that is what a mistake like that can cost you. The entire game right here as Dragon X will bring us to match point.
The hell was this game, Atlas?
I don't know. This was called counter throws, LS. Counter throws, as this Nexus is just but an afterthought at this stage as Chovy using his proto belt in a pretty funny way as CV Max giving the hugs out here to Chovy and to Def. Really good play from these guys, and it's capitalization like that that can win you a game, and Chovy showing us that he still has it.
And honestly, I actually don't know who to give the MVP to. Mostly because Kyria and Chovy were missing really key hooks at so many points and also getting grabbed.
I guess I'm giving it to Chovy because he won the game. So
I'm gonna give it to Def just because he was consistent.
Yeah, I mean, you can always give him an MVP for that.
Yeah.
So no one can really fault you.
This is one of those harder games to decide who is the most valuable player.
That being said, you can certainly not doubt that Dragon X kept their heads cool despite having another, draft phase that honestly felt like it went disastrously for this team, considering what their opponents want to do every single game. But what Dragon X were able to do is win themselves a fight in the early game and force Sandbox to be behind when it came to straight-up engagements in that mid-game, which normally they're so good at. But this time, because they're behind, they're still making their aggressive plays. They don't find it. That was the game-winning play right here.
Yeah, that was it was literally as simple as that. And when you consider how much build-up and throwing back and forth ended up happening here, that was extremely anticlimactic.
Yeah.
For an ending.
Comes in and like two pops everyone.
This was sort of like an M. Night Shyamalan film. As, well, that was it for game number 2. So we are going
We're
to
going the
3
distance.
games.
It's happening. I half expected it. I'm not going to lie to you. I thought if Dragon X was ever going to win this series, it was going to be 2-1. There's no way they take every match off of Sandbox. But now we'll have to see whether they can keep themselves together moving into game number 3. And goodness gracious me, please, just draft different champions. Stop with this weird Nautilus priority. I know it just won, but please stop. That's what I want. What are we checking? He's going into his wallet. Okay, that's 50. What's this for? Just for my draft rant. I get paid off for the draft rant. You can keep that. That was from the heart. Okay, that was from the heart. All right, guys, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, more Dragon X versus Sandbox. Let's see who's going to be the sinner in the draft and who's going to be the saint at the end of the game after the break.
앞에 끌다 볼게. 미드 앞에 끌었어. 소지가 있어. 이대로 뚫자. 저기 볼게. 저기 높인데. 어때? 빨리 가자. 들어가자. 나이스 준이.
와, 노틸 이겼어.
노텔 나이스. 나이스.
다행이다. 와, 노틸.
아, 나 너무 많이 두 번이야.
지훈아, 지렸다, 진짜. 야.
그래 씹었어야 되는데 왜 못 씹어. 나 근데 저희 맥주 왜 폭풍이 나는 거야?
막판 잘 해보자, 우리.
오케이.
나이스.
나 또 나갈 거.
레전드 오브 룬테라의 세계에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 이것은 실력 지상주의 뇌지컬 세계. 자, 이제 그럼 한판 붙어볼까? 레전드 오브 룬테라.
We are back after DRX taking a victory up against Sandbox. First, let's discuss the draft.
그렇습니다. 노틸 선픽
Especially
나와서
Nautilus mid, a blind pick.
단순한 서포 노틸이 아닐 것 같다는 가능성을 열어두셨었고
There was possibility Nautilus rotating into other lanes, and it really happened.
밀어주는 게 아닌가라는 생각이 들었어요.
And also, Bitdory thought that players were trying to add more power to Pyosik and Lee Sin. DRX fans might have been a bit concerned in terms of Chobi locking in the Nautilus. However, the game went very smoothly. So Lyra kind of expected this jungle matchup. However, Nautilus on the mid lane actually is a big help for a jungle. So this kind of proves how much CB Max loves Pyosik.
자, 경기가 어디서 좀 끝났나 생각을 해보면
So we want to find out where had the biggest momentum that DRX gained, turned the whole game around.
피지컬 이런 것만 의식할 수 있는데
A lot of people actually focus on DRX with their mechanics. However, this is the moment that actually they showcase how well they are doing the macros as well. So Dove was pushing bot lane really hard, and also Blitzcrank and Rek'Sai helped clearing out the bot side. So they got free mid lane, and also focus on the top lane. Kennen is also pushing top by himself. And this team fight after the siege, Zoe was in the bot lane, so DRX was able to outnumber the Sandbox players. So they got a free turret in the mid lane, and also because they were spending so many times in the bot lane and clearing out the visions over there, they did not have any visions around top side. So Doran was able to push the top tier 2 turrets so freely. And also the follow from the DRX player was not also witnessed by the any ward. Maybe Sandbox players were a little bit flustered by losing their mid lane turret, so they were rushing to protect their top lane. However, well, DRX players were much faster. So for the Sandbox players, Aatrox should not just group up for the team fight. They could have just earned time for other laners in the side lanes. And also in terms of Herald, maybe Sandbox was not ready for it at all. Maybe DRX was better at setup.
네, 사실상 뭐 빗돌림이나 리나님이나 운영으로 이겼다 DRX가
So,
이런 얘기를 하기도 했고요. 자,
Bittor and Lyra focusing that the rotation on the side of DRX was much better. So let's check out the player of the game.
네, 마지막 상대 핵심
Chobi.
딜러를 끌어냈던 초비 선수.
With that last hook on Leo, close out the game.
결국은 게임을 끝낸 게 이제 다출견에서 시작됐기 때문에 또 많은 분들이 이렇게 표를 행사한 게 아닌가라는 생각이 들어요.
이게 다 뭐 이런 생각도 했겠죠, 그 당시에는.
중간에 뭐 초비 선수는
In every
본인의
team fight,
실수에 대한 이야기를 마지막
well, Chobi was doing a great work. However, in the
지우나를 외칠 정도로
teamwork-wise, actually Chobi was doing a lot of work. However, we could hear that in the mic check, Chobi was a little bit unsatisfied with his own performance. However, his hook was finding so many opponents. Well, in addition, Nautilus on mid lane is not an easy champion to pick up any POG. However, some of his hooks were so crucial and critical that people just had to vote for Chobi in this case. Leo was holding on that flash because the cooldown is much more valuable on an AD carry compared to the Nautilus hook.
안 닿았으면
So 7 people voted for Chobi for this game.
맞습니다. 자, 이렇게 미드가 7표 받아서
So,
초비 선수가 POG를
with this Chobi picking up the POG, let's move on to the decider match.
이제 마지막 3세트
Sandbox
경기
versus
만나보겠습니다.
DRX.
Thank you very much, G-Sun, and here we are for game number 3, the deciding match between Sandbox and DragonX. Now, DragonX maybe won the game, right? But if you win off one hook like that, does it necessarily mean that the draft was okay? I don't think so. And I think that there were certainly some issues. DragonX made that game much harder for themselves than it should have been in the draft phase.
Being needlessly over-aggressive. The Kyria taking the death sentence in stone plating, and then Summit said, you know what, no, you win.
Yeah.
As he ran back into the opponents. But also, the DragonX decision to push the bottom tier 3 turret instead of just getting the Infernal Dragon, resetting, playing for more item spikes, etc., just playing it more safe, especially because of how far ahead they were.
Yeah.
It really doesn't rub me the right way. So let's see if we're gonna get any sort of mix-up in draft. DragonX now is on the right-hand side, and we're talking about neutralizing. That was fast.
Yeah, they really don't want to go against Lucian this game. As the Ornn taken away once again. It's been the blue side ban here for Sandbox both times that they've been there. But hasn't actually been looked at. Was left completely available in game number 2, but no one decided to snap it up. Akali to hit the bench as usual. That is 100% ban rate thus far in the LCK. Is Lee Sin going to continue to be the final blue side ban that Sandbox go for? So it worked in game number 1, and they're going to do the same thing exactly in game number 2.
I wonder what's coming here. Aphelios.
Well, it would be surprising if that did not come through.
Are you ready for this, or here we go?
Yep, I'm ready.
Or is it going to be Atrox?
Oh my goodness, it's contagious. This was the DragonX plan all along. It was to make Sandbox think that Nautilus is a key pick. And then they're able to storm through with an advantageous draft. Just insane. Now DragonX picks Aphelios and then the Rek'Sai most likely. And they're off to the races, my friend.
All right, well,
unless they pick Zoe. Zoe's another option that DragonX could go for here.
They'll probably go jungle, I would imagine.
You'd assume so, but I think picking away the Zoe from Dove could also be a decent idea. 7 seconds to go, and the Elise is going to be locked in. Still left up.
100% loss rate.
Yeah, let's see whether Pyoshik can turn that one around. As once you hit level 6, it's not exactly the greatest matchup into the old Olaf, but it's going to be more about that pre-level 6 timings.
See what ends up happening. Sandbox probably just going to go jungle MF here, as MF being highlighted. Big surprise.
Now, if Carrier just locked in Zyra, we'd be some happy campers over here. Certainly is hook food for a Nautilus. We'll see. 13 seconds on the clock. Dove wondering about what he wants to grab, whether it be a jungler. I think jungle almost has to come in here, otherwise we get the Rek'Sai and Olaf bans, and OnFleek doesn't get one of his key champions, so the Olaf is, of course, going to be locked away.
So that is picked up. DragonX now probably just respond with mid laner. Support pool is still super wide open.
Yeah, not likely that it's going to get pinched enough. Flexible.
Well, that is flex.
Yeah.
Okay. Renekton Hover for the vacuum. Renekton Elise. Not really a big fan of that. Quinn gets banned away. There's still just so many counters up there in top lane that exist. So, pinching top, you can only really pinch the most obvious ones. Ornn was already also banned away.
Yeah, Onset and Quinn. Onset, Quinn, Lucian, Akali, Aurelia. In fact, it's almost all top laners apart from the Lee Sin.
We'll see if they end up banning away the Aatrox or not. Gangplank still available. Doesn't really strike me as a Summit kind of champion.
I think Aatrox is probably where Summit's mind is going to be going.
Oh, of course it is.
Yeah, it lives there.
Yeah.
As okay, DragonX reading the Nautilus pick as potentially a solo laner, so we'll be taking away the Blitzcrank that Gorilla did have a brilliant performance on. So making it more likely that the Nautilus is heading towards bottom lane.
Also, we'll see what comes in on R4 for DragonX. If they're gonna
Thresh. Oh no.
Well,
Nocturne.
Nocturne.
The mid Nocturne.
What?
Interesting. We saw mid Nocturne quite a bit in the Kesper Cup.
Yeah,
but since then, absent.
That would be an awful champion to R4, and you can draft in a way that you don't make it possible on R5. So Thresh picked up by Dragon X on R4. They're reserving R5 for counter pick for either mid or top, and then allocating the Renekton as necessary, as Zoe being hovered again. Now, this opens up room for Ryze, opens up room for Syndra, and then at that point, Dub is going to have to take Cleanse. Or, well, he'll likely end up taking Cleanse against the Elise Syndra or the Elise Ryze. If you're really, really, really good and you're on page with your jungler, you can get away with taking Teleport. And yeah, there's the Aatrox, big surprise.
Yeah.
Just start the game with the logo.
Yeah, you
Summit,
just may as well have it on Summit to begin with.
That champion as, okay, Fizz, another counter pick to Zoe. And definitely
love this.
Oh man, we have mono red versus mono red on both of these teams. The only thing is that
okay, it's Kiana. We went from fun pick to not as fun.
I hate everything right now, Atlas.
It's very sad, isn't it? It's going to add a little bit more teamfight power to this composition, but the Fizz would have been just so much pick in the mid game, and that's exactly what you want to be playing around. Chovy has, in the laning phase, better follow-up for Pyoshik's Cocoon, with the chain CC opportunities given being able to terraform from the river, but I don't know, man.
It definitely just strikes me a bit bizarre given other champions that are available, but obviously they're just trying to go super, super aggressive, but their team composition falls off a cliff.
Oh yeah.
Once it hits mid-game. But likewise, the Sandbox team composition, same damn thing. The only thing really holding it together in the later stages is going to be the Zoe and the MF, but because of the Renekton, because of the Kiana, etc., Aatrox actually does get value. Yep. Going up to 3-4 items, getting the Sterix, getting the Guardian Angel, getting that armor against Renekton and Kiana. It is actually problematic. I feel like even though there's a lot of autonomy on the side of Dragon X, their team composition walks into sandboxes. Doesn't leave me feeling with a very good taste. Now, I do trust Chovy on a well, not a hyper carry, but an assassin.
On an assassin, yeah.
Like Kiana, to influence this game, especially because of the discrepancy in skill between him and other players.
I just feel like it's been Dante's drafting. We've been drafting in one of the layers. I'm not entirely sure which layer it is, but it ain't heaven. We are sinning our way to the top right here, and both of the teams are joining in as we get onto the rift for the deciding match. Chovy looking great, and I believe that Louis Vuitton. Sandbox, this is basically the composition that they've been running this entire day. Changing up a few things when it comes to junglers, but Rek'Sai and Olaf do basically the same thing. Dove is on 3 games in a row on the Zoe, and Summit 3 for the Aatrox. Bottom lane is going to be where things change, and it's now Deft on the Aphelios. I wonder whether he'll die for the first time, so we'll be able to actually see a defined KDA for this pickup for him. We saw just how busted it was when Leo killed Deft with some chakrams and one auto attack of his Calibrum from downtown in that team fight underneath the inner turret. Wasn't enough to win them the game because, of course, Leo then followed it up by getting caught out and losing the game.
Well, maybe they're going for a late invade here. Trying to start things off right is Sandbox. As they're making it look like they're just trying to clear wards. They don't know about Olaf. They're about to get the bad news.
Yeah, that's the stun landing onto Pyoshik. He has to flash instantly. Now Deft off to the side. With his Calibrum active, of course, Calibrum Severum.
Oh.
The exact ones that you're going to have is now we're continuing.
Don't let it reset.
Very close.
1 tick of patience
yep.
available. He ends up even smiting it, not taking any risks whatsoever. Now, Elise was actually really quick. Whoa, what was that?
I don't know, that was you failing to talk.
Yeah, that was, I was getting a little tongue-tied right there.
Mm-hmm.
As she was very quick to just immediately go over to the wolf camp and eat that right away. So, already on her red buff, but warded up in left-hand side river, as well as the entrance to river near the raptor camp. So, unfortunately for her, well, she ends up showing, if she does, Everyone will know what our path is and be able to play around it with relative ease.
Level 2's collected on the bottom side of the map. Gorilla not quite with his just yet. As Doran slicing, dicing, trying to get some harassment down onto Summit. What's your take on the Aatrox versus Renekton matchup? Imagine the Crocodile wouldn't be too unhappy.
He's not super unhappy, but Aatrox is definitely very comfortable. And also, in this particular instance, you can see Doran crashes the wave. He can just recall right now. There's no reason.
You need to give up. They're never going to do it.
Some people do it, you know, in other regions. So, some people.
Yeah.
It's going to take time, like Morello versus Leandries.
That's true.
But eventually, you know, scream at the sky enough and.
Not every team can be Gen G from last night, okay? Yeah. Not every team can just make the right decision.
Now, they know where Olaf is, but now, because of knowing where Olaf is, Doran is in this really awkward position where he can't get a very clean crash off, and so he'll eventually be pressured by the Fog of War, and this is the thing that you want to avoid in spots like this. Now, he did take a big chunk of HP out of Summit.
Yeah, he's been pretty happy in this lane so far, but not actually able to get too much. Pyosik with his Hex Splash is going to get himself over here, and there's the flash play. Leo in potential trouble. Gorilla trying to play defense. No Cocoon has gone out just yet as both flashes from the bottom side, but the next hook is going to land. Gorilla is going to go down, and the rappel is there to get Pyosik to safety. Love the play coming out from the rookie jungler on Dragon X's side, and maybe, just maybe, we'll be heading towards a victory for the Elites.
Could be the first one here. Also, Hex Tech Flap. Hold on one second.
He's dying a little bit. He's going to be okay, though.
I'm back.
Yeah, sorted yourself
Hex Tech
out.
Flash Traption for the Elise is a little bit surprising. Also, Conqueror on her again. I was co-streaming LCS earlier, and there was actually a lot of people in chat that were making fun of it, but realistically, it's actually very, very good.
I was talking about it all Kesper Cup. Do you remember?
Yes.
All the time, and no one picked it.
A lot of people, they think that it's very trolly. She stacks it very quickly, and also the way that she conducts herself, she already has it right now. The way that she conducts herself in later stage team fights, she gets it really quick, and it's just going to add more value. And so it's a way to actually take Elise, who is traditionally a very sinful champion, that needs to get early advantages, needs to accrue early leads, and it's a way to give her a little bit more breathing room in the later stages of the game and mid-game as well, to have a little bit more oomph inside of team fights.
Summit, there's the flash forward. Cocoon comes out, trying to predict the flash, but Pyosik not quite long enough on that one. And Carrier will go back to the bottom lane now. Deft having some time on his own while Gorilla's going to help OnFleek take this first Ocean Drake of the game. Deft with great lane positioning, though, which really did give Carrier a window to get up here. And Flash means things are successful, but Doran had to invest his as well. And Gorilla back in this lane. Minion wave quite large. And with Infernum, Deft is going to accidentally push this wave back out.
Yeah. And Leo not actually doing, this is definitely a bit interesting lane manipulation happening down here in bot lane. And Deft obviously in the driver's seat in this lane right now. BF Sword versus Double Longsword. Obviously, Doran Blade versus Doran Blade.
Getting that first blood really helping Deft get himself into a great position, laning phase style. OnFleek moving up towards the top side. The dice should be available here. No, he went through his own minions. Can't even sidestep the undertow. Gets himself the Q back, but it's not going to be enough to save his life. And there's the first kill for Sandbox going over to OnFleek there with his classic tag team alongside Summit.
We pan over to mid lane. Kiana has been locked up in the lane. Also, first recall. Just has the tier 1 boots, no mobility boots yet. Available. Kyria landing the death sentence, doesn't elect to do anything further than that.
Yeah, Deft didn't quite have the range available. Infernum Gravitum now available for Deft. Wants to get to that level 6. Of course, Gravitum, Moonlight Vigil, pretty strong.
수 있어요. 와주실?
You can come top right now. Do you want to come? No
아니
flash,
아니
no flash.
큐가 돼 와봐. 노플.
Keep saying no flash, no flash, no flash.
Okay, good.
Yeah, pretty easy as you like there for Summit and OnFleek, of course. Doran's able to get back to the lane very quickly and will continue to have slight CS advantage.
Yep. Also trying to zone him out of that cannon. I really like to see this. Sometimes you'll have players. I get it. Okay.
Nailed it. Waited
did
for
nail
that
that,
to get the last one.
That
off.
was the, that was
dream.
the fadeaway right there for that minion. And now he's just going to shove it. Now there's nothing else that can really be denied. And so many times in solo queue especially, you'll see players that don't think about that. But that's a lot of gold. If you do that 3 times over, you almost killed them.
Yeah.
So, very important. That is essentially mini objectives inside of laning phases, basically, and you should view them as such. Kiana now with the mobility boots, ready to sin. She has her Nikes.
Yeah. Doesn't have any sort of CS advantage, and in fact, Dove is ahead by about 2 waves. Not really the Chovy way. Does generally find CS anywhere he wants. Dove currently leading as far as experience, the only player on the Rift at level 8. Def will look for some plates, but doesn't get him. Thankfully had grabbed him, so would be able to slow the approach of Leo if any extended trade was going to come in. Carrier makes his way back down, Gorilla does the same thing, and we've just got 2v2 once again. Down bottom lane. Got a 300 gold advantage here. As, Dragon X have been farming better on the top and bottom sides. Def wanting to hang around by the looks of things. Chovy picks up some grass, throws it into the mid lane. Dove with his heal that he's collected. Haven't seen too many redemptions yet, all the way up until level 8, but maybe it was just off screen.
Very small gold advantage by Dragon X right now, as not much is really going on. Rift Herald obviously should be on the menu for someone. Chovy taking a little bit of damage right there. Unfortunately for him, Dove picked up a heal.
Pioshik thinking about picking up Shelly. She's going to at least yell at the Elise. As Pioshik, he's trying to come in here onto Summit, so close to his flash being available once again, but still has to be careful. Carrier's in there as well. Now Lantern's going to come over. They are going to find the cocoon. It's the phase check from Summit. Exactly not what you want, as the hook is layered so nicely. The World Ender comes in, but there is nothing that they can do as Carrier tanks up this turret. The Spiderling's going to do the same, and now Doran eating plates for dinner. Doesn't even want the food on them. He just wants the plates themselves.
And this is actually a really good display.
Supreme display, in fact, as Chovy throws that one out in the mid lane. Just an ignite to be thrown down onto Leo, but it looks like he is going to be able to get away. Gorilla, not so lucky. Now Chovy, can you get the dance? The flash out of the way from the bubble, and Deft is there to escort his mid laner to safety. And Shelly's going to go down as well. This is just a 1-2-3 punch from Dragon X.
The game is really just spiraling out of control, and honestly, you're going to give a lot of credit to Doran this game. Yes, he did receive some pressure assistance in the early stages against Summit, but then he ended up getting killed, but he's done a phenomenal job so far. And, you know, a lot of people, they look at the game number 1, they meme him, they mock him after about obviously Doran didn't play at Worlds and how a lot of people said that it would have made a difference.
Yeah.
He's going up against Summit here, who is easily touted as top 2 LCK top laner.
Yeah. It is Summit and Keen right now, and based on performance
usually,
in Game 1...
only Keen can actually find edges over Summit inside of laning phase and manage to outperform him. And Doran's doing that here in game number 3. And even in game number 2, he held his own, which is the exact things that we talked about last
game
summer.
Number 1. If you're talking about the laning phase, I mean, it was the Kennen matchup for the Aatrox, not an easy one for Summit to be able to navigate right there. However, Doran was certainly not the reason in the laning phase why Dragon X fell down in game number 1. Now heading towards his Black Cleaver by the looks of things with that Phage in his back pocket, and does, of course, have the Executioner's Calling just for the laning phase victory against this Aatrox. Slices, dices, gets out of the way of any issues, as Chovy's having a rough time, honestly, in this lane. But the Tiamat's going to help him stay relevant as far as the farm, and that farm lead has not increased from Dove. In fact, he's pulled it back, got to about 20 a little while ago, as now Doran's going aggressive onto Summit. Slices, dices, gets himself around, and the chains are not going to bind this time. And Pioshik is here waiting in the wings. Renekton and Elise, the best friends club. Not a combo that has seen all that much success, as Shelly's being sick towards the top side, and now Pioshik looking for Summit. Conqueror is going to proc as The World Ender's time is being eaten up. This may not be a 1v1 that you
Conqueror!
want, Pyoshik. Oh my goodness. Looks for the cocoon, flashes out of the way, and in goes Doran. The Ruthless Predator is there, and Pyoshik, it was close, but he's going to live.
Not very clean, but they get the kill in the end anyway. And that was one of the instances where the Conqueror, it does proc, it starts becoming very valuable.
Yeah. In fact, probably kept Pyoshik alive, just given the fact that he was down to such low health margins. And with the W attack speed in Spider form, you actually do get to the Predator, the Conqueror pretty fast, which is why it does work out so well.
So anyways, right now, in this game, Dragon X are in a really commanding position. And fortunately for Dragon X, Sandbox rolled a pretty terrible Dragon. In regards to, it's not going to be as valuable towards them as an Infernal would be.
I mean, at least if Dragon X get it, Pyoshik just gets to utilize the 30-second cooldown on the extra movement speed by just transforming over and over again, which I believe is how that one works.
The other thing about the Cloud Soul is you can argue that it's... Oh, Leo.
Yeah, getting exhausted. Hook is going to go wide. Good sidestep there from Leo. He's trying to turn it back around now as Gorilla dredge lines himself into the wall. Pyoshik absolutely fine. As the Krogs are just going to reset. Chovy makes his way down, but he's lost about half of his health bar, and Def wants to have these plates all to himself.
And this is really, really nice. They get 3 in bot lane, they got 4 in top lane, so 7 plates total.
And now this is probably one of the biggest deficits I've seen Summit in ever. I don't think I've ever seen him down 40 CS.
Yes.
And yes, Dragon X did do this on purpose. They were utilizing the Elise and the Renekton combo with Carrier constantly roaming towards the top side. This game was Operation Shut Down Summit, and they have done it successfully. We're going to check the pro view here of Pyoshik. Tries to avoid some of these Qs. And look at that, the Conqueror was doing work.
Yeah. He's doing a lot of value right there. Summit couldn't quite get the kill. He said, I'm sorry. It's all okay.
Yeah, it is. It is okay.
As...
Bubble's going to land a lot of damage onto Chovy there. Even gets super soaked.
And one of the things I didn't get to mention was the Mountain Drake was picked up. And against Renekton and Kiana, little bits of armor, it is pretty big. What is Elise? Oh, that's her animation for that, huh?
She's going to Cocoon Dove after the flash. I mean, Hex Flash, sorry, as Deft is going to take down the outer turret on the bottom side. They trade it for outer and mid, but this one's going to go down as well. Dragon X trading up once more. Local gold, I believe, was missed by Doran right there. However, still able to get the global variety of it.
So right here, you can notice that Aatrox actually had a 5-minion wave. He could have pulled it down and tried to freeze, and then Renekton can't walk up because Olaf's there. Which means that Doran would have been zoned out of this entire wave, and because it's a cannon minion, it would have meant that Aatrox almost could have just effectively killed Doran once. But because
of my friend, say lovey. It's just...
I'm preaching to the choir right now.
Yeah, you are.
But eventually, much like Morello and Leandri's,
it will see its last day. Yeah.
Will eventually appear.
So flashing around, you always got to pick up them redemptions. That's what you got to do. And redemption is what we're looking for. Frozen waves. Redemption for the frozen waves. You just don't have them. On Fleet clears out that minion wave. Loves every single little minion that he can get his hands on from these lanes. Doran comes down bottom side, collects himself a Trouble Bubble, and the Paddle Star misses. So he's fine. And Tiamat plus the Q is going to successfully just alleviate that lane of all of its minions. Def staying out of the way of double up range is certainly a smart maneuver. Severum and Gravitum currently equipped. So it doesn't have all of the range of the Calibrum available at the moment, but will be able to help take down Shelly very easily. Sandbox used this opportunity to get this bottom outer turret. And the attention on Summit continues.
Yeah. As it's a 3,000 gold advantage right now for Dragon X. And the Kiana really hasn't done anything this game. I do have to point that out. So we'll have to wait until later stages to see what Chovy can end up doing, but this Kiana pick has not really achieved a whole bunch. Infernal Chains lands there onto Kyria. Aatrox still waiting to complete his Black Cleaver.
Well, Dragon X might be able to get a double charge out of Shirley
Yeah, they're
here.
going to be able to raise this bottom, or this top tier 3 turret for sure.
Have they taken the lesson? As there's a true display of talent. Goodbye, Summit. This is not the kind of laning that this guy has experienced so far, but they did take the inhibitor, which means that Dragon X will miss out on a lot of gold. They're going to need to utilize the extra map pressure effectively to help alleviate that issue.
And the thing about this is I really hope that we get a CS. So it's 137.
Yeah, 137 to 191 right now.
So 137 to 191 is what the current top lane gap is. And now, here's another minion wave that is going over to MF for free. And the opponents will not see any more minion waves, although the RNG on the super minion spawn means that there was one more regular cannon wave.
Yeah.
So, okay, this is the second wave that is going into nothingness. So this will be, what, 450 gold into nothing, into the void.
But if we have a look here, it means that Dragon X can find themselves open path towards this outer turret in the mid lane. If they can take that, that will be another positive thing as Def takes a double up but is able to get out using that death sentence. Sorry, the Dark Passage. Blake.
Now once
we'll get that ward as well.
Sandbox gets this third wave up in top, that'll be 650 swung into Sandbox's bank account that Dragon X doesn't get access to. Fourth wave coming in, that'll be 850. And it keeps adding up. This is the thing that I mentioned. We had a cast earlier this week where
it was the Genji match.
Turned away.
Oh, wait. Yes. Was it T1 or was it Genji? I think it might have been. Okay. We'll give them benefit of the doubt. It was you were casting it with Valdez at the time.
They turned away from the mid inhibitor turret. Okay, so those are all the waves right there. There is enormous amount of gold that needs to be picked up.
Oh, OnFleek just stole the red buff as well with an axe.
Next wave coming in, that's going to break 1,000. The one that is running down top. And you can see how, yes, they have added map pressure. Now, obviously, they're getting some rewards from this. But is it greater than the XP in addition to the gold that is being granted in top lane? They ended up raising a turret, so that's going to be a 500 gold swing that goes Dragon X's way. But Dragon X will probably get that turret even without the top inhibitor.
Well, that's the thing, and they weren't able to take this outer turret in the mid lane, which is
that's
largely
the
more
real
important. Exactly.
Problem going on. Here's another wave.
It's the K-Ram advantage, despite not having side lane turrets, is still in Sandbox's favor.
And also, look at what is happening with the XP because of this top lane. These waves keep dying over and over. Talk about this all the time. This indirectly is an example of freezing.
Yeah.
It is waves going into the void that the opponents can't eat, they can't get access to, can't get the gold, can't get the XP. It's happening under different circumstances.
And you see here, that super minion is left at that minion wave.
Yeah.
Summit did that on purpose to make sure the minion wave
That
just
it
dies.
keeps freezing.
Well, Gorilla's actually just going to flash in. Supreme Display of Talent does come down. Gorilla in trouble. Uses the stopwatch, but doesn't have the Aftershock anymore. But now in comes the Olaf. Summit in there as well. Doesn't get onto Carrier. Great hook. Great play, and now he has to run out. The slows are going to come in as Doran goes golden underneath the turret, but Dragon X are destroying this team fight. Another Q. OnFleek wants to do it as Dove, able to lock down that kill, but the max range hook onto OnFleek, and now Def finds himself as many kills as he would like. Dove is going to go down. Pyoshik grabs that with a cheeky Q, and Carrier dies to a turret.
And they might actually be able to end the game here, so someone's rejoicing like, aha! The top turret.
This is why you take the inhibitors.
Yes, it had nothing to do with Summit Leroy Jenkinsing,
yep.
For
that's
the second game in a row.
Verb. It's a tough one.
That one is that's a tough verb. He did it in game number 2 at the bottom tier 2 turret. If you recall, he just world-endered, ran right past his teammates, even though Kyria was inting into the turret. He did it here yet again.
But now, it's actually this weird situation where that inhibitor being down is now good for Dragon X. As we watch the replay, it's now good for them because there's only one Nexus turret. And so those super minions can now threaten to win the game.
Watch this right here, as Gorilla's going to end up going down, and Summit, he could just have not engaged here, and it would have been fine. OnFleek would have been able to get out. At the end of it, you gave up one kill, but you're getting so much value from the top lane itself, and the opponent can't just start Baron. If they try to turn and go back over to Baron, then you can eventually go back over to it. You've taken all your jungle camps already. And Dragon X, they managed to clean up the team fight. One of them ends up going down at the very end. But there's a lot of underappreciated things that are happening on the map, and it's not every day that you get to talk about them. So for me, it's really exciting.
Yeah, no, I like it too. And because of all of these exciting things, we've missed the fact that Cloud Soul is just going to go over to... sorry, no, that's not true. The Drakes are in favor of Sandbox right now, so
yes.
The Cloud Soul has been denied from Sandbox. I looked at the top of the screen and got excited.
Several thousand gold that went into the Void in top lane.
Yeah.
Just to point that out. So obviously, though, they did get an Nexus turret.
Yeah. So the calculation was good. It was correct. You shouldn't have taken that inhibitor just there, although you might look at it.
The result-based.
Yeah. But it shouldn't be results-based analysis because actually Dragon X could have just as easily been winning by this margin without that situation. As Deft still hasn't died on Aphelios on his third match so far.
I don't know when they'll just start banning him in MF instead of just banning the solution stuff.
Yeah,
it really makes
strange
no sense.
Should Lee Sin be banned every game?
No.
You know, probably not. Despite Pyoshik being pretty good on the champion and was part of their victory. On Fleek will start off this blue buff, and Dove should be able to collect it for himself unless this volatile Spiderling gets a move on. Doesn't. And now the Baron is where Dragon X are looking to fight around. You can see all of the vision is there. They have 3 control wards around this pit, and I believe one in there as well. There is a blue ward that just timed out. And so now Sandbox have absolutely no vision apart from that one that just went in. See whether Chovy dances on over to try and pick that one up as Deft will move back into Fog of War. Now Dragon X, they have Aphelios, and what he does is murders the Baron extraordinarily quickly.
You know what? You think you're really fancy right now. Tell me what he does.
Well, he has 5 different guns. Currently, he has Infernum, which are
don't try to walk
a lot
this
of
road.
AoE damage, but not necessarily
Atlas,
the
be
most
really
single
careful
target.
here.
Why? What do you mean?
There's probably very few casters that can do this. Go ahead, describe what Aphelios does.
Well, he wants to get Crescendum, actually. Does the most single target DPS.
Okay.
If you're standing
What
right
color
next to the opponent. It's a white one.
Okay.
It's the one that has little chakrams.
Excellent.
Travel around you. You can then switch to your other gun and you use your offhand weapon to, in fact, continue to do chakram damage.
All right.
It's how Leo was able to 2-pop Deft.
All right.
In that team fight in game number 2.
Okay, go on.
Very, very dangerous. Currently, Deft is using up his Infernum ammo as much as possible in order to have his other weapons available. And there it is. There's the Crescendum that we were talking about. The turret is up, and we're doing lots of smacking down.
It took you about a minute and a half. You got through 1 gun?
Yeah, no, half a gun. Yeah. This is a Latios, okay? As now Chovy's been discovered on the backside. Supreme display of talent. Oh, the Infernal Chains were brilliant, but doesn't get the second Q, even after the Umbral Dash, and they do have to pull away from the Baron. Severum and Crescendum for Deft. Oh, beautiful.
Now, what does that do?
Well, that one gives you the spinny, shooty.
Okay, and what does it do?
I believe it's called Onslaught. It just does damage in a cone, as Deft is now dead.
Oh!
Wow. Boom goes the dynamite. Is this going to be another game where an Aphelios dies and the game is over?
I would actually really like to see this sinful team composition lose this game after this many advantages. It always does just rustle my jimmies.
Well, that's his first death on the Aphelios as well, and maybe is a game-ending one. At that, you saw all of the vision that Dragon X had that was so aggressively placed. But Sandbox found themselves an avenue to walk on up.
I think Sandbox are ahead now. They're down 5,000 gold, but you gotta understand, it's a Kiana, a Renekton, and a Elise. They are full of Sin. These champions decay very rapidly. We're taking a look at the replay here. And honestly, I mean, that's a beautiful bubble.
That timing from the stopwatch
as well. And then they're saying push. I think they're ahead. They're down 5k. They do have a Mountain Dragon, though, which is giving them some gold in terms of the resistances.
But they'll definitely be ahead as soon as Pyoshik dies. If Pyoshik dies, that's so much extra gold, 800 to whoever kills him. And that's going to be a huge swing. And now the map is in favor Oh, the Sandbox squad that are pretty happy to fight around this Baron, especially with Zoe.
Yeah, and they have
throwing the bubbles.
Cloud Soul even coming up in 30 seconds. This is a really dangerous spot.
Yeah.
And you got to also consider that a lot of the gold is inside of the Elise, and unlike Karthus, it doesn't really matter if she's super far ahead because she tends to conduct herself in the same exact way unless she is oppressively far ahead in the early mid-game transition. That's when she's most scary.
Well, Doran's here towards the bottom side, trying to get the pressure on. A back coming in from Summit, but he does have teleport available. Same can be said for the Renekton on the other side. As OnFleek, he's trying his hand as a split pusher.
Yeah. And I mean, you may as well. Now, they are actually going to give over the Cloud Soul. And I've talked about this actually a lot, I think with Valdez, that when you get the 3 dragons, you don't have to take the 4th one. You can just make it so the enemy has to keep stacking up Drakes. And when it's the Cloud one, that's the one that feels really bad.
Yeah, you're not too worried about it.
20% ultimate CDR on some of these Dragon X champions, really not the biggest thing in the world.
Yeah, for an Elise, certainly means nothing at all. Moonlight Vigil, good to have that one up and available as often as possible, and currently Def does have his first 3 items completed. Leo's still looking for his Bloodthirster. But Leo's slowly but surely getting towards his item timings, and he's going back now. I wonder whether he's actually able to actually collect it. So this is a reminiscent gold graph. Saw similar in game number 1, but at this stage it had already started to go south for Dragon X far more than it has. But this Zoe timing, she's got herself to 3 items. Dove still looking for target after target. And he can do this. He's not getting punished.
So what Zoe
for his
does,
positioning.
She's very blue in this control.
Oh yes.
Not blue Dabadita. All right.
Die.
But very controlling.
Yeah, does have the blue buff now as well, so even more blue, as she
Atlas,
otherwise was.
If you ever get into Magic the Gathering, just remember.
Oh, if I do, yeah.
Just what? You said no right away. Atlas, if you ever get into it, make sure to just play blue.
Okay.
Blue's the best color.
All right. I was a control player in Hearthstone. Does that help?
Yeah, it does. That's where blue is.
All right, nice.
Do you like your opponents not having fun?
Yes.
Oh, me too.
That's precisely how I play. I like inevitable wins.
Yes!
You know?
Yes!
Where like they know that the game is going to take another 20 minutes, but they're definitely going to lose.
When the win occurs via their concession.
Yeah.
That's my favorite.
Oh, just beautiful. When it comes to like MOBAs and like League of Legends, I like it when you're having equal amounts of fun, you know? But when I'm playing card games, man, no.
I need you
That's
to not
about
have
emotional
fun.
turmoil.
I need you exactly.
Yeah.
Like looking across the table, playing in person, and just seeing their mental collapse.
Yeah, just watching
Yes,
their brain go, there is no way I can ever win
watching
this.
the frustration.
Yep.
You know? That's the best.
Yeah, really good times. Really, really good times. Well, OnFleek continues to look for these side lane minions.
This is completely fine. And honestly, Dragon X has not got a lot of value out of the top lane ever since the fall of those turrets.
Yep. Well, I mean, the turrets are still standing, so outer, they're still standing gold possibilities for Sandbox, as we've got a Baron that's still alive.
And honestly, the turrets on the map are making up actually a lot of the gold difference, and when we're starting to get to 31 minutes, Renekton, he does have 3 items, and the 3 items aren't super bad here. They are somewhat valuable, but he, for the most part, has slowed down. And Elise is basically locked on the same items for so long. It's Zhonya's Hourglass, Runic Echo, and then the Morellonomicon. And outside of that, there's not really too much else coming in. Kiana, the unfortunate thing for her is the enemy team actually has armor resistance as well as that Mountain Dragon.
Oh, Dove in trouble.
They might have
Stopwatch
found
is
the
great
window.
timing. There's the supreme display of talent. Oh my god, the chakrams from downtown. Not quite enough to take down Dove. I believe that was Calibrum Crescendum combo, and it's not fun to deal with.
And now Gorilla and Leo trying to shove out mid lane. Dragon X, Aphelios annihilates Baron.
He does, especially with this particular gun. Doran just playing goalkeeper. He's not even necessary. As the Elise is able to secure it, all of that gold still sitting in Pioshik's pocket. Has himself the Zhonya's Hourglass and and a stopwatch as well. So it's going to take a while before Pyosik dies. Also, not a lot of room for anything. Has a elixir there on in his back pocket. Leo probably would have liked that blue buff summit, but got to make sure that you deny it from your enemy.
And the really cool thing here also is just because Dragon X has the Baron doesn't mean that the game is over. There's still going to be another fight left in this. Zoe, unfortunately, not able to get to that Oblivion Orb before... Okay!
Just caught out of position. Pyosik now the next target, but Deft is there. Does have the Crescendum available. Is starting to stack up these chakrams. Doran looking from the side. Yeah, picks up.
Yumus! Yeah, it must be nice. Yeah, it must be nice to run like God.
That's what happens when you're really good at Zoe. The bubble is going to land. Doran has to face tank it. Let's get the Ruthless Predator, and Dove takes a lot of extra damage based on that. Teleport to come back in here
and are
from
they
the
just gonna
Aatrox.
get the Cloud Soul? I don't know why they're hesitating doing this, because when Chovy's up, Home Guard, plus being Kiana, you get back into the fights really quick.
Oh, that's a Flash Cocoon. It lands onto Gorilla, but the Stone Plate is going to keep him alive for the moment. Doran, that's a dangerous slice and dice. The bubble is going to be taken. Can he get onto the lantern? He can. Sterix keeps him alive as well as Gorilla. Underneath the turret is going to survive for the moment. As Pyosik going golden will save him for now. I hope he used his Zonyas and didn't break another stopwatch as Doran. What is this positioning down to his GA? For what feels like no reason, Deft wants to clean up the turret, does so.
I think Chovy's going to kill them both.
Yeah, Chovy wanting to dive in to try and stop them from taking this as On Fleek now trying to run away. Cloud Soul activated. Extra movement speed.
Oh, this could be the game.
Yep, there's the flash forward. The lantern is there as well as the flash was picked up. Is it enough? Dove, yes, gets himself out of the way. The Splendid Spray of Talent is going to be there as now Deft looking to take down Summit as he respawns. It hasn't been his game today on this Aatrox. 6,000 gold now the lead for Dragon X. Yes, there's a Cloud Soul, but they may not have a base after this.
And Elder is coming up next. So we'll have to see. Zoe did manage to complete her Oblivion Orb, and that's actually really big because there's 0 magic resistance present on the side of Dragon X. So take a look at this replay here. Chovy ends up getting picked off. He didn't have the Supreme Display of Talent. Summit going way too far forward again, though, losing a lot of his HP. It almost cost Sandbox in the ensuing fight in mid lane. Right here, though, World Ender back up, able to get reactivated by taking down Kyria, and then he goes for Deft. Ends up being taken down, losing his Guardian Angel, so that'll be an item that they will be down. But they managed to stave off all of the Baron. And so Baron's going to be coming up again, as well as Elder Dragon. But unfortunately, this will put the Aatrox behind the Renekton ever so slightly.
Yeah, in fact, Doran's continued to kill minions very, very well. Hasn't been able to shop just recently. Now going to go back. I think has enough money to complete either the Titanic Hydra or the Mortal Reminder. We'll see where he actually decides to go as that completes. And it's actually just getting rid of his Tiamat, and he's going to complete a Spirit Visage instead. So we'll help him take less damage from Dove, and also synergizes very well with the kit of the Renekton. And if I look down the line, there is an Oblivion Orb, but there is nothing to stop healing on the side of Sandbox. So I like Spirit Visage here.
Yeah.
Continue stacking that health up. Still waiting for his Guardian Angel to come off cooldown. That will be when Doran is completely powered back up. Leo has Rapid Fire Cannon in addition to everything else. Is 17.7k damage so far for Dove. He has been in control of the mid game, but when it's straight up team fights that are hard engaged by Dragon X, that is not when Zoe shines. So we're still seeing the damages.
I also
damages received.
Feel like more often than not, Kiana is going to actually play out these lines pretty consistently. I think every time we've seen her, she doesn't really do that much until the later stages, but that's not a reason to pick her.
No. And I mean, look, he hasn't been feeding. He got picked off that one time, but otherwise Chovy has been, you know, okay, but I still don't see what this Kiana is doing that, you know, the Fizz couldn't have done, or one of the other picks couldn't have done instead.
Even just playing mid lane Pyke and going something like Karthus jungle and pseudo-funneling him would be a lot more valuable or even funneling him via the Kiana because she's able to leave lane because she functions so well on low economy with just a couple of items.
Yep. You can basically function like a Pyke.
Yeah.
And it's sort of what she's been doing as well. Has evened things out as far as farm is concerned, and that has a lot to do with being able to spend some time here towards the top side. And now inside track to this inhibitor turret is being gifted to Sandbox. As our Dragon X are wondering whether it's time to actually go for some sort of re-engage, but there are no solo laners there.
Smite was just used on a cannon, I guess to soften it. Oh, man.
Spiderlings tank that one up for them as Doran dives into the backline, gets the flash forward. Chovy in for the supreme display of talent, lands onto a couple of members, but double stopwatches are utilized. Gorilla's gigantic in the backline, but Summit's just dead, and OnFleek is running for the hills. Hook in onto Gorilla, nothing he can do, and somehow Dragon X find themselves a team fight that I wasn't expecting them to be able to find.
And they have the minions actually up in top lane, so are they just going to run over there? No, they're indecisive with what they want to do because they don't have a minion wave in mid. So even though there's one Nexus turret, there's not a teleport up on Doran available to lock that down. They're going to play it slow and steady, not want to give anything up to chance against the MF, Zoe, and the Olaf. And remember, MF would have had the ultimate available to clear out the minion wave. So we're going to play it as careful as possible, get the Baron enhanced stats, and now we're going to be looking for an Elder Dragon. We take a look at how this fight ends up transpiring. Doran gets cut up, but flashes into the enemy team. Leo, he cleanses, but Chovy with the flank. Summit left alone on an island on the right-hand side, ends up dying. Olaf does what he does best, running away, doing absolutely nothing.
Doran actually played that fight really well, frontlining for his team. Spirit Visage paying off dividends, as Dove has only just completed the Forbidden Book now. And yeah, Gorilla was a big body in the front line, but he doesn't actually do all that much at this stage, apart from try to peel for his carries.
The Void Staff was actually picked up on the Elise, so this is going to allow her to deal true damage to some of the targets on the side of Sandbox, but she was probably already really close to dealing a lot of damage, or very close to true damage, so I feel like rather than a Void Staff kind of a game, if you have that kind of money, just get the Liandry's, because a lot of these fights are conducted in a poke and siege scenario. And so Runic Echo combined with the Liandry's does so much for you, as well as the Madness passive, increasing all of your total damage dealt by 10%.
Well, it's taking over to 40 minutes, LS. This is certainly going the distance, as Dragon X are looking to try and close this one out, but they haven't been able to get towards any inhibitors just yet. They haven't been able to utilize this Baron.
Oh,
so
man.
They're going to choose the Elder Drake as their point of victory, as there's a teleport back from Doran, actually maybe into his death, as Leo going to cleanse for no reason, actually, as Doran slices to get himself out. Success as far as the disengage is now. We've got a reset on this Elder. That's a little bit of a issue there as bullet time flies over the top. The Elise locks down the Elder, and now this is huge for Dragon X. Carrier going down very low. The Ignite is in there. The heal utilized by Deft in order to keep them up. Oh, Calibrum Crescendum was there for Deft. That was time for the teamfight win, and Sandbox do manage to get themselves the reset.
And this is honestly just smoke and mirrors over and over, and this is a byproduct of how vulnerable and weak the Dragon X team composition is. Even when they're up, with the Baron stats, with the Elder, they took so much damage doing it, though, that they're going to have to wait and reposition. They're going to dance one more time to try to get an edge, especially because a lot of their champions are still up, some core items, but it's still vulnerable.
Yeah, we got a 6-item Renekton. This guy's huge right now.
Not every day you actually get to see that.
Yeah. Has himself that Mortal Reminder. That was completed towards the end there.
Doran is doing fantastic. Baron and Elder minions coming up mid lane. Deft, yeah, he took a lot of damage, and Baron is dissipating in 5 seconds. I don't even know if they'll...
Oh my god, the burn damage actually procs off the chakrams. That is just disgusting.
Yeah.
On this Aphelios, hook goes wide. Deft's still standing at the back, but has got all of his health back.
I love League of Legends.
Yeah. Now Infernum is online, so these minion waves aren't going to last very long at all. Big crits in an AoE. Very, very frightening. Deft trying to hold on to Calibrum for as long as possible because he wants it to stay safe in these team fights. He has his Mercurial Scimitar, so if a bubble does land, it's not going to mean the end for him yet again. as we are so close to the first Elise win of the LCK for 2020. But we're not there yet.
Well,
lying in wait. Goodness me, that's a lot of damage. Still, 4 minutes on the Elder.
Yeah, 8,000 gold difference doesn't mean anything. We are at 42 minutes in this game, and it's not like there's any champions that are really going to 6 items beyond the 80 carries. And Deft is already there on Aphelios, and Leo probably
pretty close.
Soon to follow, yeah. Very, very soon to follow.
But when Dove gets a Void Staff, he's going to do so much damage to everyone on Dragon X, and there's not a lot that Dragon X can do to avoid it, right? Like, he's so safe when he's portal jumping around from behind walls and getting the bubbles on the
And also even
targets.
the Cloud Soul.
Yeah, true.
It is helping in some instances, and so we just have this we have this stalemate scenario right now.
Double lifesteal done for Deft, 6 items complete. He's making his way back out now as Doran slices onto
the true objective here, the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, they do lock that one down.
Okay,
Movable
Elder is honestly okay. The hook.
Yeah, hook does land.
What? That Q.
That was very strange.
Through the wall. That is some that's some Pennywise, if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, straight out of the gutter.
I saw it with you.
Yeah, we did.
That was great.
And you denied it on Twitter.
Yeah, you
Very
left
upset.
halfway.
I did not. I stayed for the whole thing and enjoyed it.
You got proof?
No. That's why I was so upset. Oh, man.
Well.
Win some, you lose some.
Mortal Reminder, by the way, was the armor penetration item of choice for Doran.
Yeah, we'll see whether one of them is going to be collected by Chovy as well, or whether he goes for a Lord Dominic's, just to make sure that his damage stays as relevant as possible onto more tanky targets. Do have a lot of armor being completed in these GAs and the stone plate and things like that, and the Kiana damage is not going to be registering as powerfully. Still will be tearing through Leo if he can get on top of him, as On Fleek looking for Chovy, but he's in the river, and therefore has access to a bunch of stuns.
I feel like we're watching Goku go Super Saiyan for the first time.
Yeah.
You know how it took like 3 episodes?
Yeah.
Or SSJ3 against Boo?
Yeah, we're gonna go to a break now.
Yeah.
And we'll be back with our episode 2, or 3, or 7. Which episode are we up to now?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's the filler content between the episodes that we're watching now. Because of course, when the show stops, the timeline doesn't stop.
Now, the thing that you're going to want to do here, if you're watching this, is identify which skin it is that you like the most out of all these champions. Make sure to get yourself that.
Yep, hop over to the Riot store. Oh my goodness, that hook missing. Could be a huge problem. Knockup's coming in here from Summit, who's trying to dash away. Ruthless Predator does stun him up, taking a fair bit of damage. Remember, Mortal Reminder on Doran's actually effective here as Carrier gets the hook, lands it onto Gorilla. Maybe not the priority target they're looking for, as now it's On Fleek diving into the backline, trying to find Deft, but he can't do it. Down to multiple GAs here for Sandbox, but Dove's off to the side. Leo gets caught out, and now Deft is free to destroy. Double kill already. Doran gets exhausted, but Dove, he knows that he doesn't have a frontline to play around. On Fleek doesn't have the options as Pioshik over to the side, flashes for the Cocoon, finishes off his opposite number. And now DRX think, nope, no need for a Baron. We're just going to win this one and take down Sandbox's first loss in the LCK 2020.
Sandbox right there. If you're Leo, you have to feel so bad as that. You know what, in every sense of the word, that really was the death sentence.
Oh, yeah.
As the Thresh hook landing onto MF, locked her up, persisted beyond death. And that's going to be it. Zoe can't do anything.
Oh, and another Cocoon. Pioshik earning his paycheck here today on the Elise 8-0-9. I like it when the MVPs are easy to dole out because that was one hell of a performance from the rookie jungler, letting us know exactly why he was chosen here by CV Max. Big cuddles from the gentleman himself, as Doran as well. Brilliant, brilliant stuff from this guy on the top side that I was doubting. I know a lot of people were doubting, especially after Quad was victorious, subbing in after his suspension, but get him off the cannon, get him onto a top lane champion that, you know, can get up close and personal, Doran looked brilliant. Fist bumps all round there for the Elise. Coming out of the jungle. Come on, mate. Just get into it. Oh my gosh. Well, it's another unanimous vote ruined by an English-speaking broadcaster, and this time it ain't gonna be me. Tell you that much.
If he gets it, Doran is robbed.
I mean,
I just want to.
he's gonna get it.
I know he is. You know, but
the writing's on the wall. As OnFleek packing up to go home. I'm glad that we saw an example of Sandbox's weakness, because against APK Prince, APK weren't able to get them to that stage of the game that they look uncomfortable in.
The thing is, though, is they played from a deficit this time around very well. And honestly, the Dragon X team composition was an absolute bonfire.
Oh yeah, it was disgusting.
The fact that the players were managed to remain steadfast despite the discrepancy as the game reached the end stage was really good. It was very akin to T1.
Yeah.
Turning the tides in mechanical fashion. In
their Dom 1 series.
You're right. In the face of what should not have been possible. Kyria landing that very clutch hook at the end.
He had some huge moments for Dragon X. Glad that he gets his time in the spotlight here as well. But Pyosik really putting on a clinic around the earlier stages of the game, landing the cocoons that he needed to.
I gave my MVP vote to Doran.
I know you did. I know you did.
Not only did he save Pyosik from that mess up on Aatrox inside of the blue side jungle, which
he was also able to outlane Summit.
He also outlaned Summit. He rode him, and he was also a very big saving factor in a lot of those team fights in the mid game.
Yeah.
That turned the tides. Him and Chovy in that one fight in mid lane, there were so many instances where Doran did so much. So I don't care what the KDA says, okay, on Pyosik. I don't care what the camera guy zooming in on him thinks.
Yeah.
For me, it's Doran.
Well, for me, it was the guy with the cool numbers, because I'm a play-by-play. I like to look at the screen, identify the cool numbers, and then tell you about the cool numbers, and he had the coolest numbers. If you're legendary without dying, feels pretty good.
Yeah, sort of like owning a prestige skin.
Yeah. I don't know. Do you know what we need to do? I think we need to go to the MVP interview.
Yeah. But first we're going to go to the highlights.
Yeah, we'll do some highlights, and then we're going to go to the MVP interview and check out exactly what happened here. And when we're going over these highlights, I want you guys to just notice how well Pyosik played.
Yeah. So Pyosik and Kyria both are here. Again, the lane state and top lane extremely favorable. OnFleek a little bit too late. Kyria and Pyosik here yet again.
Yeah. And actually, to be honest, this is a lot of it being Kyria's either death sentence timing or vision manipulation.
It looks like Kyria's going to get the MVP. And honestly, he was my second candidate for MVP. If we could have multiple votes or something, it would definitely be him, especially because of the death sentence at the end.
Yeah.
But
a lot of these moments certainly Kyria.
So much, man. He actually did. And it would actually be really nice for the people that hated on him this series to actually just recognize what he did do, even though, yeah, he had a Leroy Jenkins cannon game number 1.
But then he won on it.
Yeah,
you know, the turnaround performance. This was sick.
That is Albert.
Yeah.
The toad right there.
Good night.
Just named him.
Sweet Prince.
Tilius is what, he's going to throw up or something?
I mean, I'd throw up after that kind of disgusting death.
Yeah, I guess.
And I wouldn't blame Chovy for the same reaction.
And again, watch Doran here.
This
Gets
was
in
sick.
onto Leo, sets up the flank for Chovy. And even still, I mean, Doran was just doing so much, so often. We're going to go to Team Voice.
Let's hear what Dragon X had to say.
Let's take this slow.
앞에 살려라 얘들아. 앞에 살려. 올라프 노플이야. 미포 끌었어. 미포. 앞에 살려봐 그냥 몸대줘 그냥. 앞에 살려봐. 라인 살려 얘들아. 어때?
Now they're talking about making sure the lane lives.
라인 살려 노플이야 노플 라인 살리고 미드 가자 라인 살리고 미드 가자
올라프 컷, 올라프 컷.
나텔 들어봐 미드로
Yeah,
미드
Doran
미드
saying that he has teleport available.
조이 큐 조심해, 조이
조이
큐.
조심
Don't give a kill over to Zoe.
나 기도하고 있을게 얘들아
Be careful not to give a kill over to Zoe. Oh, we can end. We can
아,
end.
이번에 끝나게.
나 기도하고 있을게 얘들아
Let's end, guys.
아 미안하다 집중해
Concentrate, focus.
I like that. Not celebrating too soon.
한동이 하나다 제발
Please.
와 나이스 할수 게 없다 와
공이죠. 뭐야? 야 끝내. 나이스.
Yeah, and
야.
it was also really interesting in the team fight, very akin to Griffin. No one was really talking except for Keria.
Yeah, it was actually, I feel like the CV Max influence has started to take hold because the start of that team fight was so controlled.
And silent, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you think of like, what is the direct opposite? Gen G and their extraordinarily explosive comms at every single stage of the game. That is precisely the opposite of this.
This is another thing. Now, Dragon X won, and I don't want to take that away from them. But again, really want to hammer home. You have that many advantages early on, which is a dream scenario.
Yeah.
Not every game that you go up 7,000 gold with these kind of champions, and then you still struggle to end. And when you're looking at that game in a vacuum, Sandbox, they were making mistakes and still couldn't end. So, player of the game is actually going to be given over to Pioshik.
With a runner-up in Carrier, and then maybe Doran deserves.
I see
a
two people
little
on my screen here.
Yeah, and to be honest, like it was Carrier holding off on the death sentence to make sure that he can get it at the right time,
Now,
playing perfectly.
This right here, the Renekton that comes over to salvage this, and then Elise flashing away for her life. So if Renekton's not here, if Doran's not here, yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, baited a flash, man.
All right, let's hold on.
Flash.
I'm paying attention here.
Yeah.
Elise damaging on Fleek.
Got a point-blank cocoon onto Summit.
Okay, and
meanwhile, Doran wins the team fight.
Meanwhile, Doran and Chovy 2v4 the team fight, or 2v3 the...
I'm still happy with my choice.
It's an interesting choice there, Cotton.
He's legendary.
Yeah.
He has an indefinable
he had really good
KDX.
stats. Yeah.
Because he can't divide by 0, and that was the amount of death that he had that game. And it's the first time that Elise has won. So obviously a really difficult champion to win on. Okay? So he automatically started off the game at a deficit. So, I don't know, man. I don't know whether you want any more from me. Because also, he's the rookie of the team. And we were expecting mixed results from his first few games.
Yeah.
But I think he certainly played well. And now we get to hear from him as well, because we will be throwing over to that MVP interview. So here's Ji-sun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun with the Universe Translation. And let's hear from the POG players, Chovy and Pioshik. Chovy, it's your first POG. How do you feel right now? I didn't know. I was the POG, so I was going back to my player's room, but Mina just grabbed me and told me I'm gonna be doing the MVP interview. Well, especially game number 2, I died in some awkward moments, so I really didn't think that I would be the one. And Pioshik, 2 POGs in a row. DRX once again came back after losing game number 1. Does it kind of take time for the players to warm up? Well, I was feeling comfortable in game number 1. However, the game did not go as we planned. So Chovy, you guys actually first picked Nautilus. So was that a flex pick or was that a mid-specific pick? Well, me and Keria are both really confident on Nautilus, so throughout the pick and bans, we could just flex it to the mid lane or the support. So, with this Nautilus on the mid lane, you guys were able to close out the game. Very effective hook work there. So yeah, I thought that I could go for the kill, so I told my teammates I'm gonna hook, and we were able to really pick it up. Without that hook, the game could have been even more extended. And I heard you saying like sorry to the teammates after closing out the game. because I was caught out in the middle of the game, so that was the main reason that why we had the longer game.
자, 그리고 표식 선수가 이제 3세트에서 앨리스를 꺼내 들었는데
In game number 3, you went with Elise, which was on a 5 games losing streak.
표식 선수가 엘리스에게 첫
Pyusik,
승을
you
안겨줬어요.
gave her the
어떤
first
점이
win of the split.
다를까요?
What's different between you and other Elise player?
승리 공식은
My winning recipe is Hextech Flash. Elise, you know, can jump over the wall. So if you take Hextech Flash, you can jump over the wall. So you can kind of pull off some unexpected plays.
네, 표식 선수가 원래도 조금 마공점을
So,
좋아하시는 편인가요? 아니면 특별히
do you
엘리스에 잘
prefer
맞는
Hextech
편인가요?
Flash or is it just for the Elise? Just for the Elise. So I only take Hextech Flash only for Elise.
자, 이렇게 DRX가 두 번 다 이번 주에
DRX.
열렸던 경기 중에 두 번 다 승리를 가져갔습니다.
Pick up
표식
2
선수 처음
match wins
오셨으니까
so
이번
far.
시즌 각오
So
들어볼게요.
what's your goal for the split?
일단 오늘은 저희
Today,
팀원들이
our
저희
teammates
끌고 캐리해줬으니까 다음 경기에
were
잘
carrying the
보여주고
game for me. So in our upcoming series, I want to come back with
네, 그리고
improved
지금 감기가
performance.
좀 걸리신 것 같은데
And I heard you caught a cold.
엄청도 며칠
How are you
정도
feeling
지금
right
안
now? How is it?
3일 된 것 같은데 저곧
I've been feeling
입은 분들이
bad,
경험하실 수
like,
있어 모를 것 같아.
3 days
아, 그냥 못
so far.
당기니까, 네, 빨리 나으시길
I might have to
자,
just
그리고
stay in
표식
my home.
선수, 지금 프로 데뷔해서
Pyusik,
정말 잘하고 계세요.
This is
지금
your
이런
first
선수들은
split
사실상
and
신인에게
you are
쉽지 않은
already
거잖아요.
picking up 2 POGs in
프로
a
데뷔하면서
row.
또 프로 데뷔하기 전에 좀 가장 고마운 분이 있다면 누군지
So who do you want to share this credit to?
아무래도 많은 사람들한테 고맙긴
I want to share
한데
this credit
지금 가장
with a
생각나는
lot of
사람이
people,
이제
but the first person
부직장의 롤통령이라고
coming in my mind,
내일이면 군대
the
가시는데
streamer that joining the Korean army tomorrow. So I want to just say thank you and be safe at the army, and I'm gonna become the best jungler in Korea.
활약 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, DRX의 두 번째 승리.
So this
다시
was
한번
DRX
축하드리면서 저희는
picking up the
인터뷰
second
여기서
victory
마칠게요.
of this week, and
감사합니다.
this will be the end of the interview, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, as usual, and that concludes our first match of the day. We're running about an hour behind schedule, something like that. Crazy stuff. So things going to be starting a little bit later, moving into our second series, which is Afrika versus Humble Life for our final match of the day. This is going to be really exciting, and mostly exciting for our friend LS right here, because he's expecting some better drafting out of these two teams. Not sure whether he's going to get what he wants, but at least he's going to get some keen action on the top side
Ooh, I
of
see what you
the
did
map.
there.
Yeah, it's a nice
That
one,
was,
right?
you are.
Well, we'll see whether
honestly.
Cuvée can stay in form as well, because he actually had a great debut
I think
against T1.
Freak just woke up in a cold sweat. So that's all I gotta say about that. You know.
Oh, God. Please no. We are going to check in on the standings, though, and see the results of Sandbox falling down. It will mean that they will no longer be tied with Afrika Freaks, and in fact, Afrika will be able to claim sole first place by picking up a 2-0 here. They'll be the only team to go back-to-back 2-0s. Gen G dropping a map, unfortunately, I believe in their first match.
And Dragon X just below Gen G by 1 point. We'll see. Now, Afrika can actually clench first.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So
Later
they can have
on, yeah.
sole first place.
And
with a
Hanwha
2-0.
Life can tie first.
True. They can. So, could be a possibility here. 2 zeros needed on both sides in order to get ahead of Gen G, but they can equal them with a 2-1, and we'll see whether it goes the distance as we get back after a shorter break than normal. Probably about 30 minutes, something like that. So stay tuned, get yourself some popcorn, something like that. We'll be back very...
If we come around, then there's only two.
Yeah. Yeah. Hall of Famer, how did you not know? Championship, about to win a Super Bowl. Fans in the stand, love it when I'm in the dome. Touchdown dance, celebrating cause I'm home. Cleats on my feet, running routes all day. Shotgun, wildcat, I know all the play. Could've been a quarterback, just put me in the game. I was born a champion and I just want the ring. MVP, I'm the best on the list. You can join the team cause we headed to the ship. Hey, you looking at a champ. Hey, you looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. We going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
You're looking at a CHAMP. Every time I do it, make it look easy. Better be prepared when you come for me. Don't talk me to death, you know that stuff cheap. I go hard on the west, I go hard on the east. It don't really matter either way, I'ma eat. You know I do numbers, 1, 2, 3, count on me like work easy. I can do it in my sleep, I do not know defeat. Championship rings on my hand, go bling in games when I please. Good night, RIP, ain't no OT. You are not a champ, boy, you don't wanna be.
You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win. All I do is win. You looking at a champ and we going to the ship. We going to the ship. Going to the ship. Hey, all we do is win. You looking at a champ. You looking at a champ. Hey, all I do is win.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2020. I'm Atlas, this is still LS, and we're here for our final matchup of the night. Afrika taking on Hanwha Life Esports, and it feels a little bit like we've saved the best till last, because it's Hanwha that came off the back of a win against T1, and Afrika Freaks, our darlings of the Kesper Cup, able to stomp their way through there, but the only team able to take a game was this squad right here.
Any truers?
Yeah. I don't know. Are there? Let me check.
There probably is some truers. Absolutely. I
reckon there's some truers in the chat.
Yeah, there's probably some truers. So, Hanwha Life, they have had the most interesting drafts in the LCK and also some pretty good ones. Also, the willingness
to pick Soraka. Yeah, sorry, I got a little bit excited, but thankfully, Cuvée has demonstrated to us that that champion is damn good, actually.
Yeah.
So, good to see that the meta has actually been studied from these guys. Let's go into the points of the match to see exactly what we're in for, according to the LCK broadcast. The Kesper Cup quarterfinal rematch, exactly like we were talking about only moments ago, the only team to break the perfect run.
Yeah.
Well, see whether they can actually win a best of 3 here, because taking one game ain't going to do it.
It has been a lot of time, and for a team that is trying to conduct themselves the way that Hanwha Life is doing, that amount of time is actually very important and necessary. So, the other point about any lane can carry Afrika Prince.
Well, like this is a great point, because we were talking about this. Keen did not carry that game.
No, Keen actually, he was, you know, it was finally like, probably surprised he was living in the Twilight Zone as he was able to take a step back.
And this is against Sword, too, a lane that we were expecting him to just dominate,
and,
right?
you know, interestingly enough, Sword actually looks like one of the best players on Griffin.
Yeah.
In that
and Tarzan
series.
fell off a cliff.
Yeah, Tarzan became George of the jungle.
Yeah.
So we don't...
Going from a king to George.
Yeah.
Depending on which George.
Diddy can't really let himself go.
I don't know enough about, you know, kingly heritage to know whether there was a king. There was a King George, wasn't there? There was a few.
I know there's a King Richard.
Yeah. Okay.
King Richard's fair.
Yeah.
They have that in New England as key player.
Yeah. Thankfully, we have been re-railed by Mystic, who does not have hair of that color anymore, but he does have the skills on Ashe. I love that he debuts into the LCK playing his most iconic pick. That he played all throughout his time on WE. He was a joy to watch there, and was a joy to watch on the Ashe in their previous matchup against Griffin. Was in fact probably the player that had probably the best moment, I think, so far this week in the LCK. I think that Ashe kiting and control was just spectacular in the game-winning team fight. And on the side of Gen G, sorry, not Gen G anymore, on the side of Humble Life, it is Haru that we're highlighting. He's been playing the Diana jungle. He got the Diana ban out as well after that. Was one of our losses on Elise, but it's only Pyoshik that can play that champion apparently, as he's the only man to have actually picked up a victory. Afrika will start off on the blue side, but let's listen to some trash talk.
아프리카라는 팀 방어를 많이 한다. 가드를 올리고 탑 캐리를 기다리는
시야적인 부분이나 이제 포지션이라든가 싸울 타이밍을 정한다던가 되게 LCK답다 생각했어요.
충분히 이길 수 있었던 것 같은데 다시 만나면 잘 해낼 수 있을 것 같아요.
하나생명 같은 경우는 엄청 변화무쌍한 팀인 것 같아요.
서로 잘 뭉쳐다니는 약간 5명 합이 잘 맞는
그런 틀에 얽매이지 않고 좀 자기들만의 뱀픽으로 하는 것 같았어요.
감독 코치님들은 기존 틀을 좀 깨치는 걸 원하셔서
저희 스타일로 만들어보고자 합니다. 확실히 그게 정로철 코치님 스타일인 것 같아요. 그 다양한 시도를 하고 뭐 피지컬로만 게임하는 그런 느낌이 많이 드는데
저희는 그 플레이의 단점을 좀 알아서 잘 대처할 수도 있지 않을까요?
인 선수만 잡으면 이기는 팀.
아래쪽으로 하려고 하는데 기인이가 뭐 잘해서 탑 차이 나서 그런 게 아닌가 싶습니다.
아무 탑은 뭐 정글러가 잘 해줘야지 이길 수 있으니까 저도 하루만 믿고 있습니다.
성진이 형이 판을 잘 만들어 놓으면 가져야죠.
이제 큐베 선수는 좀 혼자 하는 걸 좋아하는 약간 그런 선수인 것 같아요.
젠지에서는 큐베 선수가 그런 이미지가 있었는데 같이 연습해보니까 캐리력도 있고 그냥 믿음직한 탑솔러 같아요.
저희는 기인이가 있는데 상대가 됩니까?
내가 올라가면 되죠. 기인 잡으러 가겠습니다.
뭐 저는 그냥 잘 도망 다니겠습니다.
아이돌이던데요, 완전 하나생명.
아이돌. 사실.
저도 솔직히 많이 달라가지고 좀 놀라긴 했는데 이렇게 화제될 줄은 좀 몰랐어요. 저희 프린스 4인방을 이길 수가 없어요, 하나생명은.
저희가 외모나 게임 둘 다 이긴 것 같은데요.
좀 외모 대결은 무조건 아프리카 앞서입니다. 경기는 저희가 이겨야죠.
기인이가 그냥 얼굴도 이기고 라인전도 이겨버릴 겁니다.
제가 처음 주전으로 하는 거고 그전에는 경기를 많이 못 보여드렸는데 상위권 경쟁이 가능한 선수라고 그런 인식으로 바뀌었으면 좋겠어요.
작년 썸머 때 제가 경기를 한 경기도 못 나갔는데 정로철 코치님이 그때 틀렸다 이런 거를 보여드리고 싶어서 이기겠습니다. 제가 나간다면 한 세트도 지지 않을 것 같습니다. 목표예요.
그냥 뭐 하던 대로만 해도 알아서 아래쪽에서 이겨줄 거라고 생각합니다.
이기고 싶으면 다윤이를 꺾어봐라.
한 번 당하면 휘둘릴 수도 있을 것 같은데 그 한 번 안 당하게 잘 조심해야 될 것 같아요.
기인 잡으러 가겠습니다. 기인 기다려라!
I think that was mostly a beauty contest and
That,
not actually trash
yeah,
talk.
See, every single time they call these segments trash talk, I feel like they've never tuned into a Western trash talk.
Yeah, exactly.
That
because
is
these guys are just complimenting each other over and over again.
It's really, it is weird that the segment is titled trash talk, but there's actually, you want to hear trash talk?
Well, let's see whether they can put their money where their mouth is on the Rift instead of trying to say nice things to each other to put them off at the beginning of the game, which seems to be what most of our LCK teams have decided trash talk is all about. Having a look at the squads making their way out, it is indeed Spirit that's going to be helming the jungle for Afrika, and Mystic is starting this time around. No double S to confuse me with how to say his name correctly, because it has to be double S.
Yes.
Instead of just saying the letter twice.
Yeah.
Which can be rough. But it is Mystic. That one's an easy one.
I was looking up during the key player point. Blue hair does mean Super Saiyan God. Now, I don't know
Right, good.
if going from yellow hair to blue hair means that he's leveling up, sort of like a Super Saiyan.
I'm pretty sure that's what it means, because
Maybe
we
that
saw
actually
his
is,
Super
yeah.
Saiyan performance on the Ashe in his first match.
Original hair color is black.
Yeah.
Just like Goku and Vegeta and Gohan.
Yeah. And
then he bleaches it, went Super Saiyan. Now he's Super Saiyan God.
Well, let's just hand them the trophy now, I guess. I don't know. I mean, aiming, he skipped a step. How did he go
we're waiting
from...
for a fusion.
That's what it is.
Yeah, aiming skipped a step. He sort of cheated like Vegeta did in GT, but that's not canon. So
that's
we're not gonna talk about it.
I mean, he also got to like a just monkey stage, and I didn't really understand what that was about. And
Yeah,
they were in space, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it.
I watched some of that, but it was very late at night.
Not go there.
I was pretty confused.
So, yeah, GT. Good try. That's what I'm gonna give for that one.
Not gutter trash.
Gutter
we're not quite there yet.
Well, I was trying to do the LCK trash talk.
Oh yeah.
So.
Yeah. So you can't go with
good try.
That's too much. Good try. Nice work. I think you guys will have a good day, but you will lose. Okay. That's what we're saying.
I hope that it rains when it's cloudy.
I hope you forget your umbrella on Wednesday. Okay, a Freak of Freaks. Starting off on our blue side, we'll see what they're going to ban to start this one out. We expect some ingenious things from this draft from the Harmful Life side.
Yeah.
We'll see how much Afrika decide to sin in this particular ban phase. Is the Diana, the first one to be taken away from Haru, his secret source.
Alice, before we jump into breaking down the draft here, though, I do just want to hit you with some trash talk. I hope that your ice cream melts.
Whoa.
Yeah, just wanted to throw that out there.
You know what? I am very diligent about putting my ice cream in the refrigerator.
I don't want to hear it.
Well, in the freezer section of the refrigerator.
Don't want to hear it. What I do want to hear is how this draft's going to turn out.
Well,
I guess I don't hear that. I see that.
Well,
so it's
Set's going to get banned.
Yeah.
So do you know what we're doing an on first pick?
Okay.
It's happening.
I hope so.
Because Elise or something is going to be banned here.
Yeah, something that, you know.
Or Ash.
Okay, Ash.
It's
Gonna
just
be
ban Ash.
banned away now. Yumi
Wait.
isn't the entire problem. There's other enchanters or mages. I just basically I just say mage to cover them all, but there's other enchanters available. Spirit now gonna pick up the Elise. He's ready to sin.
Oh, Rumble Aphelios. I love it already. Out of this draft, the
Rumble can go bot lane.
He can go every lane.
Yes.
He can actually just go in every position.
He can.
Yeah.
Rumble is a 5-role flex champion. And when he's paired down in bottom lane, usually it is accompanied by the Soraka. And now Pantheon Elise is very scary. Pantheon Elise can also tank turrets for years, juggling aggro with the Pantheon E as well as the Elise Repel. It is a lot more obnoxious, although not quite as much upfront sheer burst as the Renekton Elise, but definitely a lot more utility, which I personally like.
I also really like the AD carry being locked down here. That was going to be the next role that was going to be pinched, meaning that the Misfortune was going to be disabled from Mystic, and he can't go towards his favorite pick in the Ashe. Jarvan just going to be locked down. Of course, Jarvan and Rumble, constant synergy, and does keep the Rumble flexing throughout a whole bunch of different roles. Also a favorite pickup for Haru, of course, but there's no jungler that can't play J4. So now we're looking at the support position as far as Harmful Life is concerned, trying to get rid of some of those good Misfortune options. Expect Leona to be the next ban after the Blitzcrank. Now, Freak of Freaks, where are they going to decide to go? As maybe some comfortable mid lane options could be the next ones to be taken, or the
Soraka
away from Cuvee.
Well, Soraka does end up biting the dust, and I'm going to call this one a wrap here, Atlas. You got this for the rest of the game.
It's just over?
Yeah, I'm going to go take a nap while you handle this one. Soraka's been banned, so...
Yeah, I mean, what's the point of you being here, really?
I mean, honestly, at this point.
With all of these Morellonomicons running around the Rift, the amount of forbidden books still being purchased from the shops somehow, the black market, it's just too difficult to pick the Soraka, you know? It must be. But given it enough respect, there's 3 seconds to go. Ban something, Afrika. You probably should do that. Mordekaiser taken off the board.
Mord taken off the board is a bit surprising as the last pick, especially because the Pantheon is able to be flexed 3 lanes, mid, top, and support.
And the Ornn is still available.
Into the support position. Because of the support item changes, he's able to get to that Black Cleaver or a lethality item really quickly.
This is a really scary draft from
Yeah,
Hanwha.
Hanwha
already.
Life
Like, this
are
has got everything.
identifying what is going on. Afrika opens B1 Elise. Hanwha Life respond R1, R2, Rumble, Aphelios, Rumble is a quadra flex at that point. Well, actually, technically still a 5-man flex. Aphelios can go top lane.
Flex, yeah.
And then when Pantheon and Misfortune come in, Jarvan comes in as a mid-rangey kind of off-tank champion, most likely going to end up inside of the jungle, although he's able to be flexed also to multiple roles. Primarily only top and mid, support less likely. And then Ornn comes in on R4 to give that insane late-game scaling, and Afrika is pure sin.
Yeah, they are sinning really hard. Of course, Keen is a great cannon player, always has been, but I liked him more when the AD on hit cannon was more of a thing.
Yes. When he had more options.
Yeah, when he was able to play as that split push bully that you needed multiple people to be able to take him down. It is going to be the Thresh locked in the end for Lehends. He's not going to go back to his Shen or anything like that. It's going to be a very comfortable draft, but I'm giving it to Hanwha here. Their draft has multiple modes, as our friend LS would say. They held on to flexibility until the very end. They can still flex now, moving on and rumble between the lanes.
Yes. And the thing is that Hanwha Life, they have such good scaling with the ornaments. Rumble, most likely going to get a Zanya's Hourglass or a Rabadon's Depth Cap, depending on how the game is going for him. And that'll be his Ornn upgrade. Black Cleaver, most likely the Ornn upgrade for Jarvan. Aphelios obviously gets the Infinity Edge. Thresh the Redemption.
Yeah, so many options here.
If they get ahead, there's no coming back for Afrika. So, Afrika, they're going to be on a bit of a time limit this game. They have good lanes to try to get ahead with, and obviously the Pantheon is going to be a treat.
Yeah, this is the thing that we've got to look at, because Elise right now can have a field day. We know Pantheon Elise, you've already spoken about it. It's a incredibly difficult duo to deal with no matter where they are. And Elise has a gankable lane everywhere, especially if Marks of the Storm can be reliably gathered from Keen up towards the top side. But when you're expecting something from Keen, generally expect that it is going to work out. So Spirit sort of has pick of the litter where it comes to where to go. We don't even need to talk about Nautilus. The guy is a CC machine. So opportunities for Afrika, but they need to get this game done and dusted at about 28 minutes. Otherwise, there's just a likelihood that War of Attrition states that Hanwha Life win the game. And here we are onto the Rift for game number 1, Afrika versus Hanwha Life Esports. Hanwha were able to take one game off Afrika. It was the only loss they suffered throughout the entirety of the Kesper Cup. And now it might be the first loss of their LCK split as well, being the last remaining undefeated team here in the LCK.
Now, one of the things that I don't particularly like, but we'll have to see what he does with it, is the teleport on Pantheon. That strikes me as very strange, because Pantheon, in the later stages of the game, he's always with his team anyway.
And
because
also
the Grand
command
Skyfall.
drop. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the Grand Skyfall just covers so much range anyway that he's always with you in split push, and that's often how you want Pantheon to enter the team fights anyway, is via the Grand Skyfall. So, a little bit strange that it's not an Ignite.
Well, we'll see what he's going to do. Just going to be able to get around the map a little bit more reliably. He, of course, did play the Pantheon in, I believe, their first game against Griffin. But honestly, the games didn't feel comfortable for Afrika. It wasn't like a 2-0 demolition of Griffin in any way, shape, or form. And actually, Griffin found themselves inroads in multiple different occasions and then had the game stolen away from them almost twice in a row.
Yes. Griffin almost won those games. And it was very akin to what Hanwha Life is trying to do here today with the better scaling, much more power in their punch come mid-game. And if Ken and Elise and Pantheon don't get ahead, it's going to have to try to be the Mystic Show one more time, and he's going to need to go Super Saiyan God.
Well,
to carry this one.
Right now, he's certainly on a champion that he can do so. And we saw, you know, Deft's Misfortune performance on the game that they just won in the matchup earlier. We know that her damage potential in the late game is extremely high. His Tempt got a little bit frustrated by those minions, but Flamespitter didn't troll him too much in the last two. Getting a few of those is Vista running on away here. My first cast of good old Vista, who's making his way into the 80 carry position after being a sub support. Not entirely sure what's going on there because their flexing of lava towards the bottom side I thought was really, really cool. Just not going to be a thing that they're going to continue with. It's likely that Cuvée is going to be just fine in this lane. He's on. And therefore, what happens in the laning phase basically doesn't matter. Please, Keen, just get a CS. Oh my goodness. There we go.
Well,
missed that one too. He's getting trolled by this.
You know,
Q a lot.
he did miss one, so I feel like it might be about time that he starts considering North America.
Yeah, I think so.
As the place to go. Getting 18 out of 19, it's just not quite good enough.
I didn't see the money coming up for like most of them, so
that's sarcasm.
Maybe I'm just losing my mind. Okay, yeah.
You know, I mean that's fine.
He's still winning. You know, he's still got a lot more of the minions that Cuvée has, but the minion wave is sitting underneath this turret.
Yep.
As our Spirit, this is the man that we've all got to have our eyes on. If you're an Afrika fan,
he's
you
up 2
look
camps
at
right now.
You look at Spirit's score, and that will tell you, come 20 minutes, whether Afrika can possibly win.
Oh, nice dodge
really
by
nice
Vista, who, again, is a support main.
Yeah.
So not every day that you have support mains actually jump into the carry positions.
Well, he's doing so pretty comfortably by the looks of things at the moment. As Keen not going to get knocked up that time. Lightning Rush, pretty good. One of those Mark of the Storm still hanging out here as the W comes back up. Bellows Breath just to avoid being stunned by that Mark of the Storm. But Keen's health bar has been whittled well and truly.
He has to be really careful. He's 1 Q away from actually being put into Ornn lethal range. So if Ornn would to just land 1 Q, the next Q with E and W follow-up would execute the cannon. So definitely a balancing act right now where Ornn is doing actually fine because Cuvée hasn't built an item.
Oh no, there's the flash play. In comes the Jarvan, and that should be first blood. Going over to Harm One Life, and it's Vista that picks it up of all people. Maybe just taking a double here as the Q. Will it come back off cooldown? Haru just stabs him. There we go, Harm One Life 2-0 already, and it has gone from bad to worse already.
Cuvée backing up, building an item. Let's see what it's actually going to be first. It will be the Negatron to give him the duality against the jungle and the top laner, so definitely a very good purchase right there instead of the Ruby Crystal.
Well, we saw Spirit up there just trying to give Cuvée a little bit of a love tap, but otherwise not too much of an issue. As we're going to have a look at this one more time.
Yeah.
Gravitum, just a pretty good gun.
Yeah, it was just such a nice setup right there. Nice lantern in by Lehens. Haru just coming in, a really quick pickup. And then Vlad the Impaler right at the very end here. There you go, right there, just like Longinus.
All too easy. It's Tempt. He's just farming. Doing absolutely fine in this matchup against Fly. He went back and got himself a couple of longswords, but having the arm guard, certainly very, very good.
All right, well. At this point, Pantheon not really getting ahead or able to do anything. So again, we'll have to see how this is all going to transpire. Kennen obviously going for the Vampiric Scepter, first item.
Yep, and heading towards that Bilgewater Cutlass as soon as possible. If he builds a Blade of the Ruin King, that's when maybe we could start getting a little bit excited and interested in what this game is doing. Honestly, an on-hit Kennen would provide them with a split push threat, which allows them to step away from the team fight, which they're definitely going to lose. There is no way they win that against Harm One Life. The Spirit looks for it. Lehens takes a lot of damage, but it's Haru that's in the front line. There's the Grand Skyfall as Keen looking to come in. Does have the Slicing Maelstrom. Waits for the play. And Lehens will be the first one to go down. But Mystic grabs that kill as Vista on the back line, but he's now sort of 1 versus 4. Off on the other front. They turn onto the 3. The flash forward. Vista is point blank range with the close range weaponry. And my God, is it difficult to cast Aphelios, but it's easy to see how good he is as Fly runs away wondering what the heck that champion just did.
I don't know.
Crescendum. My brain couldn't find Crescendum, okay?
I know there's one weapon that it cycles really fast relative to proximity and stuff, and I'm like, Is he gonna use it, Atlas?
He did use it.
And, I mean, Eladios did a lot of things in that
He
team
did a lot of things.
It's actually hilarious.
It's so hard. Champion's so hard.
All right. So Grand Skyfall comes in. You can see the flay went out in anticipation, but Keen holding on to it. Cube really just running into a rock right there. Not doing the most with Ornn inside of this fight, but that's fine. Eladios has a lot of answers for Afrika. I mean, look at the champion.
How many
look
of them
at
there
him.
are.
Fly doesn't even know what's going on right now.
I don't know what's going on right now,
And
but a
trust
lot of
me, you
damage
already know
happened.
I don't know what's going on.
Oh, we definitely know that.
Captain Flowers just probably woke up. He still doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't even know why he woke up.
It's like, oh, I still don't know. Never mind. Falls back to sleep.
Oh, man.
Well, Spirit does get Shelly. Haru's going to trade that for the Cloud Drake. Humble Life stacking these up, certainly a good idea, and not having the opportunity of a Cloud Soul is great for him as well. Ward goes over. Haru's taking a lot of damage, but Eladios is there, so a lot of anything is no worries.
Eladios. I'm glad that a lot of people seem to like that nickname.
Yeah, no, it's working.
It really is. Oh, man.
I think, like, when are we going to get to the point where people just start banning the damn champion? Because he's really too strong.
He got slightly nerfed in 10.3, and then I do believe they're nerfing him again in 10.4. So
we're on 10.2.
Yeah.
So he should probably be banned, right?
Yeah.
No?
Well, oh, Kennen is in lethal right now. 750 if Cube knows the Ornn combo. All it takes is Ornn to connect one Q, and then Kennen has no say. And everything else that follows up, you land the max range Q, cast the R, and then E immediately. Get all the knockups, and chain it with the Bell's Breath. Kennen does not have an ability to respond, even if he tries to Lightning Rush. This won't happen.
And he doesn't have Flash, so therefore he's just dead, as Mystic is going to be delivered a whole bunch of plates. Trying to stay in range to collect those, and he will be able to. There we go. Oh, it does take probably way too much damage for it. There's the ult. And oh my god, how did that even happen?
Well, you see, what I've noticed is the green item.
Calibrum is a little bit silly.
When I see the green item, I think of like a very rapidly expanding forest, like those shots in Hollywood movies.
Ah, yes.
And then I just think like, wow, he's like a hawk.
Yeah.
You know, and he just.
It is because the auto comes out if you use the Calibrum, if you use the ultimate, the Moonlight Vigil, then it gets marked,
Okay,
and
well,
therefore you can
Cube
like, hit him from
does
everywhere.
not know what is going on right now.
Yes, he does. He knows that he's about to die.
Well,
as
he
we
just
missed
used
the
heal,
Q.
and okay, Cube had no idea that he was in
Too
lethal,
easy.
so the joke was on him.
Yeah.
Pantheon puts up his shield at the end. Now, this does come at a cost, though. Pantheon is missing out on some of the minions, however, Spirit is there to pick them up. That was about, what, 80 gold worth of minions, and also the plate, so you factor that in, it's 200. Kill up in top lane was worth 450. So, it's still a net positive for Afrika, and obviously now Afrika is also, well, okay, I guess the minions balanced out, and then the plate, so that's the big picture.
All right, Keen got a plate. Is it worth his life, is the question. As Vista's here.
Ooh.
Yeah, we don't have the flash, so Keen is definitely dead. Takes a little bit longer than you'd otherwise expect, but 3's going to be the charm. Haru's down here towards the bottom side, but what can a Jarvan do against Jelly and Mystic here? Looks like his answer is going to be quite a lot, as Mystic has to flash to get out of the way. Not going to need the bullet time, uses it now, gets the stopwatch. Jelly going to follow suit as the Ornn Horn not going to do it, and it's good flash to get him off this one.
What?
Spirit now looking for Haru. Doesn't find the cocoon though, as now we're just looking for another minion wave. Fly is down here as well. I feel like this Pantheon in the early game has been working out, but he's just needing to be in too many places at once right now. As Tempt, oh no. Is the stun gonna land? No, it's not.
Well, he has Cleanse, so they would have to land both, but they wouldn't be able to kill Rumble through both.
Yeah.
So
what that was is Fly waiting for the cocoon to land, so the cleanse comes, and then
you do the Pantheon chain.
Yeah.
It wouldn't end up killing Rumble, but it would,
Especially
for the most
not
part,
with the
delete him from the lane. Yeah, he has the Seeker's Arm Guard.
Yeah, and
has the Ruby Crystal.
The cleanse that gives you a bunch of tenacity as well. So not going to be super helpful as Keen. He gets the ward spot. That's a good one. I learnt that from Ejim, professional LCK commentator, whose greatest achievement thus far is not commentating the LCK.
Hopefully we have him by week 4.
Yeah, we're going to need We're going to need him relatively soon because otherwise lost sanity is going to well and truly be out of sanity.
I'm gonna become likely senile.
Yeah.
At the end of it. As I was talking on stream actually about how insanely hard this actually is.
Yeah, it's tough.
This is not just showing up and talking about video games. That's what I think most people tend to think that it is, but it's not. You gotta keep trying to look at everything that's happening on the screen, keep up with what does it actually mean, what are all the champs trying to do, but then also talking non-stop.
What it means
is
in
actually
reality,
really taxing on the throat.
Yeah, what it means in reality is that you just have to keep your brain on more than it normally is for an extremely extended period of time, which is taxing to anyone, right? And it just might seem like we're dudes having a good time talking about video games, which we are, of course.
I mean, you know, and
to a certain extent, but it does take a little bit more than just that.
We get to talk about the really important things, and then sometimes about the game.
Yeah.
You know, like that. Sometimes the gameplay interrupts us.
And also, oh, that was Keen getting a great stunt
That was-
to
yeah.
stop QV from getting that cannon creep. Love it. I hate it when players miss cannon creeps, but I love it when players deny
interrupt
cannon
it,
creeps.
yep.
Oh, stunning.
It is.
Because sometimes it's just player error.
Now,
by sometimes I mean a lot of the time.
Okay, now this is a
in
very
position.
tanky Ornn.
Yeah. Ornn comes out, gets the double knocker, just alleviates the lane of its minions.
I don't know what they're trying to do there because Ornn has Abyssal Mask, and they know that Thresh is on a reset, so he could be in close proximity. There's no way to kill Ornn there. With the items that they currently have, he's just way too tanky.
Well, we've just given up on the bottom lane entirely here, if you're a Freak of Freaks. Infernal Rift is coming out. That's a great repel from Spirit as they're trying to stop him from taking the lantern. Oh, that auto attack, it's not going to be enough as Jelly's going to burn down. Tempt arrives at exactly the right time, and Fly does not. Felt like it was an inevitable thing, but the Freak are still opting into it.
So even though QV tried to give them an opportunity to kill him, they still couldn't at the very end?
Eladios is on 5-0 on 1.
Eladios is doing a lot of things. He's about to have a lot of items when he recalls. So
yeah,
let's take a look at this. This is the replay. The charge completely whiffs. Everything comes out, and honestly, if Jelly just cast his Ignite, Ornn was dead. So even mid-Lantern travel, all Jelly would have to do is place his mouse cursor over him, hit the D key, and he would have died. It would have been a 1-for-1, which I have no idea what QV is doing. This is actually 3 times now in this game. The one time northwest of the Dragon Pit, where he missed the ultimate, eat into a wall, didn't do anything. The lack of awareness that he was in lethal against the Kennen up in top lane when Kennen went back over the threshold. And now again, getting really overconfident with Thresh in close proximity outside of like real turret range.
Well, now I've got another really sad story to tell you, and that's there's a Sapphire Crystal in QV's back pocket. And,
you know, I see you've been doing some research.
Yeah, I don't want to talk to you about what that means, though.
About Frozen Fist?
Yeah, it's gonna mean some potential Frozen Fist sinning on QV's side. Not a decision that we ever wanted to see made. Balmy Cinder would have just cleaned up all of those minions instantly, by the way, and he would have been able to collect all of them instead of missing one.
The whole thing about Balmy Cinder versus Frozen Fist is the Frozen Fist mana is negligible if you're just playing normally as is.
Yeah.
You never really look at the mana as a worthwhile upgrade. And so what you end up getting with Frozen Fist is you get the extra armor. It has more armor than the Sunfire Cape upgrade. And the problem, though, is that Sunfire Cape comes with enormous amount of HP, which increases the effectiveness of your other resistances as well, including the Immolate burn. So, obviously, Frozen Fist and Spellblade procs can do a lot of damage, the CDR, etc. I posted on Twitter the CDR differences between 33% Ornn CDR and 45%, assuming that you have the scaling CDR, you have the Cosmic Insight, and then you end up going Night's Vow as the third item, and it is so negligible.
Yeah.
We are talking about microseconds. And for a champion that is repositioning, he's not always casting his abilities immediately off cooldown. He's trying to wiggle a little bit, do something. And so applicability is a really important thing when evaluating items, because sometimes just straight up stats don't really tell you a full picture.
And it also depends on what the stats are on which champion as well, because Ornn had his shield removed. And armor becomes more effective when you have a shield, because that's creating artificial health for you, and therefore you can utilize your effective health, which comes through your armor, through your magic resistance, like that. However, now, you don't get it. So he doesn't have the shield for you to worry about, and therefore health becomes much better on.
Sunfire is just such an insane upgrade. It is by far the best. You go Abyssal into Sunfire, into Kindle Gem, and then from there, once you have the CDR, you decide, do I want Knight's Vow or do I want Locket of the Iron Solari, which is then more EHP. For not just you, but your teammates as well, because Ornn's effectiveness with these items, he ends up becoming not only a tank, but a carry that can one-shot the enemy carries, and a support. So
he does a lot of things.
He's got the whole package. He truly is Santa Claus.
Yeah, they've got a Latios and they've got a lot of Ornn. It's just a lot of stuff.
I see what you did. You know what else they have?
What do they have?
They have a Rumble that did not build the Forbidden Book.
Oh my goodness.
He
built an arm guard just for laning phase?
I like what I'm seeing.
Oh
Atlas.
my goodness.
I am
Do you know what we need to see this Savant do? We need to see him build an Oblivion Orb into Void Staff.
You know who did that earlier was Grig in LCS.
Thank
you want
you
to
so
talk
much,
about a potential player of the game?
That is player of the year
That
already.
is,
I'm calling it now.
I also think that I saw it on I think I saw it on Bjergsen as well. I think Bjergsen ended up doing it, Oblivion into Void Staff. So really good to see that in the West, Morellonomicon sales are greatly down.
Stonks are diminishing.
Stonks are down. Yeah. Morellonomicon is crashing like Bitcoin did a really long time ago.
Hook lands on the Keen, and he's just dead. No stopwatch. And it was just poor positioning from Keen. He hasn't had the start to the season that he's wanted whatsoever. This is, it's only, 2,000 gold, something like that as a lead, but we're close to Infernal Soul for Harm Alive. And they are in complete control of this map.
When we take a look at the replay, and that's just a really clean kill right there. And honestly, Hanwha Life are so far ahead. The gold graph does not speak to the volume that is their champions, their team composition, the cohesion. Talked about this last time they drafted, last time they played. It is very, very rare to get a team that drafts well in the LCK. They don't exist.
No, it doesn't.
And
it's a fake situation.
It really is. And it's a pretty hard thing to do, but this is 3 times now where they have one draft. And so,
if it wasn't for Cuvée botching the item build,
you know
everything
what? I would be really impressed. I don't even know. I might make a donation next time he streams or something.
Yeah, you could give him your Twitch Prime.
Don't go too far. Yeah. Okay, stop.
I can't give him my Twitch Prime.
I actually, do you know Weird Champ,
yeah,
right, from the LEC?
Yeah.
I actually made a deal with him, Prime for Prime.
Oh wow.
I don't have Prime.
Oh, wow, you've been advertising this for so long. Don't even have it as Cuvé's going for the 1v1. Fly moves on out of the way. The Ram does get knocked back though. Good Q. Cuvée not with the damage enough to kill him, and realizes that there might be a whole bunch of friends on their way as Fly just trying to keep him in the area. Cuvée realizing that maybe it's time to just do some autos, and Mystic steals the kill away because he spent all that time walking down there. He may as well get something for his troubles, and does so nicely. Getting more kills onto the Misfortune, a good thing, but I don't know whether this is going to be enough to actually stem the tide of this Hanwha Life game.
And Cuvée is really the only glimmer of hope right now for Hanwha Life, or, well, for Afrika, I'm sorry, to beat Hanwha Life here in this game.
Yep.
As he is really not having the best game here today, as game number 1 is unfolding. Now, as Ornn, he will bestow great items to his teammates in coming moments here, although no Ornn items actually completed by any of the champions on the side of Hanwha Life.
Yeah, we're looking for his
yet.
Zhonya's. I think that's why Tempt is fast-tracking the Zhonya's.
And Zhonya's is a really good item against the Pantheon as well as the MF. Not as good as the Rabadon's Death Cap, but it is still a pretty good upgrade, all things considered, relative to what the opponent's team composition is, so I'm not going to complain. Infinity Edge will eventually come in. That'll be given over to Latios, and then I'm assuming that the Kindle Gem will eventually go into a Black Cleaver, which will be turned into an Obsidian Cleaver. And these are just thousands of... What does Cuvée have as his spell?
What do you mean?
Look at it.
Oh, that was the cleanse. Oh, sorry, the clarity, I think.
Why did he just change to a useless spell and then...
To cycle his flashback?
Just change to Ghost and activate Ghost and then get Flash. Hello?
Maybe he wanted the mana for no reason.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's just thirsty.
He hasn't upgraded his Frozen Fist yet. He's starved on mana.
Oh, okay.
You don't understand.
But he was just at full.
No. Don't look at the mana bar. That'll fib to you. That'll fib to you.
Thank you, Atlas. I didn't. Thank you so much.
Well, there's a reason why you're not playing in the LCK. All right. You just don't have the mindset for it.
Okay.
But I mean, this gold lead is shrinking. Afrika are actually picking up plenty of gold in the side lanes around this map. Fly's got himself to a couple of items. You have an Infinity Edge and a stopwatch on Mystic. This Misfortune's actually pretty scary. Eladios is probably scarier, especially with the Crescendum that is now available. Remember the name there. Hopefully I remember it next team fight as well. It's got the close range combo, Severum Crescendum.
They're going to have to climb a mountain for this team fight. Cube does have level 13. Did he upgrade the Rumble?
The Rumble?
The Rumble item yet? I'm not actually... Oh, this
is
could
that
just
something
be a
you
pick.
can do at
That
a
is
gym
a very...
in a group?
Oh, you're talking about the Roomba?
Oh, no, that's... no, I was talking about Zumba.
Oh,
and
Zumba.
Roomba is the...
What is Roomba?
Roomba is a vacuum cleaner.
Oh, okay.
The vacuum cleaner robot.
Well, I mean,
which is what I was actually
can be a
thinking
vacuum
about.
cleaner.
Bit of a disaster. Let's hope this team fight can actually help us out as Jelly just finds absolutely no one. Man drop does come in as the bullet time flies over the top. Cube misses absolutely everything. He just gets bopped for it. As in goes Keen. He found the Aphelios, and that's going to mean the team fight. Haru's running for his life. Took a while for the cannon to warm up, but he found it, and they're going to not even worry about the Drake? No, they are. They're going to go take the Drake and then take the Baron, most likely.
Cube doing, Atlas? He had a 3-man Ornn ultimate, a pin against the wall, and Misfortune, the succubus herself. Let's watch this one more time.
Oh my god.
Oh my, hello. Check your bank account as, where's he going?
Into the face of a bullet time. Oh god, Keen's timing and positioning though, that was just a one-team fight right there. I just love that you sounded like one of the kids out of a 90s like high school TV show. What was that, Atlas?
And the Afrika entire squad is there right now as I really don't. I would love to actually see that replay even one more time to see if there really is something that I'm missing. Which, I mean, it is entirely possible because seeing it twice, I really couldn't wrap my head around it.
Well, Cube now has the extra cooldown reduction.
Yes.
And auto attack augmentation of his Sheen. And therefore, I think that that's going to be enough to get us over the line in the next team fight.
Quite, yes.
Yes, I think that must be how it is.
I do believe that you are. That is an accurate assessment.
Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. Haru and Lehens just traveling around the top side like they promised Keen they would, but Keen's just going to get out of there. As the man drop comes down, look at the Cube. They've identified the weak link, and they are attacking it. That R button left a little to be desired on the Pantheon side, who looks to be building towards his Guardian Angel as item number 3. Spirit had a bit of a quiet game so far. Did make some moves in the earlier stages, but was unable to really translate anything, especially after the double kill bot side. Haru showing us that he should have always been a starter. His performances so far have been very good, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. As Ornn still hasn't upgraded anyone's item.
Well, Lehens doesn't find the hook. The Ram comes in, finds no one. And the Baron's going to reset. Afrika, success.
This is the enemy team Ornn. Or no, this is your team Ornn.
Yeah, this is definitely your team Ornn.
This is your team.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
I think Afrika have just been raiding a lot of Nax Rammus. They've been doing Heigen. Safety dance.
Okay.
Where you get out of the way of the timings of the bad things.
All right, excellent.
Doing. Haru gets the Cataclysm onto Spirit. He can flash. Does so to get out. Cube now on the flank with no R button, and therefore isn't going to be able to offer anything. Keen going back on the top side of the map. We'll see what he's actually going to be able to complete here. If it's 3 items for the cannon, It's actually very scary. Just another needlessly large rod to have as much AP as possible for this next fight. He's going to have Rabbiden's death cap completed pretty soon. That'll be frightening times. Molten Edge still on the way for Vista. QV wanting to get to that level 14 so he can cling to another excuse of relevance this game. Because otherwise it just hasn't been the Ornn's time to shine. But if he's offering, you know, upwards of
you know what? I
gold.
can maybe see why Ornn finally came out of the mountain. Probably wasn't getting any more orders coming in. The delivery truck guy just stopped coming.
Yeah, the forge is going cold.
Oh man.
Yeah, there's a delivery cease.
And that's why the blue Ornn skin exists. It's because he ventured out from the mountain, then he froze.
Yeah, he's like,
there
it's
was
too
no
cold.
one around.
Yeah, my forge. Because he's always got it with him.
That's why he can't get a skin. He can't afford it.
Yeah, well, there we go.
There we go. I think we just solved it here on the LCK broadcast.
What we didn't solve
you know what though?
was
He's
the
getting a
missing of
6th
that
skin, right?
I think so, yeah.
I think they wrote that on Reddit, like the Elderwood.
Oh
Or
yeah.
something. That
Actually,
is
that
really,
one's going
really
to look
cool.
pretty rad. There's the Molten Edge. Has just been completed. Afrika back into the lead. They had a bit of a trough for, you know, what, 20 minutes?
They are still behind. The Ornn items are adding
yeah.
gold
Yeah.
that isn't present on top, and then also the team composition. Now
that doesn't make sense to me, okay? I'm a play-by-play, and I look at the top of the screen, and the team that has the biggest number is winning, okay?
You're a control deck player.
Oh,
so
that's
just because
true.
you're missing HP doesn't mean you're behind.
Yeah.
There you go.
That means I'm just looking for that one item so I can play
Exactly,
my
the
combo
board wipe.
paladin.
See?
So I can just use the holy wrath.
It's all
into the
making sense
face.
now, right?
Yeah.
You're low on HP, lay on hands a couple of times, get all the HP back.
I haven't
up card
spotted that I've
advantage.
only got one card in my deck.
Exactly, just like they
Yeah.
spotted QV, or
Exactly, Keen is just dead. So there's nothing that they can do
Oh,
there. The man
no.
drop delivers Fly to his death as well. He immediately tries to get out of there. Not sure what the Ram was doing. And neither was QV, I don't think. But they are going to be able to get the Infernal Soul purely off the back of Keen being in absolutely the wrong place at the wrong time.
And you know what? This Infernal Soul is actually giving the Ornn upgrade for Aphelios almost half a longsword in itself, which is really cool.
Even
it's
more.
a nice stat.
Isn't that
Makes
great?
Me excited. I feel like the one person that, like, when you go on a date, you're at the dinner table and you're really excited about like science or space, and like the other person's just not happy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I feel really isolated right now.
Is
That's
that,
okay.
is that what you feel?
Yeah.
No, I'm
It's
excited
fine.
about
Are
it.
you excited?
Longsword?
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
This Baron's about to go down as well, so we're waiting 6 seconds before Kennen can turn up. It's the turn on to Fly, but he's soaking so much of the damage. Mystic goes golden, but that is about the worst possible position for you. Gets flashed after 1,000 gold per attempt, and that might just be the end of the game. In goes Keen into the middle of the team, and I believe he teleported onto a Spiderling, maybe something he doesn't want to do ever again, as Spirit's going to head for the hills. We're looking at another loss for Elise. No one can do what Pioshik was able to do in our previous series. And Hanwha, they're going to take themselves the Baron. There's a crescendo. Still, Aphelios doing a lot of damage to this Baron. We don't even need to worry about it. There are only 2 members of Afrika alive, and now we're going to have one last reset before Hanwha just put the last nails into this coffin.
Well, here we go. Keen just walking way too close. Perfect Warden. Knocks up the cannon. Grand Skyfall to a grand demise. As again, Keen. Now, I think this is the best Leroy Jenkins. Summit not to be outdone. Take a look at this teleport here.
Oh, there
by
we
Keen.
go.
Instant res into instant. Keen's not really having the best couple of games, actually.
Yeah, certainly hasn't found himself in this one.
Maybe he's getting a little lazy now that he has teammates. Maybe, no,
I mean, he's 80 CS ahead.
Yeah, he is 80, yeah. And you know what? And he basically got himself a solo kill.
Yeah.
As well, in top lane, so. Yeah. Even though there was that 1-2 punch just happened right now. Not the end of the world, as Locket of the Iron Solari is actually going to be the Jarvan item, and then he'll probably get that ornament upgrade.
Yep, level 15 now for QV. Still a couple of upgrades to dole out as this inhibitor turret was there, I think. Not anymore. There's Gravitum and the Calibrum for Vista. Probably the best options, but in goes Haru. Moonlight Vigil finds absolutely no one. It's finally an Ornhorn that does something. QV getting into the backline, finds himself a couple as Fly joins the fight just to die here on the backside. Stops a lot of that damage. The flash forward from Vista. Cool guys don't look at explosions, and the Nexus turrets are going to evaporate. The Nexus will do the same thing, and Afrika, they're going to need to rethink how they operate themselves in game number 2, because that draft didn't work, and also the gameplay didn't work either.
And I really, really like to see this. Drafts doing what they're supposed to do, and even in the face of an Ornn V5, I don't even know what I would call that. Ornn was not a part of the game. For the
Well, it
first,
was a 4v6.
Yeah, it was 4. There you go. Not 4v7. The Ram was on the enemy team too while you're at it. But eventually,
oh no,
the team composition did what we mentioned that would end up happening. If Pantheon and Lee is Kennen, they don't get ahead, they are not going to have a very good time in this game. So.
And
Also, Aladios doing a lot of things, changing that dragon fight was very big as well.
And I'm pretty sure the Korean casters mentioned that they thought Vista was the best Aphelios so far in the LCK. Last outing. I don't know whether that's entirely correct, but he played very well
Vista
today.
that chained the Aphelios ults with the Ornn?
Yes. Oh
Yeah.
no. What was that? No, that was aiming. That was the one that we thought.
aiming's
So
the
we
best.
thought
Yeah,
we thought aiming
aiming's
certainly
the best
had it.
affiliate, yeah.
However, there were some conversations on the analyst desk in between some matches of Humble Life's last match against T1.
That Aphelios set everything up on his own,
Yeah.
whereas Vista seems very good at cleaning stuff up.
Yeah.
And taking action after stuff is
But
started.
also,
So-
I mean, the team fight where he had the Crescendum into the Infernum
The what?
combo of super close range Aphelios play, where you
Right.
stack up your chakrams in close range and then you onslaught
the
to
what?
bounce a lot of damage and all that sort of stuff. He did it very, very early and was able to get himself a gigantic lead. It's okay. Keep your brain in there. It will be fine. We will be okay. I know this is not what we hire you for, so it's fine.
Take a look at the last one.
Yeah, let's have a look at this one. And honestly, it was pretty much all over, but Haru having a good moment, and Vista not having a great one.
That was the Ornn
missing the
that
ult.
actually did something.
Yeah. So we had a moment where Vista messed up,
yeah,
and Cuvée did everything right. So actually, we should just
Everything-
give the MVP
everything
to
was just
Cuvée.
fine. Yeah,
Best
there
on
we
we've
go.
seen in the LCK. There we go. Now people are going to watch that play and be like, why were they so mean to Cuvée? Do you know that he's a world champion? How
my
dare
God,
you guys?
Stop. Stop, I'm reading my mentions.
Yeah, I think I was too, actually.
This guy gets everything wrong.
Why is he so stupid? Oh, all right. Well, Kennen did a fair bit of damage, but not when he needed to. He found one team fight. Things are impressive. So there are shades of Keen waiting in amongst the player that's on stage, but he's a shadow of his former self. We want to try and find him in game number 2. Humble Life, however, they want to close this one out to even things with Gen G at the top of the standings. If they do so, it will be unprecedented for what our expectations were for LCK 2020. So stay tuned. We'll be back for game 2 right after this.
보자. 맞대. 이거. 프린터. 야, 땡겨졌다. 캐릭. 캐릭 조심해. 야, 바로 가. 그만하고. 바로. 얘들아. 야, 내 말 들어라, 얘들아.
바로 가라.
근데 얘네 라이플이 없어가지고.
바로 가라.
야, 내 말 안 들어?
바로 가.
너도 말 들어라.
얘들아, 라이프리 잡지 마라. 바로 가라.
재밌잖아.
라이프리 잡지 마라. 우리 기움을 잘 들어.
이겨줄게, 얘들아. 내 말 들어.
레전드 오브 룬테라의 세계에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 이것은 실력 지상주의 매지컬 세계. 자, 이제 그럼 한판 붙어볼까? 레전드 오브 룬테라.
네, 시종일관
We are
화끈한
back
경기가
after
펼쳐졌죠. 아프리카
Hana Life
하나생명의
versus
첫 번째 세트
Africa Freaks game number 1. Hana
자,
Life
뱀픽 어땠는지 먼저
managed to
들어볼게요.
break the
자체가
nexus
이미
of
검증이
Africa.
끝나고 저걸 어떻게 막냐 소리가 나올 정도의
So
조합을
they're
하나생명이
already
완성시켰어요.
got the really strong
원거리
draft.
이니시에이팅도 가능하고 거기다가
Aphelios
럼블,
has
자르반,
the ability
오른,
to open
스트레스
fight in
보조까지.
range
사실
and
저
also has a lot of
하나생명의
support in
조합은
all the
다른
lanes.
팀이었다면 당연히 굉장히 좋다라고만 생각을
So
하는데
Hana
팬분들한테
Life
아쉬울 수도 있을 것 같아요.
has one of
하나치고
the
너무
best
평범한 거 아니야?
composition, but
그러니까
some of
뭐
the fans
김선생님이
might be a little bit
공식으로 비유를
curious
하자면
why they went
탕수육
very
맛집에서
typical
탕수육이
composition.
맛있어도 탕수육 정도 맛이 있어야지 더 거기가
Maybe
의미가
because
있는 거예요.
Hana Life
정석
always
기본적으로
tries
다
some
본인의
creative
잘못 있다고
comps.
보는 것 같습니다.
Fans might be expecting something more, but Hana is also good at standard composition as well. Africa, B1, Elise, lock in. Spirit is having again his golden time, so they gave Spirit the best champion in the current meta, and then Pantheon for a chain CC engagement. However, Lyra already emphasized that Aphelios, Rumble, and Misfortune has a huge teamfight ability. So he's really happy to Hana Life taking 2 of the 4 or 3 OP champions.
하나생명의 초반부터 기세가 좀 엄청났어요.
So let's take a look at some of the highlights.
비스타 선수의 포지셔닝과
That was a huge
아펠리오스의
turnover
특징,
for Hana
그리고
Life.
룬도 다시 한번 살펴보면
Especially we wanna take a deeper look at Aphelios and its rune choice.
우선 빨간색 절단검으로 변신을 하게
Aphelios
되면
was hiding in the very back line. Look at his movement speed. He can stay out of the range of the opponent champions, but when the players tried to fight back, he used his summoner heal and also the clock, the Nimbus clock. He had amazing amount of increased movement speed, so no one could actually follow him. So Lyra right now thinks that if you are playing AD carry without any dash, it's actually much better to take Nimbus clock. So this is the information of the Aphelios rune from Vista from the previous game.
정글러 입장에서도 갱 갔을 때 그것 때문에 변수가 굉장히
So
많이
as a
생기고
jungler, he also faced some of the unexpected situation due to Nimbus clock.
소환사줌을 아무거나 써도 이동 속도 올라가기
These are
때문에
some of the
유채화가 좀 설정이
details
늦었어요.
about the Nimbus
그냥
clock.
회각 같은
Whenever
거
you use a
넣어버리면
summoner spell, your movement speed increased for 2.5 seconds.
국룰이 기존에는 이제 마법의
So it used to be
쪽으로도 많이
more from
이전됐다.
the
이것도 여러분이 알아두시면
maybe
편하시면 좋을 것
the magical boots, but now it's moving to the Nimbus clock.
기세를 통해서 초반부터 활활 불탔었던
So with that win, Hana was having a landslide victory.
역전의 기회가 아예 없었던 건 아니었어요.
But still, Africa also had a chance to turn the game around.
쓰레쉬의 탈진도 굉장히 중요했었잖아요.
So that exhaust from Thresh was really effective as well. J4 made a perfect situation for AoE engagement. However, Thresh was also caught in the Cataclysm as well. So that kind of enabled him to go for a really hard CC engage on the damage dealers in the back line.
이렇게 잘 컸던 비스타의 아펠리오스를 커트를 했어요.
So they were able to find Vista in the team fight, and we could see that that was their first purpose of taking that competition as a whole. However, after this fight, Hana Life was able to switch the momentum and rush it down to the Nexus.
결과적으로 승리는 하나생명의 승리로 굳혀졌습니다. 자, POG 확인해 보도록
Let's check
하겠습니다.
out the POG for game number 1.
과연
Lihen's
엄청난
on
움직임을
Thresh.
보여줬던 리엔즈 선수가 다 만들었다고 봐도 될 것 같아요.
Lihen set all the fights up in this game. Especially his CC score is 17.
승리할 수밖에 없는데 바텀에서의 갱홍도 훌륭했었지만
His follow in the bot lane gank was really incredible, but also this top lane super save was really effective as well. J4 actually had a little bit of a hard time in the early phase, but Thresh was really good at setting up the fights and giving the J4 the following CC, so it enabled Haru to come back in game.
큐베 선수 저도 시오말 들으라고.
So in the mic check, actually Cuba said listen to Lee Hans. Maybe that's the proof that Lee Hans is doing a lot of work in their team and also really vocal in game. 7 people voted for Lee Hans for this game number 1.
간발의 차이로 시우 선수가 리엔즈
It was
선수가
a close
이렇게
match, but
POG를
still Lee Hans
차지했습니다.
got the
자, 이 세트 경기
POG.
만나보도록 하겠습니다.
Let's check out who's
지금부터
gonna win
함께 하시죠.
game number 2.
Welcome back, guys. Thank you so much, G-Sun, for the translation. I'm going to apologize once again for completely botching one of those team fights. I honestly thought that I had it nailed. I had the Elodios nailed. That's why LS did not need to know anything about the champion. He's got too much in the large brain of his already. He doesn't need to have that many pages of notes on a champion in his head. However, I botched it on the first time of asking. I'm hoping next time he's banned. I mean, next time I get another chance and I can nail it.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that this game for Hanwha Life was really good. Obviously, Cube having an extremely rough time for the first 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Inside of this game.
Hey, but he nailed the last team fight.
No.
Okay?
He did, actually.
Yeah, smashed it.
That was a very good Ornn ultimate at the very end.
Also demonstrates just how good Ornn is, right? Like,
yes.
He did a whole lot of things wrong on that champion by what you were discussing with us during that last game. However, Ornn is still on. Ornn is still able to give so much money to his team, all this sort of stuff. Let's see whether Hanwha are going to get it again or whether it's going to be picked away from them. Resident Ornn player on the Afrika side is definitely Fly. Does like to play that one in the mid lane. They debuted that in the Kesper Cup. Afrika sticking to their guns. The Yuumi is going to continue to be banned.
As Hanwha Life now, they're going to ban away the Jarvan. And we'll see if Afrika keeps up their usual bans. And also, we'll see if Hanwha Life actually want to go towards that Soraka.
Talia going to be banned away here.
Talia biting the dust. As Akali. That's a very weird thing to show on blue side.
Yeah.
Basically signals that you're probably not capable of playing it, given the amount of priority that it has had and its willingness to just be picked up.
There's also the fact that a lot of these players probably don't play as much Akali anymore because she's just been banned every single game.
Yeah.
So why would you put practice time into her? So just not wanting to see it regardless. The last one will be the set. So first pick on, a possibility, but the first pick Rumble also there. The quintuple flex isn't a bad one. It's now Afrika. They get their chance with the Elodios if they would like to.
Keen looks a little flustered.
Well, I mean, after the last game, I don't blame him. He's got a lot to prove. That's Pantheon. All right.
I'm not totally sure why they would want to force this champion again. But we'll see.
We had first pick Nautilus last time, so, you know, crazier things have happened.
And now Aphelios picked up by Afrika.
Well, I guess we know who wins this game. Is Aphelios 100% win rate so far today? I think he might be.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he is.
Surprising, however, that is...
No, he did lose.
Oh, he lost that one.
Yeah.
Yes, because
he got hit by Chovy's Nautilus.
One
and
dredge
then
line.
Yeah, one dredge line. Yep.
Yeah. And then he died with flash up, and then they lost.
Misfortune and Mordekaiser are now locked in, so likely going to be a physical damage jungler. And when that's the case, you know that there's a limited amount of champions that is likely going to come in. So looking at champion like Rek'Sai, like Lee Sin, needs something inside of the jungle, and Elise being picked up again. Honestly,
I'm expecting Rek'Sai and Lee Sin
really
to just be
not
banned right here.
She is not even, I don't even think she's A tier.
Well, she's
in
won
terms
one game.
of the jungle. She has won one game. She is now 1-6 in the LCK. Now, stats aren't always indicative of how good a champion is.
No, of course not.
Now, I'm not saying that this applies to either one of these teams, but hypothetically, if the worst teams are always picking something that is objectively the best and losing with it every game, like imagine the worst teams were the ones always picking Aphelios and MF.
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with Aphelios and MF. It has more so to do with the players and the teams playing it. So, Elise she did pick up a win earlier on today, her first one.
And an MVP.
And an MVP.
Or Player of the Game, which is abbreviated to POG for everyone who's playing at home, which is just adorable.
And
shout out to our podcast, the POG Stick.
Yeah, exactly. It's nice.
That's what it is.
Nice sellout right there. Definitely, I can get behind that.
Hey, look, there's going to be a new episode coming real soon. Hope everyone's very excited. 7 seconds till the final ban here on Hanwha's side. It was the Olaf that got chosen to be taken away, so expect Rek'Sai or Lee Sin here for Hanwha Life. I would really like Lee Sin. I like it paired with the Rumble, as Aatrox is being looked at here for Keen.
I'm wondering if the Blitzcrank ban is actually to allow Rumble to go into bot lane.
Support position.
Yeah, support position so that you can get the Soraka maybe up in top, but instead actually it's just going to be a Blitzcrank so that you can pick the Thresh. But Morgana is still a thing. Morgana's not bad here against this team composition. Another champion that's not bad here against this team composition. We're not going to see her. I'm just going to say her Zyra.
Yep.
Okay,
I just want Zyra to be picked at all times.
Yeah,
but,
here we go. Nautilus or Rakan.
Yeah, Rakan would be...
old news.
It would make me very upset if that was to come in here. Anything that, like, Bard, Nami, Zyra,
They
Brand.
just R4, R5, 2 melee champions that have to engage. And even though this is a very black and red team composition, I'm not just talking about the colors of the champions that have been locked in, but also the theme. There's a lot of conditions on all these champions that have to be met. They need to get ahead. They need to make sacrifices in some areas to accelerate them into the mid game. But the R4 Aatrox, R5 Nautilus, it walks right in to the Thresh Mordekaiser Rumble.
Oh yeah.
So it makes no sense in a vacuum. And Hanwha Life, they didn't draft themselves into a win on their own accord here, but they ended up with it.
Yeah,
and
they got
so,
to hand it to them.
Yet again, I believe this brings Hanwha Life to having never lost a draft, at least in my opinion.
Yep, no, they've straight up just won every draft.
Yeah,
they haven't won every game just yet, losing 1 to T1. And a win here will tie them for top of the standings, giving them the title of biggest surprise in the LCK for week 1, absolutely. I don't think anyone was thinking that Hanwha Life had won the offseason or anything like that. But tying with the team that we thought may have won the offseason in Gen G is certainly very impressive. But they'll have to show it on the Rift. They need to win this game if they are going to get there into that position. Or is it going to be Afrika Freaks doing the same thing? If Afrika win the next 2 games, then they will also tie with Gen G for top of the standings. Hanwha's draft looks real good. Afrika look just real good themselves during the Kesper Cup and during their first match against Griffin. Can they do it again here? We'll need a top laner to reconnect. Because honestly, Keen just could not find any of the team fights that he was looking for in the last
Slow
game.
down. Don't be too toxic.
Oh, I wasn't being toxic.
Okay.
I was just saying that he needs to, you know, regather himself. That was my reference. Okay.
All right. I can get behind that.
Yeah. I'm glad that you allowed me to re-clarify, though, in case anyone was thinking that I was being mean to Keen.
Okay.
I very much like the player. He just hasn't had the start to the season that he was wanting.
Still the
we
best.
Were expecting.
He's still top 2.
Oh, yeah.
In the LCK. For top lane. Him and Summit. Although Summit
also had a bit of a rough time.
Summit
Feels like the pressure is getting to these guys.
Yeah. It is hard to remain on top, as let's take a look at the runes as we are going to get interrupted.
Well, we are able to have a look at the runes for quite some time, if we would like to.
All right. Well, hopefully this pause does not last too long. These lights.
Mm-hmm.
This is getting late into the
no.
day, so.
Who is it? It's Jelly Spilt Water.
All right.
Oh no, is this another sippy cup problem?
Yeah, Svenskeren lives
it's come
on.
all the way over the ocean into Korea. Oh, man.
Monka. Monka's.
Yeah.
Monka S.
Can't believe it.
Yeah.
You just...
So
these days, it's just really hard to avoid this sort
I
of
don't
thing
know
with the amount of international
if the
flights.
water went into his keyboard or... I would imagine it didn't go into his keyboard because...
it went
did.
into his keyboard.
And so how do we know it's not malfunctioning?
Well,
generally, it doesn't happen right away, all the time. Sometimes the water needs...
Oh, I've spilt loads of things on my
yeah,
keyboard.
I spilled a drink into my keyboard once, and it didn't shut down until 30 minutes later when I was in a game.
That's not so good.
Cool. Yeah, Gravity just had a really sick joke.
Yeah, well.
On me.
So
There's some people in chat right now that are like, the Earth is flat, gravity does not exist. Summoner's Rift is a globe. You know, like, I don't really know where we're going with that one, but...
That's true. I mean, you have to remember, guys, that this is the Summoner and not the actual champion in the Rift. Therefore, Runeterra's gravity laws and physics do not apply to Jelly right now. Jelly does have to abide by the, 9.8 meters per second acceleration of gravity pulling him towards the planet. And that is beneath him right now, underneath. Slightly curved. But we won't go into that.
If you're from Australia, is it above you?
No, that's not how that works either.
That's not how that works?
No, because the bottom is actually the center of the sphere. And not...
So I'm playing a joke on you. Everyone knows that it's flat.
I was waiting for you to get there. Do you know what we're going to need to do before we start having another flat Earth conversation?
Where are you really from? We both know Australia doesn't exist. I've seen the flight paths.
I live on one of the elephants that's holding up Discworld. That's what I live on. That's where Australia is. I'm pretty sure it's like the end of the trunk. Right. That's about where I am. Thankfully, we're back into the game.
Where's that waterfall going?
Well, the waterfall, it's going straight onto Jelly's keyboard, dude. We already figured that out.
Take a look at it.
Oh.
Looks a little red down there.
Almost got it. Almost got it. Okay. We're back into the laning phase. We're into the Pantheon versus the Rumble matchup. The tent was quite happy in, honestly, last time around. Our eyes are going to be largely on the top side. See what QV can do with the Mordekaiser. Hasn't played it thus far. Played an eclectic array of champions so far in the Ornn, Set, Soraka, and Vayne.
Yeah, he
playing
continues
a whole lot
to
of
keep
different
playing
modes.
the non-meta champions, and that's what he did last split too. He was playing Gnar when no one else was.
Yeah.
He was using Tahm Kench to neutralize Keen. Actually, I think in the Aatrox matchup was the first time that he debuted it.
I think so too.
The top lane Tahm Kench, he managed to go even against him. So this is where Cube tries to find his edges. And, I was thinking that the top laner Ixu was going to try to do similar stuff.
Right? Yeah.
But he ended up trying to play straight up against Summit. That wasn't a good idea. And
yeah, that didn't work.
now here in this game, the Mordekaiser, it is really interesting because it can stifle the build orders on Afrika, and it can really take away from their mid-game strength. And they're a team composition that's all about early game champions. It's very akin to the Dragon X team comp earlier that we had today with the Kiana that was inside of it. The Kiana, the Renekton, and having to get ahead. So Afrika, they're in the same boat. Now, however, because of the Rumble and because of the Thresh, there is incentive to get Merc Treads. There's incentive to get magic resistance. And so Maul of Malmortius, not that bad on Pantheon or Aatrox here against these champions. Yeah, and also the Merc Treads, the added tenacity, QSS.
Even Mystic as well. He can comfortably build the Maul of Malmortius.
Yeah, so
I actually love Lifeline passive from the Maul on the Aphelios, just because he can do so much damage so quickly and has innate lifesteal as well. So if you get Sever him and have that, it's great. Speaking of great, it's going to be the stuns layered really nicely. This is what we saw demonstrated earlier. Gets the cleanse out of Tempt, and they are able to re-stun him, but they're only able to get a bit of damage out. No flash necessary just yet.
Cube actually seems like he's already losing his lane. Looks like there was actually a small freeze in front of Keen's turret, and Cube, he's having to recall right now because Elise just passed through around mid, and Cube has to respect it, and this is disastrous. I don't quite see what Keen is doing with the minion wave yet, but you can see the pings going down.
He might be stacking it up. We'll see where Spirit's going to path, see whether he can actually threaten top lane after clearing out his chicken camp.
Definitely a bit brutal, though. The top lane state. Mordekaiser recalls into boots, cloth armor, and another red pot. So doesn't get the ideal recall into a refillable potion. Spirit now looking to path onto the right-hand side of the map. As, yeah, it's a big pile up, and you can see Aatrox right now. Hopefully we get an XP graph soon. He's already into level 5. Cube still level 4. But there is a quite a surplus of minions that Cuvée has yet to eat.
Well, we're looking at a bottom lane dive. As Lehen's standing here by himself. Spirit in position, no vision available as Spirit pulls the minion wave to avoid that one from being an issue. Sidesteps the hook, gets the flash out, turret. Gonna de-aggro there onto Spirit, who can just walk under, but only a couple of minions remain. They do get the flash, that's it, and they waste 4 people's time. Temp back here is going to waste a few minions to the turret, and looking to play defense as well onto the Pantheon, making his way back.
So, Mordekaiser is about to ding 5 on that melee minion.
Where was that?
And so,
you going?
6 minions worth of XP is how deep he is into level 5. So, I imagine that Keen is probably about 8 or 9 minions ahead of him, which is an entire wave. So Keen's about to get level 6 off of the initial minions on this wave. You can just watch that at the top right of your screen. Keen's about to ding level 6 off this minion wave. And there he is. As not going to be able to do anything with World Ender just yet. Cuvé's going to have to wait until he eats the entire wave to get level 6. As Haru soloing the Mountain Dragon, that's actually, it's so big against Elise, Pantheon, and Aatrox.
Yeah, just against this team comp in general, that's actually going to give Hanwha a little bit more of an option as far as playing this game out sort of beyond the 30-minute mark. Those stats might actually start to matter.
Because you go into the Seeker's Vanguard on the Rumble. You're eventually going to get resistances on the Mordekaiser. The Thresh is going to eventually get the Stone Plate, get the amplification from that as well. So it really helps when you're against this early game team composition. And actually, Mordekaiser, okay, never mind. Cuvée just dinged 6, and it took in another wave. So when you factor in the cannon, yeah, he is down about 10 CS in terms of XP.
So the thing that's actually really, really great about the Mountain Drake, we normally talk about Mountain Drake not giving you so much, right? Because the percentages are very, very low. But when you're against Elise and Pantheon, on top of the fact that you have avenues to build these resistance stats, like the Seeker's Arm Guard on both, the Mordekaiser and the Rumble, Ninja Tabi also going to come in, but potentially both of them, it really does start to stack up. No, also, there's an Elise on here as well, and increasing that the magic resist stat is going to be very helpful against her because she does very much like to build that magic penetration, as one Harpoon is going to be successful here as Temp gains some control here of this lane.
Now, it won't equate to massive amount of reduction, especially early on, while champions still need time to get base resistances by leveling up and whatnot, but even if it equates to an auto attack, that's still nice to have against a team composition that's coming into you and has a reliance on getting ahead, and already has really thin, what is...
Snake just jumping around, I guess. Death Realm still available for Cuvée. Looks like he's doing all right up here.
And the really unfortunate thing about this is...
Well, a whole bunch of friends come in. There's the Death Realm, allowed to set Keen up for this one, and as soon as he comes out, it's the first time I've actually seen the Death Realm used like this, as Keen World Ender, flashes, Umbral Dash, and he's going to make it out of there. I like the idea from Cuvée, but it wasn't quite enough to lock the Aatrox down completely. Keen's actually still very healthy as well, as Spirit's making his way over. This might be the first team fight of the game. Jelly already in position. Now, Home Alive, they know it. Sniff out the potential team fight that they do not want to be in that position for.
Home Alive, they're dragging all the teammates over. Now, Keen is up a bit on Cuvée, but Tempt is up a bit on Fly. Tempt is already into level 8, Fly still level 7, even though minions have been consumed a bit in the mid lane. Mystic and Jelly being a little cautious as Spirit. He's going to start the Rift Herald right now. Mordekaiser's going to have the first leg up on the bottom lane arrival, but the lane state, take a look at it on the minimap, that is a whole lot of blue minions.
Yeah, that is a mega large amount of blue minions. And there's no way that, Cuvé's not going to be able to shove that underneath the turret in time. Keen's just going to be able to eat them all as quickly as he likes, or as slowly as he likes, depending on whether or not he likes that freezing mentality that some people talk about. Great sidestep there from Vista. Sort of a surprise pleasure is this player. Came from the support role as a trainee, and he's making us pretty impressed so far with his performance. And with a name like Vista, I wasn't ready to be impressed. You know, I'd upgrade to 7 generally.
I said Mordekaiser
이거
just
봐줄
flashed.
수 아, 오케이.
Can you look at me? No, okay. Flashes
나
out.
이거 설마 할것
He had
같은데?
no idea where
살았어.
anyone
Said,
else
I think I'm
was.
gonna live.
Yeah, got it. No worries. Mystic is Calibrum looking to go home. See how close to the Essence Reaver he is. 1 minion behind. So no worries there on the bottom side. Things very even. See whether Elodios is going to be yet again on the winning side. So far this matchup, he has been, but that's only one game.
And also, this game, we can notice that Keen did purchase the Hex Drinker. Gives him a lot of value in the mid-game against the Mordekaiser and the Rumble. A little surprised that he didn't just pick up the Warhammer so that he could actually get CDR from somewhere rather than opting immediately into the Phage, but I guess he wants the extra HP, which then compounds with the magic resistances.
Yep.
To give him more effectiveness, so definitely can understand it from that angle. Haunting Guys picked up almost into Tabby as well for attempt on this Rumble, as Cube is, he's just taking it.
He just has to.
This really looks like days of old where you would have like a pro player against an amateur player, like in a different tier. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's not to take anything away from Cube, it's just Keen has really been getting the better end of him now in 2 games, and this is just destruction. A 1.5 level lead single-handedly created by Keen himself up there in top lane.
Whoa, that's a big flash. Gets the play there onto Spirits, trying to stand away from the Spiderlings. This fly getting down very low before he's even able to do anything. The equalizer's beautifully spaced, as now Afrika had to get that teleport cancelled. Thank goodness it was. It was in fact Cube that did so with the Death's Grasp. As in goes Haru, goes 1 for 1, but Spirit grabs one off the back end, as well as Lahens falls down. Make It Rain gonna deny Mystic any sort of approach. That's a great trade for Afrika. I have a feeling, actually, that that teleport had it completed, it would have been only bad news for Afrika.
And this is really scary. I mean, QA did a really good job at canceling it. I believe he used the Death Realm.
Yeah, I think you can Death Realm and then Death Grasp. I don't know whether Death... It doesn't necessarily CC you, but maybe it just cancels teleport anyway.
The Death Realm makes you blink to the very edge of the Death Realm.
Ah, yes, okay.
So that's all that ends up happening. So take a look at this. Cube goes back over rather than joining the fray. Probably values removing Atrox than joining himself. Haru gets locked up, hits a Q onto Jelly. It was a really good equalizer, and then the teleport right at the very end. Canceled by Mordekaiser via the Death Realm, according to the cooldown bar.
Yep.
And Haru, he gets the First Blood, so First Blood plus assist considered. It's gonna be 600 total gold, and then you give over 2 kills, assists considered. It's gonna be 800 gold. So Afrika is gonna end up making out better, but not by as much as you would think.
Well, in comes Fly. Good night, Cube. He is most definitely dead. There was no Death Realm there available. As Fly is able to tank up that turret for days. This is what you were talking about before, the fact that Pantheon and Elise can practically ignore turrets. And Shelly's going to be shoved down as well. This is a much better start for Afrika. The Spirit somehow gets turret placed from that one, as well as Haru is going to find him. Resonating Strike, I believe, actually didn't register the damage.
Why did Cube build a Oblivion Orb into a Hex Drinker?
Not entirely sure. Why did Haru try to engage onto Keen right here? As the hook is going to land. Lahens saving his jungler's life, but Spirit is going to put him into the ground. As Keen with the World Ender, just so much healing. There's nothing Hanwha can do. I think they might need to rethink this one. We're going to a game 3.
I really think that it is lining up for potentially a game 3, especially if this top lane discrepancy continues the way that it is. Cube just put himself in the ground by building that Oblivion Orb into already present resistance.
He is 50 CS behind.
He's 50 CS behind. Has an Oblivion Orb. There's someone right now that's like, the healing on Atrox. And I just, I try to turn a blind ear to that one.
To be honest, building an Executioner's Calling is better in this instance. Because at least you're going to be able to auto-attack him, right? And it'll give it to you without having to spend all of that money.
Morello is just so expensive against this team composition that serves really no purpose. So here, I mean, Keen, he gets the reset just like you talked about. And
나이스.
nice.
아, 개인이 안 버려야겠네. 잘하네.
Talking about how good Keen is.
Spirit just giving Keen a few kind words after what would have been a little bit more of a disheartened top laner on the Afrika side after game 1. 3,000 gold, a little bit over that, is going to be the lead here for Afrika.
No, likewise.
Oh, I like that. Cute backwards use of the Death's Grasp. But Keen is an immovable object, and there are no unstoppable forces on the side of Humble Life. So, Nexus Destruction, probably the only unstoppable force that is available here.
Tempt finally rotates up to top lane. This is definitely a rough spot to be in. And this is definitely scary as well. Also, interestingly enough, Fly, he picked up the components for Phage, but never finished the Phage or a Kindle Gem, and then immediately elected into Yumu's, which is really strange considering the opponent got a Mountain Drake, which is going to scale every single level, so the penetration...
Yeah, lethality went down in value.
Pantheon is one of those people that he does stack it so quickly.
Oh, yeah.
The Black Cleaver. He just jumps on you with W, he basically fully stacks it, his E. There's so many ways for him to do it and get the value out of it. So, given that the enemy champions are also itemizing armor, it's definitely not bad. You get more value out of that from, or than a Yumu's, as Fly is gonna die here.
Yep, kicked into the wall, and just wait that one out. We'll get another cube, but doesn't even need it. Flame Spitter, pretty dang good. Second kill here for Humble Life, trying to pull this one back. Not over till it's over. Of course, it's going to be a very difficult game as Afrika now are going to put Shirley into this outer turret. She's in fact tanking it up as well for quite some time. It means that mini wave is going to stay alive for the moment, but they don't push it any further forward. Lehens pokes her eye out. Maybe an opportunity to take down this outer turret top lane as well, as Cube is getting shoved in by Keen once again on the bottom side.
Cube finally hits level 10. He's about to die again, though. Although he does have... Oh, no. Oh, yeah, yes, that's right.
Cocoon is going to land. Good night, Sweet Prince. Yeah. Fly's going to die again, too, though. Actually blocking a lot of the damage, like it. Because he blocked so much, actually did a relevant amount there as Vista. He's coming in. They're looking for it. Jelly trying to slow them down. Oh, that was almost such a good play. But actually, it doesn't even matter as the teleport comes through from Keen. He's looking for Lehens. Lehens flashes out of the way. And Make It Rain may have actually been relevant there to avoid getting in range of the dredge line from Jelly. But that would have had quite a long cooldown given the fact that it missed the structure he was aiming for earlier. Mystic just remaining in the mid lane, clearing things out as Lehens still there, getting smacked down by Keen. Another Umbral Dash comes in, one more auto, and that is a very dead Thresh as the Q is going to be enough. Keen continuing his onslaught. Q lands onto him, slowed down by the Harpoons. Haru actually wants it, as in comes Fly. He looks for Temp, good cleanse. Basically immediately as Haru, that's not a fight that you want. Not entirely sure why you even wanted to take it. As Spirit is going to get around doing the things that he, you know, needs to be doing, taking Drakes, things like that. 2-0-2 now on the Elise. Big grin on the jungler's face.
Game is looking like it really is over. And I feel like what Humble Life are trying to do there by going up to top lane is they feel pressured due to the gap in bottom. And I thought that this looked like a visual bug or that I had blinked. I thought Lehens had finished his recall and then got pulled back almost by the damage because it looked really weird at first on my monitor, but that's why I had reacted the way that I did. As Haru, he doesn't have a real way of getting out here. Just tries to take the Q back in, but I suppose he could have tried to make a run for it.
Yeah, he could have just walked the other way, man. I don't know. Sometimes when you're losing the fight, things ain't great. But yeah, that's the more of Malmortius. Good builds and good play so far for Keen on the Aatrox. He was always one of our better ones. But it's good to see him actually performing.
And Cube rushing Morello. What, he's going to complete it right now.
Yep, there we go. Yep. Locked it in there.
That'll be his epitaph.
He just really needed the mana.
What?
No, there's no mana on it.
There's no Morello on him. Yeah. There used to be.
Yeah, no, I forgot the build. It used to have some of the best. One? It used to have some of the best
it used to be one of the best items, yeah. Outside
of the old Athene's Unholy Grail.
Yes.
Just slightly different as far as flat mana regen. Morello used to have it. Doesn't anymore. Still, not a great first item to rush because it means his Leandri is going to be extremely late. And the Rylai's is going to be even later And he was already just didn't have any items. It's a good night attempt. All right. Takes the lantern, gets to safety. Only relative safety here is the equalizer did come down. Keen versus Cube, a death realm that Cube doesn't want, but he has friends making their way in. Blast Cone just going to be used before he comes out, as Cube has survived long enough, and Vista should be able to grab. Oh no! Keen turning it around, gets kicked back. Q is going to be out of the way of the bullet time. Oh my god, I thought it was going to be a super play, but it wasn't. But he did buy enough time for his team to get the Baron, so maybe it is the super play that we were thinking of.
Well, Afrika, they're going to pick up the Baron, like you just said. All the gold going over to them. They're riding by about 6,000. Another Infernal Dragon coming up here soon, and it's obviously a really good dragon. Let's take a glimpse at how Arthas really killed Illidan. As Cube brings him into the Death Realm, and then he's like, wait a second, hold on here. Hold
Arthas
on.
did it by running away as fast as he could.
He tells Sylvanas, and then one of the blind monks over here is like, can you guys take care of this?
Yeah, Loremaster Cho.
Yeah, Loremaster Cho before he transforms into a panda.
Yeah, that's, I don't know, for some reason that's Lee Sin in my mind.
As eventually Illidan was brought down.
It's much better options than Loremaster Cho. It's just bad, but it's got a similar vibe. I don't know.
Alright, well. Afrika, they're just waiting for all the lanes to line up. They're going to be able to win this game quite easily from this point forward.
Do you know what I really love about this game?
Go ahead.
Mystic's done basically nothing, which means I don't need to talk about Aphelios at all. Because look, he's got long-rangey gun, and he shot Vista.
Oh,
hit him with his Q, marked him up. There's the ultimate. Gonna land a few extras, and that's what happens with Calibrum.
Explain to me what just happened now.
He marked them, and then because they're marked, for some reason you can hit them across the other side of the map. I don't know. I didn't code this champion, but he's busted. All right? It's silly. Why can you do that? You can't even see him. If you set it on your champion, you just died from something raining from nowhere that you can't avoid.
Okay.
Yeah, so I got some feelings. Equalizer comes down to deter Afrika Freaks. It's going to do so for the moment, but will mean that cooldown won't be there. The subsequent defense, another reset going to be the answer here. We're just waiting for Afrika to dot the I's and cross the T's. Great to see Keen having a good game.
Yes, a much better performance than his game number 1. Now, if you're a Hunwell Life Esports fan, you're probably really worried for game number 3, because this is 2 games in a row now where Cube has been extremely outclassed. It really has not even close. We couldn't even make it to level 4 this game without his lane state just being in a terrible position. So, in this replay here, I wish I could describe to you what just ended up happening. But
you know how a seesaw?
Yeah.
You know how a seesaw is supposed to balance, you know, and it's just, you're supposed to go up and down, and have a great time on the seesaw? If you're on a seesaw with a boulder, all you're sitting on is an uncomfortable chair. And I feel like that's what Aphelios does in the mid-game.
He's a boulder?
No. He's just weighing it down. So imbalanced. No? You're not with me?
But what if there's another boulder on the other side?
Yeah, it's obviously
balanced.
a much smaller boulder.
Oh.
Or a boulder made out of a different material that is not as dense.
What weighs more? 1,000 pounds of steel or 1,000 pounds of feathers?
Dude. Were you expecting to get me on that? Were you? Alright. Obviously the steel, idiot.
I'd laugh if there's actually some world where we're both technically wrong. We might be.
We would absolutely deserve it. We would absolutely deserve it. There's Mystic.
Oh, man.
He's looking for some new prey, as Haru might just be that. Jelly gonna find them with the dredge line. Oh, the Moonlight Vigil is huge. In comes Fly to help clean this one up. The bullet time is ignored by the Afrika Freaks because their wallets are so damn heavy. Their wallets weigh more than both the steel and the feathers, LS. Absolutely.
Yeah.
As the blue buff just stolen as an afterthought, and now it's time for some base breaking.
And it does look like this game is gonna end here. Probably not within the next 30 seconds, but we're definitely going to have one of these turrets get raised, as currently Vista is busy trying to get the red buff, but okay, failed to kill it twice and canceled his recall.
Well,
doesn't really
got
matter
it now, okay?
Yeah.
That's the main thing.
As Afrika, they're actually going to elect to raise the mid tier 3 turret, and they're getting the inhibitor. As Keen is, Keen's doing it.
Just playing with Rumble a little bit as Haru. Okay. Moves himself over, has the flash, so kick flash opportunities here. But who do you kick flash back in? I guess you choose to try to go to Mystic, and then you die to Fly and Keen.
Well, this is one of the weaknesses of Lee Sin against this team composition, is there's not real kick targets.
Yeah.
When the game is even or when you're behind. And so, right now it's a 8,000 gold advantage, double Infernal Dragon, so 8% AD and AP amplification to everyone on Afrika. And honestly, you just feel so good right now at this point. Let's take a look at this replay.
Look at the ult from
right
Mystic.
here. Yeah,
The Infernal ult as well just
the
does
blue
so
buff
much
is
damage.
a pacifist. He's sort of like a grandparent. He's like, that's violent. Turn it off.
Yeah.
As he struts back to his, you know.
Yeah. It's like,
his
no,
rocking
I've
chair.
had enough. I've had enough of this silliness.
Yeah.
Enough of this. And then just gets
You ever have your
obliterated
grandparents tell you to turn something off as a kid?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's too violent. That's gross.
Yeah. Stop doing that.
Disgusting. What did she say? You listen to music or something, you know? Like.
Is that what you're listening to these days? Back in my day, Jelly's just in amongst 4 people. Stoneblade, pretty good item here, as the Equalizer used only on Mystic, and I don't blame him, to be perfectly honest, but Tempt is going to have to go golden and then await his own death. Fly is going to give it to him, as now Cube puts Keen into the death realm, but that is exactly where Keen wanted to be, and Mystic now, with his Calibrum armed, is looking for his next victims. I believe he has Crescendum there as well, but honestly, it doesn't matter, because Fly's doing enough damage. Keen is doing all of the damage. And that's the ace, and that will be the end of the game. Afrika bringing us to 3, a 6-game day to close out the first week of the LCK. I couldn't have asked for more, as Afrika finally wake up and show us a dead Nexus before the penultimate game in this series.
And so that is going to be a game that is single-handedly carried by Keen.
Yeah.
He removed one of the enemy team's players, and
I'm glad that you're talking about this as Keen being a great player, because we were pretty harsh on Cube and what he did. But honestly, Keen gave him basically no options based on one mistake that Cube made in the laning phase that wasn't even a death. You know, he didn't even die. He just got
lane
sent
manipulation
home.
error. Yeah.
And
lane manipulation error, snowballed into an XP lead, snowballed into advantageous trades, which then equated to a 1.5, almost 2 level lead.
Look at Spirit. Just teasing Mystic after Mystic helped carry him the game. Another release performance. It seems like she either loses or doesn't die all game. And look, it's basically the definition of what she is as a champion. It's either feast or famine. Either you have a great game or you have an awful game. And there's not much in between that. But good to see that they were actually able to get over the line here. And this Afrika Freaks, they're a fun team to watch when they're in form, but that game 1 is still ringing back in my ears.
Yeah.
You know, that is something that could happen again, because we switch back onto the red side for Harmful Life, and it feels like their counter picks are just way better.
I really think they need to just blind Soraka or blind Karma or something that just neutralizes top lane. Put Cuvée on an island, stop putting him in lanes that Keen can get advantages on his own end, and just accept that it's a bit of an off day.
I think they just need to like bait a set pick or something like that.
They could do that. They could leave open set and see if Keen picks it, and then immediately respond Soraka.
Yeah, I mean, Afrika banned set on blue side in game 1, and I actually think that's exactly why they did it. Because they didn't want to play the Soraka themselves and didn't want to get Soraka in that situation. Unfortunately, in game number 1, Keen was unable to really do anything in order to win that lane.
And then Ornn
neutralizes so well. I think, you know, Ornn wasn't even banned. Like, they could have played the Ornn, but didn't happen. Maybe that is going to tell Cube that perhaps it's just time to hop back to the Ornn. And we might see what Keen can do with it. But that will be after a short break, guys. We'll be back with the deciding and final game of the week and of the day. We'll see you very, very soon. Oh, Cuss song is talking for a really long time this time. Never mind.
Your fault, Alex.
See you after the break.
레전드 오브 룬테라의 세계에 오신 걸 환영합니다. 이것은 실력 지상주의 매지컬 세계. 자, 이제 그럼 한판 붙어볼까? 레전드 오브 룬테라.
네, 하나생명과
We're back
아프리카
after
2세트
Hana
경기
Life versus
함께했습니다.
Africa game
아프리카가
number
1세트
2.
때 기분이
Africa
많이
came
상했었나
back
봐요.
after the game
네,
1
특히
loss.
기인 선수가
Especially
발끈하는 모습
Keen.
보여주면서
What's
제대로
really popping up?
뱀픽적으로는
What's your thought
크게
on this pick and
극복하는
ban?
거는 없었죠.
네, 뱀픽적으로는 그냥 서로가
It was
같은 컨셉이라고
really
생각하시면
just
좋겠습니다.
typical
탑에서는
LCK
1대1,
style.
미드 정글은 누가
Top
더
lane
바텀을 빨리
1v1,
가냐, 이걸
mid
어디에서
lane
찾을
hard
수
pushing
있냐면
champions who can
양쪽
roam
서포터가
faster to the
싸우고 싶어
bot
하는
side and
서포터였는데
also all the
그런 모습을
supports
약간 아프리카
locked
쪽에서
in
먼저
hook
보여준 것
champion which
네.
likes to
그리고
open fights.
실질적으로 또 다시 이제 앨리스가 나왔고 앨리스가
Once again, we had
이
another
선수의
Elise
공격을
game.
어기고 마법공학 전멸을 안 들어서
And well, this time it
초반에
didn't really take the
리신의
hex
어떤
flash, but
성장은 계속 이어지는데 앨리스의
Lisin
갱킹은
was scaling really
실패하는
well
모습이
in the early
나와서
phase.
이거
However,
전형적으로
Elise made some
앨리스가
ganking
망하는 구도
mistakes, so
아니냐라고
we were
생각할 수 있었지만
thinking of
잠시
so
후에
the
저희가
possible
이제
Elise
짚어드릴 내용을 볼 수
failing to
있겠지만
scale
팀
up.
게임에서의 그
However,
앨리스를 어떻게 활용하면
Spirit
되는지를
managed to come
기인
back
선수,
in
그리고
terms
선수,
of
아프리카
team
진짜
game with
잘
the synergy
쓰는
with
것
Keen.
네, 그리고 기인 선수 플레이를 되짚어 보면 슈퍼
So
플레이가
let's
정말
go
많이
back
나왔는데
to
어느
Keen's
순간
personal
아니, 도대체
performance.
언제 이렇게 성장 차이가 벌어진 거야? 하는
네.
생각이
We couldn't
들더라고요.
really
그
be
장면에서
aware how
이유를
well he was
해봤습니다.
accelerating the lead. However,
그러면은 왜 도대체
he was
큐벤을
always
밀리기
in the
시작했냐를
lead
놓고 보면
a bit
팔초반
by a
분명히
bit,
분위기가 안
and then in the
좋았었거든요.
later
여기서도
phase, actually,
고치도 빗나갔고
Cube was
아래쪽
out of
플래시가 대기를
reach.
탔기 때문에 바이게 싸움에서 밀렸어요.
So Elise actually
앨리스가
just
그래서 그
gave
다음에
up
미드를
this
일단
mid
찔러놨죠.
bot side Scudder
사실상
contest.
정글 입장에서는
So he
아래쪽
just went
파괴를
for a
못했을
mid
텐데
lane
어쩔 수
gank.
없이 간 갱이라고 생각하실 수 있습니다. 하지만 아프리카는
And then
탑
he
정글이
moved
강한
to
팀.
top
앨리스가
side.
탑 쪽에서 스모브를 걸릴 거라고 이제
Because Elise
생각할
really
수 있습니다. 큐벤
strong in the
선수는.
top side of the map,
큐베
Cube
입장에서
had to
생각을 해보면
recall.
바이게를 먹는 건지 탑갱을
Because
다이렉트 온 건지 알 방법이
for the blue
없어요.
side champions,
그리고
they
라인 자체가
actually
약간
had
밀어졌기
no vision
때문에
whether
기한을 수밖에
Elise is
없고
trying to Scudder Prep
여기서부터
or
끊어오는
camping for the top side gank.
아프리카에 대한 이 스피릿에 대한 하나생명의 섀도우
So
복싱이
Cube
있었죠.
showed a
이
big
앨리스 우리
respect
카드
of the
들어온 거 아니야?
possible
그럼
or
어디 든
potential
거지?
Elise gank or
큐벤은
counter
지금 그래서 다 정찰을 하고
jungling.
있습니다.
So
앨리스가
Cube
어디까지
had to
먹은
check
건지.
the blue side
그러면
camp.
그동안에 뭐가 되냐?
So he
큐벤
had to
속도
waste
타고 미니언 웨이브도
waste
타요.
so many minion
계속해서
waves.
타고 있고 결국 프리징했던 라인에 큐베가 도착한
So
순간
this
양
ended
탑챔피언의
up
경험치를
into a
비교해 보시면
level deficiency.
아트록스는 5 꽉 채웠고요. 5로 넘어갔고 큐벤은 4초 받았어요.
Keen at this
여기서
moment
이미 레벨 차이가
was
벌어졌어요.
already hitting level 5, but Cube was only in the early phase of level 4.
정글 세게 간다라는 약간 모든 팀들이 알고 있습니다.
Africa
하지만
always go with the
모든 팀들이
style
알고
playing
있음에도 그
around the top
장점이
side.
더욱더 발휘되는 게
However,
저렇게 못
other
막거든요.
teams,
네.
even though they
그래서
know it,
앨리스라는
they
픽
cannot
자체가
shut them
본인의
down.
어떤 모습을 여기저기 보여주면서 갱킹을 성공시키는 것도 중요하지만
Ellis is really
팀 게임의
important to make a
특성상
lot of
유효
points
갱킹
in
이상의
terms of
저런
gank.
이득을
However,
다른 쪽에서 가져올
even
때도
though
있거든요.
she doesn't
제드의
really
대사에도
do
있지만
any ganks that is
보이지
really
않는
present in the
범위 가장
scoreboard,
무서운 법.
making those
본인의
plays
모습을
that
보여주지
giving so much
않고
pressure to other
네네.
laners is
스피릿이
also critical.
저렇게 빠르게 오히려 방향 전환을 해버리는 게
Spirit,
더
at first time,
하나생명하고
he
머리를
tried to
아프게
contest the
만들었다라는
bot
걸
side
우리가
Scudder Prep,
알고
but he
보면
gave up,
더
and
기인의 저런
quickly he
성장세가
tried a
어디서부터
different
이어졌는지
play
알수 있을 것
style,
같습니다.
and it was
네,
really
스피릿
effective
선수가
all
정말
throughout the
자신의
map.
모습을 보이지 않는 거로
네.
만들면서
Spirit was hiding from the blue side vision. He made all the
이 장면을 통해서 성장
Hana Life player to go for a shadow boxing for no
막을
reason.
방법이 없었죠.
네, 뭐 그 다음부터는 여러분 하이라이트로 너무 많이 보실 수 있을
So we've
테니까.
seen so many Montez highlights,
장면이 있었는데
but
재밌는
this was a
포인트가
really
있었어요.
amazing
여기서
escape from Keen.
음파를 날리는데 쓰레쉬
Well,
땡기면서
Lee Sin went for an
또
ult
빗나갔습니다.
Q
이럴
combo.
때 이 시대가
However,
어떤가요?
Lee Han's
저기서 사실
thresh
너무
used
아쉬운
E,
게
so
공을 맞추고 큐를
actually
맞추는 게 약간
Haru's
확정,
combo was
약간 콤보인데
interrupted by
그걸
his
하기 전에
teammates.
쓰레쉬가 먼저 끌어버려가지고
So maybe the players, the
데미지를
teammates
버스트해가지고
was not on
탁
the
넣어가지고
same
잡을 수 있었는데 못 잡아가지고
same
약간
page, and
선수들
those kind
간에
of small
뭔가
hiccup
실수는
can
아니지만
also
약간
landslide
아쉬운
into a
부분이라고
defeat.
조금 더
네.
손발이 맞았으면 좋겠다.
어쩌면 그 정도로 이미 기인의 성장세가 괴물 같았기
But
때문에
at the same
빨리
time,
잡아야
Keen
된다라는
was too
거에
fed
하나생명도
at that
좀 꽂힐
moment, so
수밖에
it was
없지
really
않나
hard
이런
to
생각도
just
들고요.
shut him down
기인
faster.
선수 한 명 잡기가 너무너무 힘든 여정이었습니다.
네.
결국 아프리카가 승리를 차지했고요.
With that
POG
performance,
누구일까요?
Africa
난
got
알
the
것
win.
같은데.
Let's check
Player
out
of
the
the
player
game.
of the game. Rather, player of the
기인
Keen,
선수가
as the Korean
왠지
analyst
만장일치가
mentioned.
아닐까 싶은데요.
네.
614.
Keen going with 6-1 4 score. He actually was so good at extending the lead by himself.
시종일관 게임 끝날 때까지 그거를 굴릴 줄 아는 게
And Keen is the player who knows
기인
to
선수를 보면서 사실
accelerate
제가
the
이런
lead
발언을 해도 될지
throughout
모르겠지만
the
약간
game.
델롱델,
After the
슈퍼플레이도
laning
많이
phase,
일어나고
Keen
상대방의 실수
contributes
이런
so much
장면에서
in the
상대방이 실수까지
team fight and
해주면서
also in the
탑차가
side lane
점점
back
벌어지는
row.
모습이 약간 기인 선수가 모든 약간 기운을 받아서
네.
저렇게 슈퍼플레이 모든 장면이 나오지 않은가.
사실
We have so
실수가
many
나오는
super
건 또
plays
개인
throughout the
선수의
game.
존재가 그냥
맞아요.
부담스러워서 그럴 수 있어요.
But sometimes it's about the pressure keen a player has. Because all the players are aware how strong, how mechanical Keen is. They are a bit afraid or scared to go into Keen. This can be also part of a player's ability. And another 12 votes for a single player. Today Keen picked up POG with full votes on his side. And let's move on to the final set for Africa and Hana Life Esports.
Welcome back, guys. Thank you so much, Jason, for the Analyst Desk translation. Here we are, up to the final game of this series. And who is it going to be? I mean, we're back to the side where Hanwha were able to take advantage of good counter picks and a great draft in order to win game one. And then it all came crashing down when that gentleman on your screen finally found himself in this series. And honestly, in the LCK for 2020, it was a slow start for Keen, but that was utter domination. 38% of your team's damage as a top lane melee champion is insane.
Yes, and that really was the Keen show last game. He was given an inch, he took it more than just a mile. Okay.
Yeah.
He stretched that several kilometers.
Light years.
Yes.
Of stretching, yeah.
QV just couldn't really do anything to come back at any point inside of the game, and the itemization that he opted for certainly didn't help either. But let's see what can happen in game number 3. Can they find him a neutralizing champion in a safe matchup here against Keen? Because I think that's what's going to be necessary for them to have, you know, a really good chance here in game 3.
Well, we'll see where Freaka are going to start as far as the bans. In game number 1 on the blue side, it was Diana, Yuumi, and Set that they took away. Hanwha Life, it was Akali, Lucian, and the Ashe off the board. This time, the Jarvan is going to be the first change up. No changes for Hanwha, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it wasn't broken on in game number 1. And the Rumble will finally be taken away. Rumble was picked by Tempt in both games, so not going to have that one to fall back on. And I like this, actually identifying what went wrong. Set is going to be banned. I actually thought that it might be left available, as Afrika have recognized that there is one champion that doesn't get banned that is completely broken, and they are going to pick it up as first pick.
Now Haru gonna get the Elise for himself inside of this game, and with Set having been banned away, it's a little scary. The Xayah comes in as a means to try to dissuade Afrika from picking down or taking champions that have easy access to the AD carry. And even if Nautilus does end up getting locked in with the Aphelios, obviously Xayah has her ultimate, so they trade ultimates.
Yep,
and
popped that one. Oh my god!
Oh.
I think LS just fell in love, ladies and gentlemen. He did. Flies back on the Pantheon, but that's the Karthus for Spirit.
Hello, Karthus. Now,
by the way, Elise was available.
Get out.
Remember this. That's how important this is, because he could have picked Elise if he wanted to and chose Karthus.
Okay.
Okay?
Well,
there's more significance here.
Karthus is picked up. They're going to want to pair that with physical damage top laners. You want to have as little magic damage coming in from your teammates as possible so that Karthus is able to get the true damage against the enemy team with his Requiem and just start deleting health bars in the late game. And so he is the best magic damage jungler that exists in the game. He has a condition, you do have to play around him, but as long as you go even and stable inside of laning phases, there's no jungler in the game that can keep up with Karthus in terms of clear speed and then just sheer effectiveness scaling into the later stages of the game. One of the true junglers that can actually be intentionally given resources.
And this is another thing, they've identified that, and they've banned away the other true scaling champion in the Ornn, able to give away all of those cool items and stuff like that, and QV was able to pick up a win whilst piloting
They need to ban Soraka. Soraka invalidates Karthus, because as the Requiem's casting, Karthus, his R can be negated by it. Now, they can R5 the Soraka, they don't have to R4 it. If you R5 the Soraka, it's more likely that you can end up in a favorable matchup, and here in mid lane, you want to look for a champion that is both good against Pantheon and good against Karthus, and to some extent, so looking for champions like Lissandra or champions that have abilities that can somehow shield themselves. The Zoe is very risky.
Yeah, Zoe not going to be able to shield herself from any of the abilities from either of these champions. However, if Zoe's played right, we know exactly what she can do. Mystic, wonder whether it's going to be a support here or whether we're going to see the other solo laner. Might be Pantheon heading top lane, you never know. But Mystic thinking about the support to pair with this Aphelios. It's going to be Nautilus.
There's that Nautilus that does end up getting picked up, but remember, Xayah will have modes against it. Now, Elise Repel, Xayah Ultimate, these are ways to dodge the Karthus R. Yep. But obviously, if Nautilus gets the ultimate out of her early, and then Karthus casts Requiem, well, there's no dodging at that point. It also depends where Elise is going to be in her state with the Repel. Need a physical damage champion. Are you willing to blind Aurelia, Camille, things of that nature? Well, we were really good up until then.
Yeah, we had a good run.
Now, if it's on hit cannon, if it's on hit,
that would actually be sick.
That would be very good, and that would also be very interesting if Cuvée would try to take a tank. Now, Soraka should just come in here on R5. Soraka on R5.
Do it, Cuvée. Don't be scared.
Just, Cuvée, lock it in.
They would be so squishy, as Quinn is going to be the decision here for Cuvée. It's not Soraka, but it seems fun.
It's definitely going to be an interesting matchup up there in top lane. As Quinn is not the type of champion that, again, I associate Cuvée with.
I just don't think you'd ever take flying type into electric type on purpose.
I see what you did there. That is definitely a way to weave in the Pokemon analogy.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's against Pikachu.
Yeah,
So
well, that is true.
You take your Pidgey into the Pikachu.
Pikachu went into he went into Solitude clearly as he's donning the Shredder look.
Yeah.
Right now.
This has been intense training, Pikachu.
Yeah. Teenage Mutant Ninja Squirtles is who he associates with.
Oh my god.
Alice, you need to just stop joking so much, okay?
All right, sorry. We need to keep serious. This is the final game of LCK for Week 1. See who's going to take it. Whoever wins here will be... Well, if Harmer Life wins, they're not going to be able to topple Gen G and their record thus far because they'll only be on 2 points after their 2 wins. But Afrika can even things out against Gen G with a win. And after looking at this draft, depending on what the cannon's going to do and what Keen has been able to do on the cannon as well, looking like it is pretty favorable for the Afrika Freaks. Just, I'm looking at these champions on Harmer's side, and now, just like the health bar totals are not high.
They're not very high, and also they don't have an easy time itemizing magic resistance against this team composition. Now, the cannon, interestingly enough, does sort of incentivize Merc Treads if it's not an on-hit cannon. But the one thing is that even though it's not a magic resistance item, Edge of Night is able to be picked up by Cuvée, which is really good against Requiem.
Yeah, that's true.
So that is one of the item build passive. We are already very deep into the game here.
Yeah, made it all the way out. Ticking over towards a minute. It's Fly looking dapper with his skin. And
I feel like this is the Athens Pantheon. Not quite as bulky and big as Sparta, you know, but it's something.
Yeah, it's something.
And Zoe she's doing some moves over there.
Just wandering around. I feel like both of our mid laners are sitting in that camp at the moment. We got Banshee's Veil opportunities for both Tempt and Haru. Edge of Night, like you were talking about for Cuvée. 3 members will be able to defend themselves. Vista has abilities to dodge the Requiem in his kit, but it all depends how Spirit plays the Karthus, to be perfectly honest. Because if you're going to be playing him optimally in the late game, you're going to be getting in amongst it. You're going to be trying to get that defile down and creating zones of control using the Wall of Pain, things like that. And these Banshee's Veils and everything like that will break. And then the Karthus dies, and then he kills everyone with his ult.
Spirit has the wrong runes on Karthus.
What are you supposed
to have? He has Precision Tree. So there's basically 2 options. You either go into the Sorcery Tree and get Transcendence with Gathering Storm, or the most common is actually go into Inspiration, You get Cosmic Insight and Magical Boots. Which
save yourself 300 gold and get 5% extra CDR.
And that's very big for allowing Karthus to just simply power into his items. And then also just go into the Sork Pen boot. It really helps speeding up his power. And also, he's using the Arthas Karthus, which has a favorable indicator for both yourself and the opponent. And personally, I think using the skin is a little bad because it shows the exact outline of the Lei Weis.
And you know where it's going to land as the person who
so does
cast
the
it.
person. So
no, but the thing is, like, even if you're using another skin, you know where you clicked on that thing.
Yeah.
And therefore, it's not as much of a big deal for you, necessarily.
I'm actually going to take a quick look at Spirit's OPGG to see if he's played Karthus recently, because
he has. It's in his recently played. Actually, check that last time Afrika played. Mystic and Jelly having a decent time here, made it to level 2, so they're going to be alright. The Lovers duo doing their best to try and outlane them. So far the poke has been there as Tempt picks up an Ignite somehow, but it times out. That's bad news. Just doesn't actually want to get into range of Fly's stun, as that's exactly what I was talking about.
Well, alright, so we'll see what happens here with this rune choice here. As so far, Karthus doing Karthus things. Already full cleared his jungle. Police not too far behind.
Yeah, actually heading into Karthus' jungle now just to see what's up.
Yep, Karthus already recalled though. Picks up his Blue Smite as well as 2 Control Lords. So that actually slows down his build quite a lot. He just committed a camp and a half to double Control Wards. And usually, when you're playing Karthus, you want the laners to be self-sufficient. And you want to try to greed into that power as much as fast as possible. And Haru,
spots him. That was a heads-up wall of pain. As hits the first 3, first 4. Now standing on top of Haru, has to flash to get away from the power of the Karthus.
Really good wall of pain into follow-up Lei Weis, and that's gonna set Haru back massively in terms of tempo. He's even smiting the
Mystic lands the Q. Vista in a whole host of trouble. 1 auto would have been necessary. As Mystic down to about 200. Lehen's now in trouble as well, but he's able to just dance away. Mystic had marked him up, but actually couldn't find the follow-up there in order to get the root with the Gravitum. But showing the power of Aphelios very early in this game is a frightening prospect, to say the least. And already, the duo that we know is laning pretty well together is behind by 10 CS, and the Xayah had to go home.
And everything else is going actually pretty well, although bottom lane, Afrika, with that turret plate, with the CS advantage.
This is going to be a huge disparity of gold when Mystic does eventually go back. Infernum helps him clear out that wave very, very well. Now Cuvée up here on the top side, just shoving in. He's actually doing absolutely fine against Keen, but I don't think it's the same situation as when he was the Ornn, because the Ornn just had to live in the lane, right? You have to actively win the game as quick.
Yeah. And we'll see what ends up happening as this game does continue on. Karthus about to be 6 soon, as are the laners.
Yeah, Keen wondering whether he's going to hold on to this teleport for a little bit longer, try and get that early team fight. Probably not something that Spirit wants to do. He wants to keep fighting around his jungle, but I guess getting the stacks on his Dark Harvest would certainly be a good thing.
Now, he's taking some of the lane XP, and this is something that you can actually do to accelerate him, because Karthus, his clear speed really does depend on the base levels inside of his points until he gets Runic Echoes. So he's almost level 6. I think he gets it as, he gets it as he kills the Scuttle Crab. And he is an entire level above Haru right now.
Yeah, almost exactly.
And we have yet to actually see, by the way.
Yeah, he's currently hanging around towards the top side, as you can see on the mini-map. Coming down to try and steal away a blue buff. Currently Tempt actually having a great time up against Fly, just keeping him under this turret. Fly is getting these minions pretty well. As I say that, this is one. I gotta stop caster cursing. I've been doing it so much today. It's real bad. As Tempt is gonna come steal this one away, but Spirit, he's already there. He knows what's up. Lay Wastes get to work, even throws out a spare one
Start
for
the
fun.
dragon, actually. I think it depends on how he's feeling. I think he's waiting for confirmation that Elise is on the left-hand side, and once he has it, I believe he'll start it. They know about Karthus. That ward just ended up dissipating. He's coming down here with blue, though, and with the Pantheon that's in close proximity, plus Wall of Pain, plus the Lay Wastes.
And he's
gonna
getting plate gold. Jelly moves out of range so that the majority goes to Mystic and Spirit. He'll get another plate as Spirit and Mystic holding onto the wave. And this is a Freaka Freak squad that are playing around their jungler and allowing him to succeed. 57-46, few camps in the lead, ahead of Haru.
Yeah, now he's going to start the Infernal Dragon, and this is really nice to pick up for this team composition. All champions that want to be doing damage. Now, one of the things also going on here, he's going to recall into Runic Echoes that he's going to be able to full clear his jungle south to north, bottom to top. Now, Cube recalled into Hexdrinker first item before Keen has. Keen has option to just say, hey, you know what, I'm actually not going to go magic damage on Kennen, and I'm going to make that item virtually negligible, although it will protect against Requiem almost entirely.
That's a good point.
Bilgewater Cutlass picked up.
Well, there's the ulti to come down from Mystic. Calibrum damage in there. That's how you get a kill. You just say, send in the Karthus, and he'll pick that one up. The Moonlight Vigil with Calibrum is so dirty, as we saw in the last game.
I love it. I love it so much.
Yeah, you're a big fan?
I'm a big fan.
I know.
Laners,
you don't care what it is, as long as it's something that's really toxic to play against, right?
Yes.
Well,
you think the opponents are having fun right now?
Welcome to Eladios.
Yeah.
They're absolutely
yeah, that
not. Eladios and Karthus, I think two champions that you just, if they get to a certain state, you actually just can't do anything.
So, this is a 5-plate at 9-minute bot lane Infernal Drake for the Afrika team composition. And Lahed looks like he's panicking.
Yeah, we're looking for a hard engage now as Vista pulls back the feathers, but it's not going to land on a Mystic. Infernum has been brought out as Spirit. Going to come on over. Temp, Lay Waste, going to miss, but he's got the heal. Takes a turret shot. It's not what you want, but the stun is just off cooldown, and Keen isn't coming down. Spirit flashes for it. Now waiting for that Wall of Pain, but honestly he doesn't need it because Fly has the stun. And Afrika, they force the gank, but they get it. And Vista's down to 100 as the dust settles bottom lane.
And it just really feels like it's all over in this game. Karthus is so far ahead. He's going to pick up the Rift Herald right now. He also has Ravenous Hunter, not Ultimate Hunter. So it's not like he's going to really take any damage from this. And again, Keen has the option to just go into Blade of the Ruined King on Kennen and try split pushing on him.
I really hope he does.
I really hope so too. That would be a really nice innovation in response to Cube building the Hexdrinker as early as he did, trying to get dual benefit as Spirit looks like he's about to take that Karthus up to the top lane, plant down the Herald, and this is really good. When you have Karthus on your team, he has conditions that he wants to be met. Trade with your opponent, get them low, so that the Requiem is adding the extra damage that the opponent isn't really accounting for in the moment. The opponents are always basically playing about 200 or 250 HP down from what they believe that they have.
And also, look at this moment, right? This is just Afrika moving as a unit to the top lane, projecting exactly what they're going to do, and Harm Alive have no answer. There is no option. Shelly just removes this turret. I believe, yeah, it was Shelly, not Shirley just yet. We're still early in this game. And that turret's going to be taken down as well. The global gold advantage is over 3,000 at 11 minutes.
How much?
Sorry,
9,000?
3,000? I said 3,000.
Okay.
Yeah, it is 3,000.
Yes,
right?
it is.
Yeah. What did I say?
No, I was making a reference.
Oh, okay. Over 9,000. Got it. Well, Cube can get Requiemed.
Yeah, they can't.
By the way, Keen has Ninja Tabi.
Yeah, Keen has Ninja Tabi.
Keep hoping.
And the exhaust came out from Cube, which obviously mitigated a lot of the damage. The Karthus Requiem does go on cooldown. I don't even believe that he got a Dark Harvest stack, so a little bit unfortunate there. I think they really didn't anticipate how much the damage reduction from the exhaust would be, and they just miscalculated that. Total damage dealt. Haru's doing a really good job there.
King just built a book.
190, and you know, he hasn't been able to do anything. He ended up falling behind in the jungle. He tried to make a really intelligent play, waiting in that brush at blue for the Karthus to restart his route. And if you pick Karthus off right there, you're going to stay ahead of him for so long at that point. You're going to steal both of his camps that just respawn. Everyone's going to have map hacks. You know that he's going to Wraiths. You know that he's going to Golems. Very easy to play around him at that point, but Spirit, a little bit of a savant reading it with the Wall of Pain.
Yeah, really clean. And honestly, like, it doesn't cost you that much mana to make that decision. However, if you do make it, then you guarantee that if they're waiting, you're going to be absolutely fine. So those of you playing Karthus in solo queue, good idea, as the bubble is going to land onto the Karthus. He's out of vision, but Lehens picks him off. Now they're diving on in, but Spirit is still alive. Lehens surviving on just a sliver. No Requiem available, as Cube was trying to get in with the Sky Strike on the outside, but he's not quite able to. Oh my god, reads it as now Mystic with the follow-up damage, gets the snare from his Gravitum. Crescendum now picked up, that's not going to help him. Lowest range of his kit. And now they're able to keep pushing forward and more plates available here for Mystic.
Emperor Palpatine up there.
Yeah, overseeing his minions. And there's the dive forward. Haro looking for Mystic, standing outside the fence. No, just caught on the edge. And the double kill instantly comes in for Vista. Investing the flash, but getting the payoff there as well.
That's a really big breath of fresh air for Hanwha Life. Vista able to pick up those 2 kills right there at a really clutch moment. And also, it salvages some of the remaining turret plates in mid lane. You don't want to get 15 plated this game, as Haru, he's able to make this gamble knowing that even if him and Vista take some damage, Requiem's still on cooldown. And so, never really gets into any danger, but...
Well, that danger time that we were talking about is going to be up pretty soon. And that's when Hanwha are going to have to start playing very carefully. But they have been able to pull things back. Keen is at a deficit right now. Mystic is going to steal away the Karthus' red buff. I think that's allowed. He's getting quite impatient. Yeah, he's going to reset. Mystic, that was a little bit silly. You don't have enough damage to do that just yet. Let's try it again. There we go. Get the Crescendum. And you can just throw a million chakrams at stuff, and then everything's okay. Having a look at bottom side, we've got the revolver completed for Keen. He's not going to
well,
very sad.
We could have hoped.
This Hanwha team comp doesn't actually fight grouped up, though. I mean, I just don't think the Slicing Maelstrom's really what is going to get you in. There are so many reasons to play on-hit cannon at this moment.
There really is. And so maybe maybe the thought just didn't cross his mind.
Yeah, perhaps.
And that is all that's going on, because it's been a very long time since on-hit cannon has actually come in to the meta. Oblivion Orb actually picked up on Karthus. This is going to serve a purpose against 3 of the primary carries on the side of Hanwha Life, whereas Cube with that magic resistance, as it stands, the Oblivion Orb not going to be doing massive amounts. It would be really bad, though, if Karthus just randomly completes Morello, because there's basically no healing on the side of Hanwha Life.
Yep. Apart from, I guess, Lehens having a little bit of his passive, and Haru's W, helping him heal up just a little bit, but I
actually,
see your point entirely.
Look at Zaya's MR, it's 33. Karthus has exact true damage on Vista right now.
Yep. Which means, if we hover over the Karthus and have a look at the damage number of his ultimate, which is going to be pretty large, that's just how much damage he's going to do.
The Dark Harvest stacks as well.
Yep.
Not sure how many he has right now. We'll be able to know.
I don't think he's got too many.
Yeah, I think he has 3. I think he has 3 or he has 4. I know that he ripped one off of Elise at the river fight where he didn't have Requiem, and she managed to barely get away. And then he obviously has it from his kill and his assist. But beyond that, I don't think there's anything else because he missed out on the Requiem on Cube in bot lane.
Yep.
So I do believe that he's only at 4 Dark Harvest stacks, which is a little bit lower than he would typically like to be at this point in the game, but not the end of the world. As Shirley now going to be picked up.
Yep, Spirit going to be able to throw that into a lane as well. Might be the outer turret on the bottom, in the mid lane. As Mystic is holding on, I believe, to like 1 ammo in his Calibrum. Infernum is what he wants to get through next. His attempt hops on over, but can't get the bubble. No terrain to throw it through, so Mystic is able to stay at range. Total gold, so far Mystic in the lead. 6.6k. Very, very well. No, it's actually Spirit that's in the lead, just by a little bit.
Credit to Haru, actually, for actually keeping, or, yeah, I just said actually twice, but credit to Haru for keeping up with Karthus despite the early game start.
Yeah.
And also the acceleration that Karthus ended up being granted. He didn't gank a lot, and it was a byproduct of it's very hard to gank, and so he kept power farming, and thus he's remained relevant here in the mid game. He also has an Oblivion Orb himself, which is going to be really good. You can see there's no magic resistance present.
Yeah, I mean,
Kennen, 34 MR.
This is a big item spike for the Elise. I hope that blasting one turns into a Void Staff, by the way, on Spirit's side, but only time will tell. He has his stopwatch as well. He's battle ready, and speaking of battle ready, Jelly getting taken down to half health, basically in an instant. However, he is going to be all right. Beach Ball goes just short of Keen. No harm, no foul. Jelly just taking a bit of damage. Doesn't have his stopwatch, but does have Gargoyle's Stoneplate that he didn't have to invest into that moment. And Fly now getting in position for a flank. Could get behind them here as Shirley does make her presence known. Yeah, Cube is going to engage on the Fly. Bit of damage. Runic Echoes as well, popping up Lehens. Does a bit of damage. That Beach Ball wasn't going anywhere anytime soon.
Hanwha Life is potential. Oh,
yeah, they're between about 3
decisions very dangerous.
Right now. Yeah. Tempt is going to be able to kill Shirley as Kane looking for an opportunity to find a way in. Carrier utilized by Cube, trying to spot them out as this third Drake of the game is going to be denied.
Afrika don't need to fight here. They're playing around core item spikes. This would actually be one of the closer fights Hanwha Life would actually look to take. This is when their items are probably at their closest points while Afrika is pooling a lot of gold on their champions. And they haven't recalled yet. So in terms of on-field battle stats, you just look at all of the items. Elise is really close to Karthus. Yeah. When you consider that they're basically pound for pound. Pantheon really close to completing, I believe Edge of Night is going to end up being his first item.
Unless he goes to finish his Black Cleaver as soon as possible.
Yeah, that would be pretty far away. And Kennen just sitting on the Gunblade means that Quinn is actually ahead of Kennen right now in terms of on-field stats, so...
Also maybe ahead of the Kennen in gold as well. You can see the CS deficit's actually quite high. Going to take this Rift Scuttler as well. And stealing away any sort of jungle camps from a Karthus comp is a great idea. Mystic just trying to get to that Hurricane as soon as possible.
Karthus Recalls actually picks up the Morello, and there's just not really any healing. I mean, you have Zoe's heal active, you have Lehens' heal active, but beyond that, there's not that much reduction. And typically, he's only going to apply it via the Requiem, which means that it comes in typically at the end of the fight when he's already executing them. So there's not a lot of room left for their healing to come online.
There is merit in starting a fight with a Requiem, but not if Hanwha are going to build all the items that are required in order to just stop that. Edge of Night, for example, and Banshee's Veils, things like that.
Going Leandri's here would just be a lot better, especially because you don't need to actively look to fight right now. You're still actually a couple of minutes away until Kennen completes second core item, Pantheon completes the Black Cleaver, Aphelios completes his utility item after purchasing the Essence Reaver and the Hurricane. And if that ends up being the case, you sit on the Oblivion Orb, and you invest the 1,400 gold plus the assumed gold per minute that Karthus can get while farming his jungle camps and even some lane XP, and he can probably show up at the next team fight with a Liandry's or with a Void Staff, while his teammates also complete their other core items.
Right now we're watching Keen on the bottom side. Haru was there, but Lehens now might be in trouble. Jelly, that's the wrong direction for that hook. As our friend Ejin would say, it was heading towards Narnia. And that is not going to hit anyone. Just FYI. This turret is going to get brute forced. Haru shows himself, and they will be able to take that one down. But now Afrika knows they can make an aggressive move towards this top side. Lehens pretty tricky with the Grand Entrance. Going to use it to exit towards the Blast Cone. Uses that to create enough distance for safety. Now Afrika own this top side entirely. Mystic with the Calibrum Crescendum combo is a siege machine right now. Sentry turret as well as all of the long-range bullets. And an Edge of Night is done, but it's done by Fly. So not the Quinn, who we were expecting to potentially pick that one up. She's actually nowhere near it by the looks of things. That
Yeah.
BF sword, I don't know where that's going, but it's certainly not going to be...
Think into an Infinity Edge.
Tonight.
If you would, well, the BF sword on Quinn, and even on Xayah, it's most likely going to be an Infinity Edge, but I feel like there normally would be an argument to go Bloodthirster on Quinn, but because the Morello is already there...
Oh, this cheeky ward is hella cheeky, by the way. One know exactly what's going on. Jelly trying to tank this one up as Mystic. Shows that he's doing damage to it. Fly hasn't dropped his shield just yet as Lahen's going to pop before anything happens. Requiem comes down as well on top of Fly coming in
Look
at the
at
same
that
time.
damage.
The Moonfall's gigantic as Mystic looking for Cube, finds the high range at least, but Cube going to have to run the heck out of there. Fly in trouble. Does he actually have any of that damage mitigation? The answer is no, but they're not going to hit him with any abilities, and Afrika just pick up a kill on the top laner and the support, and they'll back away. Jelly dies as well, and it looks like Afrika aren't going to be able to do the Baron.
Well, no, they're going to start it back up again.
Never mind.
You forgot they have Aladios.
They have Aladios, and they have a lot of damage coming out of Spirit. Fly comes in there as well, utilizing his teleport. He has a full health bar. Tempt has a flash, but Keen is looking for a Zoe. The Paddle Star is going to be tanked by Fly, and Tempt, in fact, just takes a bit of damage from the Baron.
Way too far away, and it's not like Zoe has her regular flash and that there's a smite that she could pick up to try to go for some sort of a steal using her R or even her flash. And let's take a look at how this all transpires. Jelly missing a lot of his HP, 4,000 left on the Baron. Lahen pulls the trigger and goes for the backline. I don't know what he's thinking to try to do. Requiem comes out. And interestingly enough, if there's a point where Morello could maybe play a part, it would be here, but you can just see no one has any time to heal.
No.
As they're all running for the hills. And you saw that Requiem damage on all of the targets that don't have magic resistance, because Karthus is dealing true damage. And so, even though there's the cannon that is building some... Well, that's a cute balloon. Well, that's actually really cute.
Yeah, they're really cute, right? Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I think that was a very adorable spellcast. Or minion.
Actually, I feel like the balloons are very different now on this patch because we see less, I guess.
Yeah.
Because normally you just see the icons for the things, but I haven't actually seen icons, I've just seen balloons everywhere, and it's way better. I love this.
That balloon was a great distraction, by the way. Totally took my mind off what I was trying to say. So,
You were
credit
just,
to
you were just
the
talking
artist.
about Karthus again.
Yeah.
So you can go back.
Okay.
I'm happy to listen
Well,
to it again.
credit to the artists that drew those Zoe balloons on the minions. I think it looks absolutely fantastic.
Yep. Very,
and
very
definitely
cute.
makes me want that skin.
Yeah, and you can actually purchase it for yourself. Utilize your Riot points in the Riot store, and that can be yours.
Thank you.
Not too much money, especially if you take your parents' credit card.
No, don't do that without permission.
No, you can't do that without
Yeah,
permission.
no.
But if they're nice parents, they'll let you use it. As the inner turret, going to take a bit of damage here.
So,
and Afrika just in entire control. This Baron allowing them to lay waste to the Rift.
I see what you did there.
To Spirit's Q ability. Haru looking for a flank, but is that the flank that he wants? As the Moonfall comes down, that is the Graviton, so that means Cube is going to be stunned. And then the Dredge line, the depth charge, everything comes forward, but Cube survives for a long time. Xayah picks up the kill onto the Karthus, and now the Requiem is going to come in. Jelly's dead, but Cube able to tank through that one. The lay waste almost taking out Haru. But otherwise, that is an example of Afrika biting off a little more than they can chew.
There was no reason to do that, especially because Quinn is the tankiest member, as weird as that sounds, on Hanwha Life, outside of course, the Rakan that has the stopwatch and all the magic resistances. So, take a look at it one more time. Mystic lands a really good ultimate on Aphelios. Roots Cube down. Slicing Maelstrom comes in, the exhaust, but then Lahen just on the horizon comes in, locks everyone up. The Requiem ends up being cast, but not quite able to get the kill in the end. Not sure if Spirit cast the Wall of Pain, actually, when he was in his...
I think he cast it initially.
Yeah,
you get it back off cooldown again as soon as you enter your dead state. It's been a while since I played Karthus.
I
feel
actually
like
play
you
him all
played
the... I play him all the time. I think you...
No, you don't. You definitely
No, you
'cause
don't.
You don't get
No,
Requiem
no, no,
back
no,
or
no,
anything.
no. You're
It's
right.
it's late, guys. We are cresting 11 p.m. here in Korea.
Do you know that I believe that we've had 4 out of 11 days almost go to midnight.
Yeah, and you know, Brendan had one, I had one, and you had all of them.
Yes, thank you.
So now we're up to the last one, meaning I'm the lucky man. I get 2. Feels good.
I'm the lucky one.
I know,
I
you
get
get
to have
all
you
of them.
today.
I know.
Thank you.
You just get all of them. You get 2 different friends, whereas we have to wait for our second friend to come up. Bryce Jim Paul is soon to arrive. Sometimes these visas are difficult to get. Complications happen.
Yeah,
you know,
they definitely do.
And then LS has to cast for an extraordinarily long amount of time.
I'm looking forward to it next week.
Oh, heck yeah.
As well. And I'm looking forward to actually more matches that Afrika and Hanwha Life both do play. It is nice to see their drafts and the way that they play around the champions as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gen G is another example. They had a good day yesterday when it came to drafts and builds and things like that. So
Gen G had a phenomenal performance yesterday.
Yeah, really, really
it was
good.
Very, very fun to watch.
Especially after what was a pretty disappointing start, to be perfectly honest. Gen G felt like they didn't come out the gate as strongly as they would have wanted against a KT team that didn't really show us anything in the Casper Cup. Yes, they have a lot of well-known names and things like that, but just doesn't seem like the cohesion is there. But seeing Gen G really strike back was very impressive and heartwarming. Afrika and Hanwha Life, these are another 2 teams. I wasn't expecting Hanwha to be another one that would be to work to look out for, but they've certainly proved us wrong.
Fly was actually just randomly casting his Qs in order to charge up his passive. It's not that he was just spamming abilities needlessly.
Yeah.
Pantheon has been reworked.
Fill up those red things, guys. That's how that one works. Do that, good stuff will happen. It's the Dummies Guide. Wall of Pain. Going to land, but as will the bubble. Now Spirit needs to be protected. Tempt actually taking a lot, as I believe Moonfall's still available. And we've got Crescendum Calibrum. I don't know how Mystic does it, but he seems to always have these 2 guns. Fantastic in these sort of siegey scenarios, especially now that the Runar's Hurricane is completed. Not going to hit the Q just yet, and another bubble is going to land. Tempt showing the power of Zoe at around the 20 to 40 minute mark.
Okay.
Requiem comes in. He's going to get a very early Featherstorm out of Vista, and now will not have that available for the ensuing fight, as now Cube thinking about a flank. He gets slowed down, massive burst damage as that one comes in, and Spirit flashes over the wall. Now it's a flanking Karthus scenario as Haru flashes and just misses the cocoon and goes straight to the death chamber. Tempt off to the side, Wall of Pain tags him up, and Afrika aren't even interested in this dragon. They're just wanting to try and hunt down the members of Hanwha Life that are still standing. The bottom lane are here. Maybe Jelly in trouble as Lehens with the quickness is going to run really quickly, but is he heading to the grave or to success? Dredgeline max range. It's all about success here. He may be going to the grave as well, but a double kill for Keen ensues. The dragon is taken down in about a split second by Mystic and Spirit, and Baron is alive. Afrika looking for their second.
And this is really well played by Spirit on this Karthus, really just taking matters into his own hands.
Oh yeah.
At
this is like
several
LS
different
and solo
points.
queue right now.
This is a really nice Karthus game to watch if you're wondering what type of things this champion can do.
And
how
what
to
they
take
should
initiative
be
yourself.
doing is the main thing. Is that we've seen a lot of, especially Korean Karthuses in 2019, just play the champion wrong.
Yes.
And
they try to gank with him too much.
Exactly. And Spirit is just he's
Power
just living
farming,
his best life.
Requieming.
Wait for the one that hits. There we go. Ouch.
Karthus is actually Thanos, you know? Dread
Yeah.
it.
And he actually looks a bit like him as well. Look at that.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
avoids it and just dead. Extremely dead.
And Tempt trying to get away there at the very end. The remaining members ended up being dogged down shortly thereafter. And Jelly with the Nautilus hook from downtown.
Yeah, wait for this one.
Yeah.
And threads
I thought
the
that was
needle.
going to hit Rakan.
Yeah, me too.
I've seen some of those Nautilus hitbox videos, and I mean, hell, there was a chance it would hit the golems, honestly, the way
I think that dragon died in about the same time that Vista did.
Well,
it was very, very fast. As Spirit, he's winning on the damage dealt. As we're filling out the MVPs already. LS just picked up his pen, looking to see where that one goes. Let's just hold off. Who knows what's going to happen next? As at least Keen, as far as building your, AP damage cannon, he's got a pretty good build.
Cube has actually been one of the stable, fallbacks that Hanwha Life has actually had this game. He did really well in the CS department.
Yeah.
His itemization was a bit proactive, but in the end ended up working out as Keen did go down the magic damage cannon route, and he's had a lot of key moments where he ended up surviving and dragging Afrika into pretty awful scenarios. So definitely a really great turnaround from his game 1 and 2 performance.
Bit of top laner redemption here this game on both sides. Keen as well, running back the cannon. The last one was not great, but now he's getting enclosed. In goes the quickness. Grand entrance comes down as well. The trouble bubble. He buffers the slicing maelstrom. Can he actually go golden?
Whoa!
I don't know whether he has one, as there's the Requiem. Down comes Haru to explode in lands. Almost dies as well. I would have stayed up in the sky a little bit longer, to be perfectly honest. I don't know whether he was going to be able to get through there. And Haru had his Zhonya's back up off of cooldown. I think maybe he thought that the channel got broken, but it doesn't.
This is the thing about Karthus 2, is that there is no mage jungler that is going to out-damage him or offer the same level.
Oh my god, Mystic almost died there. The turret is going to be the one that actually does fall. Moonfall comes down, Lahen's in trouble, but no Calibrum to lock him down from range. Now the engage comes forward. Cube is going to fall down. Spirit goes gold at exactly the right time and survives. No Requiem available. So they're out of range of the lay wastes. As now Mystic with his Infernum just wanting to go 1v3. Decides against it.
The minions! They're gonna do it!
Yep, taking
They
it down.
raise the bottom inhibitor, and these are really awkward inhibitor times. These are very layered to be extremely obnoxious.
Yeah, it doesn't actually have a stopwatch or anything like that. We couldn't see that at that particular moment. Although I had just looked at his items.
라칸 노고.
Rakan no flash, no ultimate. And he said, please, right before the Requiem ended up going off. I wonder if he thought that it would kill Rakan as well. And like I was saying, you can pick Elise all you want, but if your laners are stable and self-sufficient, there's no AP jungler that will outshine this champion. It requires your laners to be on the same page. It requires them to play a little bit differently. And the trade-off is that you'll wake up in the late game with one of the strongest champs in the game.
Well, that Infernum was cycled through there by Mystic. Of course, when you use your Q ability, you use up a chunk of your ammo bar. As you can see, Mystic's got, 5 chunks. So that's 5 Qs that you can use there. Gravitum was picked up. So now you have like ammo on it as well as a little bit more. And that was 1 chunk being taken up there of the Calibrum. Just weave in a few of these facts here to try and redeem myself from my horrible casting earlier. As Fly, throwing a Q forward, gets the repel out from Haru. Maybe a cooldown that could be relevant as Cube up against Keen, winning out with that matchup. And then the lifesteal working out for this Quinn.
All they have to do here is not fight. Inaction is action. Hanwha Life Esports is zombies. You're in a room.
There's no Nexus.
The army is on the way.
The Nexus is just dying right now. Yeah,
and so,
this is like Hanwha Life are playing. Oh, there is one Nexus turret. I apologize. But yeah, this is like they're playing a tower defense game at the same time as League of Legends, and Afrika don't have to play the tower defense game. That's how this works.
Deathcap.
Everything's being picked up here by Afrika.
Yeah, this is going to be the final push. There is no Thorin that's going to come running out in this Hobbit.
Nope.
As this is definitely going to be the fall. Also, great itemization out of Fly. Pure defensive utility. Requiem coming in early.
Yeah, we're starting up the fight with it. Temp taken almost down to death as Cube's an afterthought in the back line. The Moonlight Vigil does fly forward as Lahen's tries to get the quickness onto a few members. So far, they're actually doing decently, but Mystic is still alive, flashing with the onslaught onto Tempt, who will come back, but only to his death as the Grand Skyfall comes in. And Fly, you can't block that one, mate. but he still will win the game. Afrika, they come back from an awful game 1 to win back-to-back games and lock down top spot alongside Gen G here in the LCK after week 1.
And Spirit feeling extremely relieved, it seems, after that game. And I always like seeing this champion hit Summoner's Rift. Not every day
Really?
I
I
get to
think
cast
we're
him.
all surprised. I think we're all surprised about your feelings towards Karthus. I don't think any of us know
I feel
how
like
you feel.
In the West, he is so underappreciated, and it's so bizarre. So anytime he shows up here in the LCK, I always do want to spend a little bit more time to talk about him.
And I think it's more worth talking about it when you've got Spirit who plays it so well, you know, because you get to then witness what Karthus is supposed to do.
Karthus isn't supposed to be ganking. It's supposed to be power farming, controlling the jungle like a puppet master, and then the laners just don't die to ganks. He gives you map hacks because he clears so fast. He acts as a living ward, and then your laners take intentional trades to keep the HP in all the lanes low, and then the Requiem comes in, and the enemy laners can't account for it, and the jungler just says, what do I do?
Yeah. Because the jungler is also trying to get around the jungle, having to deal with Requiems
they can't
coming
keep
down
up,
all the time.
and that's his strength, that's his acceleration. He doesn't slow down.
Yeah.
And if you do everything right, you show up with a powerhouse, which is very rare in modern-day jungle. Normally junglers, they get 1 item, 2 items maybe in some games, and then they're shut down. But truly a really nice showing here. Spirit feeling very happy. I love Uv.
Yeah, he's
the
actually
macro
out here.
god himself.
Yeah.
This is the godfather of macro for those
It's
that
actually
did not
really
watch
warm in here,
StarCraft
by
1.
the way, and that is a very big jacket there on I Love Uv.
Yeah.
But
He used to be called the
congratulations.
Gorilla Terry.
Yes. He was also certainly an eclectic player when he was playing StarCraft.
Yes.
But we don't need to go into all that. He's now found himself a pretty decent team here in the form of the Afrika Freaks.
The face of an Elise that doesn't know what she was supposed to do.
Well, to be perfectly honest, there wasn't much that he, like, him waiting in that brush for Spirit was the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Like, he did the right early game move.
He did. And
but
Spirit
answered it in the right way.
it with the Wall of Pain, and from there, everything just fell behind.
Yeah.
If I could translate what they're saying to each other, it's like, well, I just don't know. I mean, this giant purple beam appeared above everyone's head.
Yeah.
Every couple of minutes.
And then what was I supposed to do?
What do you want me to do there? You want me to gank the cannon with
Right
like,
now, the
Quinn?
conversation is like, you know that Requiem still goes off after you land. You know, after the rappel. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Why did you die with Zhonya's still up? But honestly, at that point, it was all over. And Haru did admirably to stay at least relevant when it came to farm in that game. It's just that sometimes the composition gets to where it needs to, and then you just watch the game fall apart around you. Props to Afrika for playing it out as it needed to. We are going to be checking out some highlights pretty soon of these guys, but we're going to come over to us first. Another Aphelios game where the Aphelios was pretty good, but honestly wasn't the star of the show.
He definitely got the ball rolling, though.
Yeah, actually, the bottom lane plays.
The bottom lane
very,
play.
Very
Speak
this,
the devil.
for example.
Here it is. This is what basically started it all. They took a trade, and again, this happens. Hanwha Life was like, I forgot they had Karthus. As Requiem came in, that was the fabled Morello in his hand, by the way. That's where he gets all the dirty tactics.
The fact that you hit with your offhand weapon as well after that mark thing is just so silly.
It was actually insane, by the way. Tempt RNG'd Ghost. Spirit flashes the wall, and I think if he just kept running north, he would have at least got the flash out of Pantheon eventually as well, but because he tried to juke down and pick up the flash that Karthus used, Pantheon just W'd onto him and got the kill anyway. This was a really big turning point as well by Vista and Haru. They knew that the Requiem was still on cooldown because Karthus had just tried to assassinate Cube in bottom, but didn't have the damage for it. So they were able to make that play, get some gold back and stability inside of the game. Lehen's here just getting caught, trying to engage and interrupt whatever he could. Requiem came out early. There was no healing to be had at that point, as it was all legs on deck as everyone was trying.
Oh yeah.
For Hanwha Life to run away. This was a pretty decisive point in the game as well. Cube with the Hex
great
Drinker.
exhaust. Great exhaust out of Cube.
Really good exhaust out of him. Lehen's just on the horizon coming out of yonder from Afrika's point of view. Showing up there, didn't quite get the kill. And this was Spirit taking matters into his own hands. Wall of Pain hitting with the lockup assistance from Keen. Spirit flashes the wall, actually, I think, chasing down Cube. In the end, lay waste, Defile picking up the kill on Haru.
With true damage.
Yes.
450 damage from 1 Q is absolutely absurd.
Really good cohesion, really good gameplay. And I didn't talk about it in the runes, and I know that we're in the highlight phase here. One of the things that you want to do when the enemy team has Karthus is, if you can go into the sorcery tree, pick up the nullifying orb. It'll make him really sad when he casts Requiem, and that basically gives you double Hex Drinker.
Gonna listen
Just get the tower, just get the tower. And Cube was a little too late there. Just talking about summoner spells. Just end. Get it. I'm going. Nice.
And in goes Fly, dancing on the Nexus. And, yep, no surprise here that Karthus did the most damage in the game. 23k in a 36-minute victory. Not gigantic. I mean, I feel like the damage numbers, the amount of biffo that's been played between our teams today so far in the LCK has been lower than normal. That's all right. More cerebral games here.
Yeah.
In these last few, at least.
Yet another very long day.
Yeah, it's actually like some stark differences, though, between the two very close matches that we had. We had Ultra Sinners competing against one another in our first match between DragonX and Sandbox. Ultimately, DragonX were able to come out ahead, but they were still committing some atrocities in the draft. Spirit in this match is going to be the player of the game. I have a feeling that this is going to be 100% of the votes because he was 100% of the team in this particular match. Thank you very much for that one. Picks it up, collects himself a Dark Harvest stack, I believe, as well. And just look, 225 damage onto Cube with a Q, and then have a look at the damage with the Q onto Haru.
Boom, 417.
Boom,
451
with the sweet spot. That's real rough.
Yeah.
But I mean, I feel like Hum Alive didn't in any of the drafts. The game 1 draft was stunning, absolutely amazing. The next one just didn't necessarily work. They were utilizing the
second one was
Rumble
good
pretty
on
well.
paper, but remember the Mordekaiser just got
completely
annihilated.
blown away.
Yeah.
And sometimes that happens, right? Doesn't matter what the draft is. Sometimes you just lose because someone puts you in a hole and you can't escape being two levels behind.
And you can't even dig a door.
Yeah. That was the issue. So 4 versus 5, not exactly going to be a way that you're going to take the win. However, still much better looks for these players. And yes, Spirit did get 12 out of 12. And that's also the rating for Karthus as a champion.
For him.
I voted, I just completed a line
3
of
check marks.
ticks. It was just ticks all the way along from the both of us. But it was just some fantastic play. And it means now we're going to be able to have a talk with Spirit as well. So let's hand it over to Ji-sun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun with the Universe Translation, and we'll be hearing from Keen, Spirit from Africa Freaks, taking down Hana Life Esports. Both of you guys got 12 votes for this POG vote. And Keen also said top and jungle did everything today. How are you feeling right now? I'm happy that we won, but game number 1, you shouldn't have dropped that game, so I'm really unsatisfied about that fact. So yeah, heading into game number 2, we could see angry Keen. Your anger was really reflected in your play, right? We actually let them turn the game around. I mean, we were able to turn the game around, but we couldn't manage to pull it off, so I was really mad in game number 2. All in mode. And Spirit, you did mention you really want to take down your former coach Nofe. How you're feeling right now? For me, today, this one loss is bigger than like usual. So, this 2 game win also means a lot to me. So after getting the game number 3, you looked really excited because you carried the game, right? Well, I wasn't happy because I carried the game. I was just happy that we got the win, especially against Nofe. I really never wanted to lose against him. Even though losing game number 1, game number 2, Kiwin, you were just dominating everywhere on the Rift. So let's check out the highlight over here. So you were buying so many time all by yourself. What kind of calls went back and forth? I told my teammates I'll be having a fight over here. So there were a lot of opponent players coming to get me, so rest of the players were going for the Baron. And also you had a 4-man turret dive in the early phase, but you managed to survive. But Spirit at that moment just abandoned Keen. But in the mic check you said Keen is doing so well, so we should never abandon him again. So did you think that he was gonna die at that moment? Whoa, I mean, there's no top laner surviving 4-man turret dive, but he did. After that, I realized that we should never ever leave him alone. So I apologized to him, and I promised that I will never abandon him. Well, I'm kind of having a lot of situations where I go to multiple players, getting outnumbered, so maybe that's why I just keep surviving those kind of situations. And Spirit, today Africa played 3 Pantheon games in a row and also other champs as well. So was that the focal point of today's match? I was just kept telling our teammates, our coaching staff that I want to crush them, smash them. So I told them let's lock in Pantheon, and I think that worked quite okay. Especially Karthus in game number 3 was so impactful. So was that your opinion? We had other champions on our list, but I told them I want to play it. So our coaching staff told me, go with what you want to play, I trust you. And that your choice was right. Then we have also another highlight for Karthus as well. The burst damage from Karthus was amazing. Well, we had vision of Cuvée trying some flank. Well, I actually wasted my flash over there, but in the end, I was in a great position. So, and the rest, all of the rest of my teammates were carrying that fight. So, especially the segment we had before going into the Spring Split. So, Victoria and Kanki picked Key and Spirit as the Dream Team members in LCK. And you already started to prove that. I'm really thankful for such a great compliment. Some people also, there were some haters saying, why are you part of the Dream Team? And I just realized why I was getting so many hates from the fans. But I will try my best to prove myself. And also Pitor said, junglers are the lowest class, but not for Spirit. Spirit is the best jungler. I thought he was picking on me, but if that's a compliment, I would like to say thank you to Vitor. Keen, your synergy and teamwork with Spirit is keep improving. Is there any point you guys want to work on? Whenever we find some of the blunders, we will try to work on it, but we are the longest standing top jungle duo, so if we just keep up with this good communication, I'm sure that we will make up all of our mistakes. Spirit, what's your goal for the split? We have one more match against Hana Life Esports. I'm gonna win that game. We'll be looking forward to that match, and this will be the end of the interview with Keen, Spirit from Africa Freaks, and I'm going to pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, as usual, for your fantastic interview translations. Great to hear from the top and jungle duo from the Africa Freaks. Both of them taking out the 12 out of 12, unanimously the best players of their games, but very different game to game, you know, and in the loss, you know, Keen looked like he wasn't there, came back on his Aatrox and demolished Harmwell Life almost by himself, and that is going to lead us to these standings. +3 for the Afrika Freaks and Gen G. DRX with their 2-1 victories in both of their matches. They're 2-0, however, only 1 point is between them and Gen G and Afrika, so they will be remaining in top spot. But Dragon X, another team that stayed theoretically undefeated as far as match score, and will also be up there. Lone Wolves in the 3rd position.
And you got to really look forward to when Dragon X, Gen G, and Afrika will collide, as well as what's going to happen when Sandbox and Damwon really get their footing in terms of consistency and seeing what's going to end up happening there. So that'll be really exciting to see in coming weeks as we're taking a look at our next matchup. So on Wednesday, APK versus Afrika. That is one of the top, actually the top team.
That's a real tough one.
The league versus...
The next match, though, is really exciting. Griffin versus Sandbox, of course, our 2 promoted teams that came in the middle of 2018. But now, where do they stand? Because it's always been Griffin. It was Griffin at the start. It was the Griffin at the end of last year. They haven't changed that much, but they haven't picked up a win yet, and it's been a great start so far to Sandbox, despite falling to Dragon X. Speaking of which, a tough day for Dragon X. They have to face both of the teams that we just saw go up against one another in what was a pretty close match. Harmwell Life and then Afrika on Thursday and Saturday, respectively. Otherwise, we do have a telecom war between KT and T1. It's a different style of telecom war right here, and KT no longer the team that we know and love. They're definitely more an amalgamation of old Harmwell Life and old Afrika. However, still going to be some fun games to watch next week, and only a couple of days to wait. We're going to give this gentleman a bit of a rest, his first 5-day week, so congratulations, well done, and we'll see you next week, guys. Good night.
And I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone.